शुभजन्मदिनं तुभ्यं शुभजन्मदिनं तुभ्यं शुभजन्मदिने तव हे सकलं मधुरं भूयात् शुभजन्मदिनं तुभ्यं शुभजन्मदिनं तुभ्यं शुभजन्मदिने तव हे सकलं सफलं भूयात् सकलं च शुभं भूयात्।
द गुड पोइट्री प्रोजेक्ट की तरफ से आप सबको विश्व संस्कृत दिनम की बधाई।
सकलं सफलं भूयात् सकलं च शुभं भूयात्।
Hello. Hello, Yogesh. Hello. Hello. Yogesh, can you hear me?
I think they cannot hear us yet.
Okay, fine. All right. Hello.
Hi, I'm Shiny Varghese.
I'm Ajay Sood. Yeah.
I was in your institute last month, IAC.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Great. Yeah, I think I was just trying to see if it can be tested. Okay. Yogesh. Hi, Yogesh. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, Professor Sood. We are not able to hear him. We are not able to hear. You are muted, Professor Sood.
Can you hear me now?
We are not able to hear.
Can you hear me now?
Just give me a moment, huh?
Because I think Shiny
Can
Varghese was able to hear me, if I'm not wrong.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it's coming perfect over here. When they will start everything, the voice will be audible to everybody.
Oh, just make sure of that. That's all. Okay, fine. Okay. Okay. I can't hear you now, but that's fine. Now you have become muted.
I am being controlled by somebody.
Okay. All right. Good. Technology is working. Fine.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Hello. Sud sir, can you hear us? Hello. Sud sir, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Hello,
I
sir.
can hear you.
So you are on mute, maybe.
No, I am not on mute. I can hear you. Sorry, I am not on mute. I can hear you very well.
Hello.
Yes.
Good to go.
Can you hear me?
No, sir, we can't hear you.
See, I think there is some difficulty at your end because I think Shiny, can you hear us?
No, sir, we can't hear you. Just a minute.
Yes.
See,
Yes, I
Shiny
can
can hear me. See, you need to fix it something at your end because
Yes, sir. Now we can hear you, sir.
now you can hear.
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Because there is some setting you may have to put.
Sure, sir.
Great. All right. Now, no, I'm saying it will work. Thank you.
I'm going to request Dr. Mashelkar. Thank you. Can we continue with, and may I request you all to stand for the national.
विनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Welcome. Thank you very much. We are going to make an official start to the function. Professor M.M. Sharma, Professor Joshi, Professor Ashutosh, Yogesh, Vivek, Professor Yadav, and the reason for which we are all here, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar. Welcome to ICT, and I am so happy to see you all here on this beautiful Saturday morning. Since many are going to talk about Dr. Mashelkar's achievements, careers, his contribution to science as well as mentoring the science or as well as directing the science development, I am not going to spend too much time on my introductory speech. The only thing which I would like to tell you and acknowledge at this stage is I am delighted to be able to celebrate this occasion at ICT. The consent of Dr. Mashelkar was most important, and when he gave that consent, I was very happy. And for the benefit of all the decorations and others which you see right from the entry point till the backdrop, the entire credit goes to ICT staff, students, and faculty in that order. Why I said that is all this I didn't have to tell anyone. They personally came and said, "Sir, we would like to do something on this. Can we do it?" The only thing which I did is what you plan to do it, and when it was in line with whatever is expected on the occasion, I gave. Sorry, it's Samir Somaya. He's been trying to contact me. So, as I said, let me just take it. Samir, I'll give you a call later. I'm middle of the. Okay. So this is going to keep happening because many of you will be joining a bit late. But for the benefit, we have had about 80 registrations officially. So by the time this program warms up, I'm sure many will join, and this auditorium is not going to be enough. Anyway, the reason for coming together and celebrating this, as I said, the credit goes to these three entities which has made this entire event possible and feasible. ICT has always taken pride in the achievements of its alma mater, its alumni, and I don't think there is a better example than Dr. Mashelkar, Professor Sharma, Professor J.B. Joshi sitting here, and as I have always said, that all are standing on the shoulders of giant. Professor Sharma established and propagated the department in the international forum, international arena. Professor Joshi consolidated the scientific contribution of ICT. Not it was there in the world, but in terms of solidity of research and rigorousness of the research, Professor Joshi's contribution is invaluable. And Professor Yadav made out a visible contribution to the image of ICT in the outside world. And why I am not saying here, because all this was done except Professor Sharma, all those Dr. Mashelkar had a hidden role to play. He has been ICT Vice Chancellor for the past 9 years, 10th year running, and whatever decisions, growth, activities, progress, direction of research, which has occurred in here, it is with full knowledge of ICT Chancellor Dr. Mashelkar. So it is a fitting tribute that ICT has been given an opportunity to celebrate his 80th birthday, and when we decided to celebrate it, National Center for Science Communication, which essentially works in the popularization of science, voluntarily come forward and said that we would like to also be associated with this particular event. And we gladly agreed to that. And after I finish my speech, I have Dr. Siddhivinayak Barve representing NCSC, and he'll say a few words about NCSC before the formal felicitation in the afternoon. Today's event has been broken up into two parts. The morning session is going to be dealing with the scientific contributions and the area which Dr. Mashelkar popularized, and how the science can be administered in a manner which is beneficial for the society, not limited to few industries. One can learn from his career graph, from his activities. So we'll be talking about that in the morning session with few presentations from his collaborators and students. And in the afternoon session is a bit of a free-for-all, meaning those who have had opportunity to interact and work with Dr. Mashelkar will start sharing their reminiscences about Dr. Mashelkar's associated with them and their contribution, Dr. Mashelkar's contribution to them and on their career as well as life. So I'm extremely happy. I don't have proper words to express my happiness. I'm very glad to see you all here who have come spontaneously, and all the activities and event management has happened spontaneously, and I have been just a mere spectator directing wherever I thought was necessary to get involved. So I'm not going to talk more, as I said, so I'll request now Dr. Siddhivinayak Barve to come and say a few words about the National Communication Science Communication, National Center for Science Communication. Dr. Barve.
Thank you, sir, and good morning. As we are celebrating the innovation on 80th birthday of Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, who heralded the innovation revolution in India. We'll be speaking later at the prior to Mashelkar's felicitation. But now what I would like to tell you about National Center of Science Communicators is a body of professionals working in the field of science communication. This is in tandem with the academic institution in exciting the science as a career amongst universities and colleges. This is a center which is a professional body of scientists, science writers, science authors, and it is a pan-India organization with almost an international reach. This National Center of Science Communicators have already conducted several such conferences. The first conference was in Pune, later on followed by the conference in Brazil. Then there was a conference about felicitating the work of Jayant Narlikar sir, the man and the universe. And the center is taking almost felicitation conferences for all the dignitaries, all the luminaries, all the galaxy of the scientists in India, including B.M. Udgavkar sir, Bal Phonke sir, Chidambaran sir, and then Professor Yashpal. At times, even APJ Abdul Kalam sir has also been associated with this organization. So we take pride and pleasure in celebrating the Sahasra Chandra Darshan of Mashelkar sir and wish him that on behalf of every one of us, Sir Jeevet Shraddha Pashet Shraddha. So this is one time. I will be getting 5 minutes at the end when we will be having some surprise at the just prior to Mashelkar sir's felicitation. So thank you so much, and it is really a proud moment when we are celebrating innovation in tandem with ICT and of a great visionary who has really heralded innovation revolution. The man who taught us think innovation, and that is what is the greatest of the achievement, where India is standing on a podium when the world is looking at us. The credit goes to Dr. Mashelkar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Barve. I would also like to emphasize one more association, and that of Marathi Vignan Parishad. Again, Dr. Mashelkar has been closely associated with that. They are also have joined hands in celebrating today's birthday. May I now request the people whose name appear on the dais to come and occupy the dais, and then we can start the formal program. Please come. Yeah, Ashutosh, come. Vivek, I think you're also there. That's why I said, look at the names of the dais. Okay. Well. We are starting the program with introduction of Dr. R.A. Mashelkar. Not that people need introduction, but what tends to happen is when you start listening to the introduction of Dr. Mashelkar at different forums, you start getting different numbers, you start getting different events. So this is now an official introduction of Dr. R.A. Mashelkar as of today. So if you say that tomorrow what it will be something different. But this is the latest introduction of Dr. Mashelkar in terms of his contribution and achievements. I am going to request his former student, Professor Yogesh Joshi, to give this introduction. And I am very happy to tell, only day before yesterday, Professor Yogesh Joshi has also been given or has been elected as a fellowship of Academy of Sciences, Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore. Yogesh, please.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Before I begin, let me just mention that the audience that we are seeing is not just sitting in front of us, but a very significant audience had joined live on YouTube. So, yeah. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. So, I have been given an auspicious responsibility of introducing Dr. Raghunath Ananta Mashelkar. Certainly, the present audience, the physical as well as virtual, does not need his introduction. Nonetheless, I am very honored to formally introduce Dr. Mashelkar. Dr. Mashelkar was born on 1 January 1943 in a small village of Mashel in Goa. After completing schooling and matriculate examination in Mumbai in 1962, he joined the University Department of Chemical Technology, then UDCT, now the Institute of Chemical Technology, to pursue his bachelor's degree in chemical engineering. After BChem, he had the option to go abroad to pursue his higher education with generous scholarship. However, he decided to continue his work at UDCT as a graduate student under the able mentorship of Professor M.M. Sharma in the area of mass transfer in chemical reactions. He finished his PhD in just 3 years and joined Salford University, UK, where he started working on a completely different domain, rheology and non-Newtonian fluid mechanics. In 1975, persuaded by Dr. B.D. Tilak, the then director of NCL, and Dr. Naidumma, the Director General of CSIR, Dr. Mashelkar returned to his homeland and joined National Chemical Laboratory, Pune. I need some water actually. The thing is, it's so exhaustive, while reading also and while collecting also, the person who has lived this life. I can read it for you. Half of it. While at NCL, he rose the ranks, and in 1989, at the age of 46, he became its director. As the director of NCL, Dr. Mashelkar gave a new orientation to NCL's research programs with a strong emphasis on globally competitive technologies and international patenting. NCL, which was involved only in import substitution research till then, began licensing its patents to multinational companies. In 1995, he became Director General of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, an organization comprising of 40 diverse laboratories and scientific and allied staff of over 20,000. He strived to unify the efforts of all these laboratories, establishing a one-team culture that led to improvement of internal collaborations, leading CSIR to new heights. He conceptualized corporate-like R&D and business plan for a publicly funded R&D institution, leading him to come up with a revolutionary vision document, CSIR 2001, Vision and Strategy. This initiative has transformed CSIR into a user-focused, performance-driven, and an accountable organization. This transformation was considered as one of the 10 most significant achievements of Indian science and technology in the 20th century. In addition of being DG CSIR, he has been the chairman of National Innovation Foundation from 2000 to 2018. He has also been the president of Indian National Science Academy from 2004 to 2006. For a research career that spread over 5 decades, Dr. Mashelkar worked on a very broad spectrum of problems, from reaction engineering to rheology, emulsions to membranes, from turbulence to thermodynamics of gels. He made stellar contribution to polyester technology through his 10-paper series that is still considered to be classic. He made pioneering contributions to non-Newtonian fluid flow past bluff bodies and stick-slip instability in polymer melts. He made fundamental contributions to the molecular understanding behind stimuli responsiveness in hydrogels and design principles to create smart materials with precise control and function. He has published around 300 research papers, 26 books, and 28 patents. He was on the editorial advisory board of many journals, including Journal of Non-Newtonian Fluid Mechanics, Rheologica Acta, and he was also the editor of Chemical Engineering Science. In 2001, Chemical Engineering Science came up with a special issue celebrating his contributions to the field of chemical engineering. Considering his noteworthy contributions to the domain of non-Newtonian fluid mechanics, we are coming up with a special issue of Journal of Non-Newtonian Fluid Mechanics this year to celebrate his 80th birthday. The President of India honored Dr. Mashelkar with 3 highest civilian honors, namely Padma Shri in 1991, Padmavibhushan in 2000, and Padmavibhushan in 2014. He has received 45 honorary doctorates, a record in itself, from universities within and outside India. Foreign universities that have conferred the honorary doctorate include Monash University, University of London, University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, University of Salford, etc. The list of awards that he has gotten is absolutely countless, but I shall name a selected few. He received the Shantiswarup Bhatnagar Prize in 1982, while in 2005, he was a recipient of TWAS Medal. In August 1997, Business India named Dr. Mashelkar as being among the 50 path breakers in the post-independent India. He was first Indian to win the most prestigious TWAS Lenovo Science Prize in 2018. This prize is the highest science prize by the World Academy of Sciences. He was the first Indian to be elected a Fellow of US National Academy of Inventors in 2017. He is the first scientist to win Star of Asia Award set up by the Business Week. This award was given at the hands of George Bush Sr., the former president of the USA. He is the first and only scientist so far to win the JRD Tata Corporate Leadership Award. He is among the 3 Indian engineers who have been elected as a Fellow of the Royal Society. He is the 7th Indian scientist to have been elected as a Foreign Fellow of the US National Academy of Sciences and 7th Indian to have been elected as a Foreign Associate of American Academy of Arts and Sciences. He has been elected as a Foreign Associate of the US National Academy of Engineering, Fellow of Royal Academy of Engineering UK, Foreign Fellow of Australian Technological Science and Engineering Academy, corresponding member of the Australian Academy of Sciences, and Fellow of the World Academy of Arts and Sciences, USA. Dr. Mashelkar drafted the historic Pretoria Declaration on global knowledge pool for global good, which led to formation of the Global Research Alliance, GRA. With many international research organizations as its part, with over 60,000 scientific and allied staff. He served as GRA's president for 10 years from 2007 to 2017. He has been the only non-English president of the prestigious UK Institute of Chemical Engineers in its history, and that too in its Golden Jubilee year. He has been a member of External Research Advisory Board of Microsoft USA, Advisory Board of VTT Finland, Corporate Innovation Board of Michelin France, Advisory Board of Prime Minister's National Research Foundation Singapore, Corporate Innovation Board, among various others. He was a World Bank consultant for restructuring R&D institutes in several countries around the world, such as Indonesia, Croatia, Serbia, Vietnam, Turkey, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. Dr. Mashelkar's connections with the international academic education and research community are also very extensive. He has been a visiting professor at Harvard University, University of Delaware, and Technology University of Denmark. While at University of Delaware, he received the Best Teachers Award. He has also been Sir Louis Matheson Distinguished Professor at Monash University for 15 years, a record for this most prestigious fellowship. In India, he has been the Chancellor of Assam University, Silchar, and the Chancellor of Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. At present, he is the Chancellor of Geo Institute and the Chancellor of prestigious Institute of Chemical Technology, where we are present today. He has also been the Chairman of the Research Advisory Council as well as Chairman of Board of Governors of many IISERs, IITs, and NIPER. Dr. Mashelkar has been on the Board of Directors of several reputed industries, such as Reliance Industries Limited, Tata Motors Limited, Hindustan Unilever Limited, Thermax Limited, Piramal Enterprises Limited, KPIT Technologies Limited, Godrej Agrovet Limited, etc. He had chaired the board of Gen Medics Life Sciences Private Limited, Vyom Biosciences Private Limited, and Invictius Oconology Private Limited. He has also chaired various committees to promote innovation in the corporate world. Particularly, he presently chairs the New Energy Council of Reliance, which is making multi-billion-dollar investments in total value chain, ultimately leading to one of the world's largest producers of green hydrogen. Dr. Mashelkar has been propagating a culture of innovation and balanced intellectual property rights regime for over 3 decades. He superheaded the successful challenge to the US patent on the use of turmeric for wound healing and also the patent on basmati rice. These landmark cases have set up new paradigms in the protection of India's traditional knowledge base. This has also led to setting up of India's first traditional knowledge digital library. In turn, at an international level, this has brought about change of the international patent classification system to give traditional knowledge its rightful place. He has also chaired 16 high-power committees, popularly known in India as Mashelkar committees, set up to look into diverse national issues. These have ranged from national auto fuel policy to reforms of Indian drug regulatory system to reforms in higher education. At the age of 42, he was appointed the technical assessor for the one-man inquiry commission set up to investigate Bhopal gas tragedy that happened in 1984. In the post-liberalized India, Dr. Mashelkar has played a critical role in shaping India's science and technology policy. He was a member of Scientific Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India, set up by successive governments for 30 long years. He was also a member of Prime Minister's National Innovation Council. Dr. Mashelkar has been contributing to social causes all his life. He has chaired the corporate social responsibility committees of Reliance, Tata Motors, Godrej Agrovet, to name a few. He has been the chairman of Governing Council of Tata Affirmative Action Program, also known as TAP, from 2012. TAP supports programs to help scheduled castes and scheduled tribes across the country. Since 2007, he has been the president of International Longevity Center India, which focuses on challenges of elderly, especially the poor ones. He set up Anjani Mashelkar Foundation in 2010 in his mother's name. It gives the Anjani Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Awards, which are aimed at making high technology work for the deprived sections of the society. He has been the chairman of Governing Council of Kherwadi Welfare Association, an organization that creates livelihood for the deprived and gives the school dropouts a second chance. He is the president of Swaroop Vardhini, an organization that does many activities for social inclusion and supports the education of deprived children. He chairs several award committees that serve important social causes. This includes Jamnalal Bajaj Award for preserving and propagating Gandhian values, Earthcare Award for outstanding climate change initiatives, FICCI ISA Award for sanitation, and many more. As I said before, the list of his contribution is so exhaustive, it took me huge time to actually kind of compile this. That itself was an exhaustive job. And as I said, that a person who has lived this life, one should actually salute such person. So, as I said, I can go on and on, but in interest of time, I must pause here. Sir, you have been pillar of excellence, strength, conviction, and an example for all of us to follow. You are that singular limit that I aspire to become. But how much ever we grow, it becomes clear that we are significantly smaller than that number, infinity, which is the singular limit. Finally, I take this opportunity to wish you a very happy birthday and a very happy and healthy life for you and madam. I conclude with a prayer that we meet again after 20 years to celebrate your centenary. Jeevet Sharada Shatam. So with this, I conclude the biography. Now we will start with the morning session. Sure.
Thank you, Yogesh. Just a couple of things. As you can see, his cabinet is not only full of awards, it's also full of different hats. And I think you can count whether the hats are more or the awards are more. And indeed, as what Professor Yogesh Joshi said, it's practically impossible to see one's life achieving something in this 50 years of span. And on top of that, I have been associated with him right from my PhD days. He was my PhD examiner, and since then he has kept in touch with me. He has followed my career and been a mentor and a guide along with Professor Joshi and Professor Sharma. Next two activities are going to be online activities, meaning the presentations are online, and Professor Yogesh Joshi has taken the responsibility to manage that. So I'll hand over the mic to Professor Joshi for finishing of the first two online activities. Thank you.
Our IT team, can we have Professor Sood online? Yeah. I'm just waiting for him to come here and then I introduce him. Our first speaker is Professor Ajay Sood. I'm just waiting for him to come on the... Yeah, great. So Professor Sood is the Year of Science Chair Professor at the Indian Institute of Science. Professor Sood is the Fellow of Royal Society London. He was the President of Indian Academy of Sciences from 2010 to 2012 and the President of Indian National Science Academy from 2017 to 2019. Presently, he is the Principal Advisor to the Government of India, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Professor Sood.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear.
Okay. Please let me know when should I start.
We can start, sir.
Okay. Dr. Mashelkar and all the other distinguished people who are present on this occasion, it is a privilege for me to be a part of this joyous occasion to celebrate the achievements and immense contributions of Dr. Mashelkar on his 80th birthday. My apologies that I could not be present in person today, though I wanted it because of some conflicting engagements. Let me do a very difficult job of try to sum up Dr. Mashelkar in one sentence, which Yogesh tried in 15 minutes. Impossible job, I gave up, but I'll still try. I will put Dr. Mashelkar, an extraordinary multidimensional personality, a distinguished scientist, technologist, and innovator, along with enormous unique contributions in the domain of institutional and corporate leadership, as well as policy making, and above all, an inspiring leader with an human touch. I'm sure I would have left out some attributes. My apologies, Dr. Mashelkar, but I cannot really have words to sum up what you have achieved and contributed to Indian society, in particular scientific society, in the last 50 years. I have had the privilege to know Dr. Mashelkar since 1991, which he may not remember, when I met him for the first time in the annual meeting of Indian Academy of Science, arranged in an immaculate manner in NCL Pune under his leadership. In that meeting, his warm and personal connect to young scientists, as I saw, was really something so refreshing for me. And I see that this has been his big hallmark in bringing positivity and personal touch and innovation culture to our entire Indian science ecosystem. I also had the privilege to be in his august presence in the SAC PM for 5 years. I think it was from 2010 to 2014, if I'm not wrong, when I saw from very close quarters his critical and decisive inputs in a very frank manner in policy matter. I must tell you that I'm a big fan of his path-setting one-liners. There are many of these, but two which come to my mind are like more from less for more, which has become really the hallmark of many probably PhD theses in many universities and places. And another one, which I think it sums up very much, is Lakshmi through Saraswati. And there are many one-liners which I am a fan of, and I probably tell on some other occasion. These one-liners really tell us the clarity of his mind, his thought process in a very concise and clear manner. I'm also a big fan of his favorite theme of assured framework for an assured success in innovation to move from idea to impact. This framework I heard for the first time in his talk many years back. This is a framework to have a success in innovation to move from idea to impact, as we all know. This is also in a successful book which he co-authored with Ravi Pandit, From Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting, Creating the Magic of Radical Yet Sustainable Transformation. It really sums up his passion for this innovation pathway. As we all know, assured comprises of 7 attributes, namely being affordable, scalable, sustainable, universal, rapid, excellent, and distinguished. This framework, I must tell you, is being meticulously applied in evaluating and selecting technologies under Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation, which was introduced by Dr. Mashelkar when he chaired the standing committee for the initial 5 years and now is being chaired by principal scientific advisor. And I must tell Dr. Mashelkar that this has been so very effective. It is done very meticulously for each project, and we assign what is the scale of each of these 7, and then only these are shortlisted. So this is a small thing which I thought I should tell you, that this is something which we are also seeing how to apply whenever we take any such idea and see whether it meets the benchmarking of these 7 indicators. I remember one of Dr. Mashelkar's talk that stands out in my memory in ISC many years back. I do not remember the exact title. I'm sorry, because age is also catching up with me. But the theme was somewhat like the power of outliers in the data. I don't remember the exact title, but I think it's something to do with outliers and their power. He showed in his talk, actually, which left a very deep impression on me, that the data points in his experiments, I think the experiments, if I recall, was swelling of gels and the shape recovery and so on at that time when he was working on that, these data did not follow the trend, and that led him to new insights and discoveries. This is so true for all of us, and we all know that the new discoveries are made by going out of the well-trodden path, as was exemplified by Dr. Mashelkar, and remains a very firm way of looking at the scientific research to make the impact. I will close my remarks by telling Dr. Mashelkar, how good I used to feel when he will start his conversation with me every time we meet. He will just ask, Ajay, what is new? And Dr. Mashelkar will listen patiently with interest my latest story from our research group, working on nanosystems, graphene, carbon nanotubes, quantum material, soft and active matter. The flow of soft matter is very close to Dr. Mashelkar's lifelong interest, as was mentioned by Yogesh a few minutes back. I recall telling him how we made a nano heat engine using bacterial activity, unstable flow behavior of surfactant gels showing Rio chaos, flocking behavior of active particles, and the list goes on and on. And I don't know how many times I have talked to him, and every time his interest was so immense, as if he has nothing else in the world to do except to listen to me. His total involvement in what I was telling him and his very critical comments, really I admire a lot and I really cherish. This reminds me how Dr. Mashelkar, in one of our interaction, when I told him about flow-induced voltage generation in carbon nanotubes, in fact chided me for not patenting the discovery. Till then, I was not sensitive to the idea of patenting, and to my surprise, even Indian Institute of Science had no framework. There was no patent cell, and we didn't even know how to go about doing it. At that time, I remember DST intervened and helped me to file the US patent and the Indian patent. So I owe my sensitivity to keep eyes and ears open for a possible translation of basic research outcome to a product only to Dr. Mashelkar. Dr. Mashelkar, thank you so very much. In the end, I will say that Dr. Mashelkar's life story has taught us that life is not binary. One can be an accomplished world-class scientist and at the same time, a finest human being. So these two things are not contrary. They can be in the same person. And Dr. Mashelkar is a living example of this. Dr. Mashelkar, I wish you a very happy 80th birthday and pray to Almighty to give you good health so that you continue to lead us by example. I wish Mrs. Vaishali Mashelkar very many years of happy togetherness. May God shower all the happiness on the Mashelkars. And I hope I will be there along with Yogesh after 20 years to celebrate 100th year of Dr. Mashelkar. Thank you so very much for having me.
Can you hear me, Ajay? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ajay? Can you hear me? Ajay, can you hear me? Okay. No, I just wanted to thank you very much for your most gracious remarks. The paper that you talked about in current science, you are. Yeah, okay. Yeah, anyway, I'll talk to him separately. No, I want to thank him for his most gracious remarks and comments. There was a standing joke between us. Whenever I went to Indian Institute of Science and he was coming from a distance, he would know, I will ask him what's new. So he said, on the way, I would prepare as to what I'm going to tell you. The paper that he was talking about outliers, the title I just wanted to tell him, it is Chasing Anomalies and Discontinuities, the Fun and Joy of Science. That was the title. I just wanted to communicate that to you. Yeah, could you hear me? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Professor Shiny Varghese, but this what's new was not just for Professor Sood, but it was for all his students also. So before actually getting Shiny on board, let me just mention this, that he used to come from Delhi. So when we joined him, he was already DGCSIR, and he used to come on Friday evenings, and myself, Shiny, sometimes Dr. Lele, we used to go and pick him up from airport. And we used to discuss what we have done over the week with him in the car. The car used to drop him at his place, and the next day morning we are supposed to meet him again. So just after 12 hours, he used to again ask us what's new. So next speaker is Professor Shiny Varghese. She did PhD with Dr. Mashelkar and Dr. Lele in 2001. She's presently Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Professor of Mechanical Engineering, Professor of Material Science, Professor of Biomedical Engineering at the Duke University. She's a very dear student of Dr. Mashelkar. During her PhD, Dr. Mashelkar used to call Shiny a girl with golden fingers because she used to convert any research problem into gold. So let me call now Shiny.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much, Yogesh. Extremely honored to be here, and thanks to the organizers for including me and putting together such a wonderful meeting. As Yogesh mentioned, I'm Shiny Varghese. I'm a professor at Duke University. I have had the privilege of working with Dr. Mashelkar as a PhD student. I really wanted to be there in person, but I could not make it. My sincere apologies to the organizers and also to Mashelkar. I feel like a unique student. Unique, not because I have done anything extraordinary. Unique in the sense that I was his last student. And after graduating me, he decided not to take any more students. Looks like I have given him so much headache. He had said, oh, enough is enough. That's it, I'm done. Jokes aside, I would take this opportunity to reflect on Dr. Mashelkar's influence on my oh, sorry. Dr. Mashelkar's influence on my academic career and things I learned from him during my PhD and subsequent years. This is the journey of a PhD and a girl who had no idea about research, and then moving to a professor, is now supervising PhD students. So when I say this left side I left as a blank, I meant to say that I had no clue what is meant by PhD or how to do research when I started with Dr. Mashelkar. So first, I would like to say big thanks to Dr. Mashelkar, everything he has done for me from the bottom of my heart. I first met RM in 1997, 1998. And as Yogesh mentioned, and also later Dr. Sood mentioned, he was wearing many hats, an outstanding scientist, a science administrator, policy maker, visionary leader, research advisor and mentor, friend, and wonderful human being. But one thing that caught my eyes is his ability to talk to everyone at ease, starting from the security guard at the front gate of NCL to Badge, his driver, and also to the students. He's extremely approachable and being oneself, and he's very humble. And that is his unique ability. And whenever I talk about RM, the first thing comes is how approachable he is. But today I'm going to focus mostly on as a research advisor and mentor, because I'm getting a unique opportunity as a student to talk here. I remember all our rides to pick up RM from the airport. As Yogesh said, we talk about research and can never forget the first statement, what's new? And then within 24 hours, he asked the same question. We cannot even lie because he has a very good memory. So we just have to say that there is nothing new than what we showed you yesterday. It's very excited to hear about all the new results that we obtained. I never seen him tired. Many of the times he's landing at 8 p.m., but he's very alert and very excited. And I always wish I had 1/4 of his energy and drive, so that like it is just, it's infectious. His energy is just infectious. As a student, I was trained on many more things that I had ever imagined. And I would like to highlight a couple of them. He taught me how to follow serendipity, a journey that is started from a rusted oven at PPC NCL to a academic career in a biomedical engineering field. He taught me how to be inquisitive, how to embrace the childlike curiosity. And I'm giving you an example. When I was doing a PhD with Dr. Mashelkar and Ashish Lele, I was working on hydrogels, and this is the water solvent polymer networks, and I needed to dry them. So I need to have an oven with a long duration that I can use. So most of the ovens in the PPC was used. So I got hold of an old oven, and then I left the hydrogel that is you see in the left. And after a few days, when I came back, I saw that the hydrogel has changed its shape and also the color. And as we look at the hydrogels with the time, we notice that it is not just changing the shape and the color, it is also become hollow from the interior. And we later noticed that this oven was rusted, and the rust is inducing these changes into the hydrogel. In fact, not that the hydrogel can just change the shape, the hydrogel is also fused to each other in presence of metal ions. And this hydrogel was made out of 6-aminocaproic acid, and we call it as a 6-ACA. In fact, this molecule turned out to be lucky charm molecule for me. This not only got me my PhD, but also my tenure, and I will tell you how. When we were going through this process, what I learned is not only the power of observations, but also how to convert that into a scientific question and ask why and how. In fact, that came in handy later in my career. Moving forward, almost a decade after, in 2011-2010, one of my own graduate students, Ameya Fadke, who was working on biomineralization and using a same molecule, 6-ACA, and he needed to use the molecule at a low pH. And he came and told me that these soft 6-ACA hydrogels are sticking to each other at a low pH. And in fact, this is what you see, the hydrogel, and they are fusing to each other at a low pH. And when you increase the pH, they go back to unfusing or unhealing. And in fact, we can fuse more and more hydrogels and they stick to each other, etc. In fact, this movie shows you that when we synthesize the hydrogels, move it to a low pH, they are sticking to each other. And we can repeatedly stretch them, and the interface is so strong that they don't come off. To go behind an observation and explain it, and then make it a scientific problem and give an explanation to that observation, I learned from Dr. Mashelkar. And we did not stop here. Another 10 years down the line, another graduate student in my lab, Varthaman Kumar, he was very interested in creating soft actuators or soft robots. And he played with the dragonfly when he was in India. So he wanted to mimic a dragonfly. In fact, he made this dragonfly to skim through the water, and this movement we can control by using the input. In this case, we used the air pressure and microfluidics to control the motion, and we can use a logic gate pattern to control the user, to control their motion. But we asked a question, can we make this soft robot to sense the environment and adapt to motion? So we came back to the same molecule, the pH self-healing hydrogel, that is a 6-ACA hydrogel, to make this soft robot to have an environment sensitivity to control its locomotion. In fact, what we did is that we modified the wing to achieve the environment to drive motion. So we cut the wing and decorated the wing with the 6-ACA molecule. And you can see at neutral pH, the wing is separated. But the minute it senses the pH, the wing fuses and a torque create, and that make the soft robots to move in this direction and circle. In fact, this just showing the same idea. We just modified this hydrogel, the soft robot, further to introduce various things I learned in my PhD, like hydrophobic, the sensitivity or adsorption, that in fact we even have a patent with many of the materials to look at how to make ethanol adsorbed. The temperature sensitivity, again, another aspect that I learned in my PhD, the stimuli responsive hydrogels. Another lesson I learned from RM is that it is okay to take risk. Don't be afraid to cross and push the boundaries. The RM was a constant source of encouragement even during my wild goose chases, like shifting from a material science to completely into a biomedical field. In fact, today my lab work on stem cells and mostly biology aspects like disease modeling. In fact, this is a bone marrow, this is lung organoid. We work a lot on regenerative medicine, looking at how to improve the ability of the tissue to heal. And in the recent days, we also started studying the science of aging. How do we age? And what are the things, changes happening with aging, so that we can devise or design treatment or therapeutic strategies to have a healthy aging. and including neurodegenerative diseases and pain. And this, I got a lot of courage to do these things because of the trust that I saw in Dr. Mashelkar and all other my gurus, and which gave me the strength and mental support to chase new areas of research. I learned many more things during my PhD days, but I don't have the time to discuss all. But a few important ones to say. Dr. Mashelkar is always available and he's always supportive. You send an email to him, he will reply back to you. He sent a text message to him, he will always reply back to you. You just send him an email saying that, oh, you're going to be in Pune, you would like to stop by and say hello. He will say, yes, I'm available. He's a very good advocate for his students and collaborators. He nominated them for the awards. He makes sure that they achieve the recognition they deserve. And he's always a cheerleader for his students and his collaborators, which is, I find it extremely refreshing. He has unbound energy, drive, and passion, and many more. Today, whatever I am, I owe it to my teachers like Dr. Mashelkar. Their effort, trust, and constant encouragement made me to be where I am today. Dr. Mashelkar was a strong influence on me. He has been a pillar of support in my career. Today, I'm very fortunate to share this occasion with two other significant contributors in my career. That is Dr. Ashish Lele, who was my co-advisor, who stayed as a good friend and a supporter and always a mentor. Dr. Yogesh Joshi, he's my close buddy. We shared office and lab space during our PhD days. Even the car rides to go and pick up RM and talk to him, etc. Sir, I wish you a very, very 80th happy birthday. I'm so sad that I cannot be there. I wish to be there in person to celebrate your next 100th-year-old birthday. I wish you and Madam all the best. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you.
Now we shall start our physical talks. The next speaker is Professor Ashutosh Sharma. Professor Sharma is, of course, my colleague from IIT Kanpur. He is the Institute Chair Professor at IIT Kanpur. He is the former Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology. He is presently the President of Indian National Science Academy. Professor Sharma.
I got your name here. Somebody had mentioned your name, so I remembered.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a great session going here. I understand that tea is going to be served very soon.
Tea will serve.
So this is fantastic.
He doesn't mind.
No, I don't mind. In fact,
we'll start with you.
In fact, Dr. Pandit was saying that we can take a 15-minute break for tea because we are running ahead of schedule. So I pointed out to him that I could fill in that schedule. You give me extra 15 minutes. I would be very happy while you serve tea that I talk. And indeed, such a fantastic opportunity to be together with Dr. Mashelkar, with everybody, and I'm so thankful to Professor Pandit and Professor Yogesh Joshi for making me a part of this celebration, making me part, in fact, of this family that I've been getting very many invites from starting from UDCT now to UICT and everything else. And it's always been a great pleasure to spend very many days here interacting with colleagues, giving lectures. I think I recall last maybe 12 years ago that GD invited me to spend a week or two here. In fact, I think I taught a full course in fluid mechanics, and it was totally fantastic. So now what I want to do in this, of course, I heard everything that has been said about Dr. Mashelkar, It's all there in Wikipedia. It's all there in very many different places, right? Life is of course made up of many different big things that happen, which are all the awards, which are all the hats that people wear, the big policies that come out. All of that defines a person, and of course that person, Dr. Mashelkar's case, has been an exceptional and extraordinary life. But basically, if you think about science, some of science happens in lab, some of administration happens in offices, and there are like big outcomes, many big outcomes that define all of those actions. But really what happens that behind all these big actions, behind all these big things, are the little actions, the little stories that we tell ourselves and tell others. And so these are what you would call the science, the culture of science, the foundations of science, the science in action, if you would. And so these are everyday things that happen when we talk to each other, we act on small things and so on. I am a little bit different in my interactions with Dr. Mashelkar in that I have not had sustained interaction, everyday interaction over a long period of time. So what I have seen are the cross sections of his life at different times, snapshots, if you would, not a movie. So going all the way, from that when he was a scientist. Of course, he is a scientist now. It's a lot like saying, when people say, young and old, then I correct them. I say there is no old people. There are only young people and younger people. So there are, of course, the scientists. There are no former scientists. So science is an approach to life, and even if it's administration, if you would. So what I would like to talk about are the little things from my own experience, from my own perception of him over different slices of time. As I said, starting from NCL times, then his directorship of NCL, and then moving on to other places, other activities, and so on. And basically, what are the lessons that I got from those interactions about the doing of science, not just the final product of science. Of course, the final products of science are important, but the quality of those products would be greatly dependent on these little actions that happen every day. And so what is it that I learned? What are the larger lessons for science and doing science in all of that? This is what I would like to bring forward. Now, of course, fortunately, my memory is very visual. So all my memories are tagged with visuals, if you would. And so that contains everything. So these are like photos in which are embedded the text, embedded the speech, embedded the feelings, and everything else. So I'm able to recall that. Sometimes people say, hey, how can you recall that particular moment or that particular day? So I just tell them, look, I have been tutored by an elephant. As you know, that they have memories which are of that kind. So my first, I would not say encounter, my first pleasurable meeting with him was when I was doing PhD at the State University of New York at Buffalo. And so he had come in to give a seminar at that point. And I do recall that seminar so well. I mean, you see, in American universities, you have a seminar every week. So you do get exposed to all these, people doing great science, deep science, and everything else. So how is it that I was able to recall actually everything that he said in that seminar? And in fact, some of it has been pointed out here. This was about gels. It was about gels. It was swelling of gels and the pattern that they make. And it was pointed out that they are transient patterns, but not long-lasting. All of that I remember very well, which is the scientific content. But beyond the scientific content, there was something else. One of them ideas was, look, once you have an idea, don't wait on it, publish it, because I understand there was another person, Tanaka, I think it was, that made similar observations, and they published it ahead of him. Now another lesson was, he said, well, we didn't publish it, but the student doing this work thought that this experiment was a failure for some reason, right? Because it was maybe not meeting the expectations from that experiment. And so this was a very big lesson that I can recall. This must have been back in 85, 86 that I listened to him. So you can imagine that much water has flown under that bridge. But I do very clearly recall, and of course the role of serendipity and saying, look, that we must not discard interesting observations, even if they do not fit our expectations and our models and so on. And I'm never tired of saying to my students and people, saying, look, there is no such thing as a failed experiment. There is such a thing as a failed theory and failed expectation. Your theory is what we do, abstract, but experiment is the reality, and that can never fail. And so this was a great lesson that I can recall from those meetings, from the seminar that he gave there. That one has to do profound things, one has to do cutting edge things, one has to be quick to have the confidence to recognize what you are doing and be able to present it timely so as to get the credit. And all of these are aspects of doing good science, and much of the time actually Indian science becomes a little bit weak in these particular aspects, especially of having confidence to look at the results which we have not planned for. Second thing that when I met him next time was in 1990 or 91, the conference on polymers in NCL. And I was so surprised that, within a crowd of people, that he could actually spot me and he could recall that we met in Buffalo. And so this was totally, a little bit shocking, in fact, for me, because people in his position, being directors and everything else, they remember very little, especially about the people, and especially about lowly people who, they're not young people and so on, and not in any position of power and so on. So this is another lesson that one could learn, is saying, look, that first of all, I'll also come back to another lesson, which is having respect for younger people, which is so important. Respect meaning, okay, not the respect in the same way as we respect elders, but to understand their potential, to recognize that potential and empower them in whichever way possible, so that, that full play of their possibilities comes into being. This conference, it was very good to again to establish that little connect and bond with him. Then I saw him at Professor R. Kumar's retirement party. I think it was or retirement 60 party in IISc Bangalore, and I do so recall him hugging Professor Kumar on dais. And I thought, all these scientific people, I was much younger then, scientific people, they are so rigid, they are so, not very affectionate. I mean, we are formal people, we only talk about science, we don't talk about, human aspects, if you would, and much rarely show them on dais and so on. But a whole lot of good science that we do is based on human values, and that's one particular aspect that I learned so much about from Dr. Mashelkar, is how to bring balance into human aspects, if you would, of your interactions with people, no matter what their age, no matter what their gender, no matter what their position, how they do it, and what they do. Then, of course, we knew about the Haldi battle that he fought so well as being at the helm of CSIR. But the Haldi was a symbol of bigger things. It's not just about Haldi, of course. It's about the fact that, look, that there was a resurgence of understanding who we are, what our history has been, what our knowledge base has been, what has been traditional knowledge, and don't let anybody else build on it and steal it. So we must have the confidence in ourselves, in our scientific systems, and be able to do all of that. This is again, you see, resurgence of this concept called Atmanirbhar, Atmanirbharta, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and a whole lot of that actually, the pillars of Atmanirbharta are actually not so much scientific, they are actually cultural. So it's not that we lack in science. People often say, look, I mean, you would hear it now and then, especially if you're in Delhi. They say, look, science is weak. I have to point out that science is not weak. It's the creation of science. There is not a great deal of weakness. Our weakness actually in consuming that science, in making use of that science, in having appropriate science with direction. So those are the weaknesses. There is no weakness in the mind of our scientists here. In fact, if you were to give them a goal and say, look, 3 months produce this ventilator of top quality, they would of course deliver, no problem. But the point is whether that, we would still be importing these ventilators, or we would actually be able to make use of what we do with Atmanirbharta here. So the whole point is this Haldi battle actually was clear call for saying that, look, that we can stand on our own feet. And so thinking of Atmanirbharta, the cultural pillars of that Atmanirbharta, even in science and technology, is Atmavishwas, Atmasamman, and Atmachintan, clearly. And I think those three components, at different times and different ways, Dr. Mashelkar reflected those ideas very well in a whole lot of things that he did. Bringing innovation much ahead of his time, innovation and mission-centric approach in CSIR, we are all aware of that. In fact, it was very interesting. I think about 12 years ago, there was a committee to make perhaps a new Bhatnagar Award for innovation. I was a member of that committee. So we met a couple of times, and I see all the members arguing that how can we have an award in innovation because we can't quantify innovation. I so recall, I was so disappointed that we never could get that kind of award going. But you think more, I thought a lot more about it and came to the conclusion that innovation is in fact easier to quantify than invention and discovery. It is so quantifiable, clearly. In invention is basically, I think, a black box in which money goes in and knowledge comes out. Innovation is the opposite black box, 180-degree out of phase with that. Knowledge comes in and money goes out. So all I have to do is quantify the money. Of course, a crude way of putting it, but instead of money, you say socio-economic impact of whatever knowledge that was transformed into these opportunities. And so very easy to judge. And I wish that there is greater awareness of these aspects, whether it is in our academic community, whether it is in fact in our academies and so on. Saying not only should we recognize invention, which is of course recognized and has to be recognized, but also innovation, which means not only that we are creating knowledge, but what is it that we are doing with this knowledge, finally. And I think the championing that particular cause by Dr. Mashelkar has been, it's very compelling, events, I would say, of Indian science and its history to bring that purpose into science. Another time I recall, he had come for convocation of IIT Kanpur. And then the good old days, there used to be one old beat-up ambassador car that was to take him from the IIT Kanpur to airport. So then director told me, hey, can you accompany him, in the car? So I jumped at the opportunity. He said, wonderful. Now he's captive for 2.5 hours. Those days, 3 hours, a car ride. So it would be great to have this conversation. And I recall everything about that conversation. So at that point, I just published a paper in some new journal called Langmuir. And he was so excited about it. He said, Langmuir, really? You could publish there? And it gave me a lot of confidence because all my colleagues back home were saying, I don't know anything about Langmuir. Why are you publishing there? You see? So people are out of touch. Especially after a certain age, they go totally out of touch. And then, this divergence between what's happening in the world out there and what we expect, that divergence keep on increasing. But he was always, there was no divergence, So if there was a new journal, Langmuir, and it had, of course now Dr. Joshi is a senior editor of Langmuir. But I knew the journal when it started. I was in Penn State, and that editor-in-chief was right next door in chemistry department, he used to sit. And his postdoc was a great friend of mine. So anyway, what happens with younger people, they keep in better touch. And then, then other people start forgetting things. But he was never out of touch. So he could appreciate, he could understand what's happening in the world, new stuff which is happening, and encourage younger people in that. And when thinking about that, it also came to my mind that I became INSA fellow in 2004 or so, and he became president in 2005 to 7. And lo and behold, he put me in the selection committee for fellows a year later. So I just a newly minted fellow. He trusted me to be in the committee to select the new crop of fellows who are usually, the age at joining the academy, maybe 55 plus. I think the average age maybe now 70, around there. I don't know what it is. Doesn't matter. I have nothing against the age. I'm also getting there. I'm 62 or some now, very close now. So it's okay. But now what I recall is, look, having that faith in such a young person, okay, it's just unheard of in those days, and it was in fact proved in the next meeting itself. So I was, I was arguing for things like, rise of new matrices to judge research output. like impact factor, citations and so on. Everybody else in the committee said, I have not heard of all these stuff. Where do you get them? What is the meaning of all this? Right, then I explained them. I argue for half an hour, after which one of the members said, we don't take anybody below 50 seriously. This was a great lesson for me, and I try to implement in every committee that there must be good representation of the spectrum of ages, gender, diversity. Basically, this is what is important. Why is diversity important in science? Because you basically have a balance between experience and energy. So one without the other is not very good. Of course, there are rare people like Dr. Mashelkar who already have both of them together, but often it's a function of age. So as you gain more experience, little enthusiasm a little bit goes down. And I'm going to say that to all the fellows of INSA, saying, look, adding FNA at the end of our name is not the end of it, this is the beginning. So now we have to start working for the goals of academy and indeed the goals of science in the country. So anyway, that's as an aside. Another time, so I ran into him in some function, and he said, invite me to IIT Kanpur. I want to do brainstorming and, pick your brains or something like that. Now, I was a very young professor and stuff. I asked my head at that time, who was a very experienced person, maybe not as much energy, but he said, oh, no, but you cannot invite him. There is a protocol. You have to go to director. That he would write a letter, right? Because he was DG at that time. So, I'm just saying, look, what are the different perspectives we have in this world? It depends on different people. And since then I became secretary. Even if I would get a letter from an assistant professor, I paid attention to it. It's because of the fact that he said, look, there is a protocol, there is everything else. But see, look, this person is doing it in good faith. He doesn't know the protocol. He didn't care. He shouldn't actually. So if it is something scientific, then we deal with it scientifically. If it is something administrative, then you make a difference with that. So these are the things, sir, that actually, that I could learn on various different interactions with you. Another, a whole lot of these things. There was a meeting, IICHE at Ankleshwar. I think it was Ankleshwar. And so we got down, we were in the same flight. We got down there, and he told me, where are you staying? You're going somewhere? I said, yeah, they will pick me up because, I had given all the information about arrival, about the flight and stuff. He was much more experienced. He said, you better come with me in my car. It's not very clear that you will ever get picked up. And he was so right. I waited there half an hour and there's nobody turning up. All the cars are gone. I said, hey, I should have taken his offer, right, and gone with him. So, you see, this is a reality of Indian science. But the reality of Indian science is, well, if you are a VIP, you would be whisked away in a car, okay, which is specially waiting for you. Even though other people would be told that they would be picked up, there is no guarantee that they would actually be picked up, okay. So be aware of that. Now, why should we have to be aware of that? Because once we are in the position to be holding that event, then it should become clear to us that we are responsible for everybody who has been invited there, and then whatever we promise them has to be taken care of in that spirit. Okay. Also in that same flight, now I recall, there he said, hey, you make some sketches. I was looking at my sketches and I was doing. So he, I showed him on my laptop. He showed to Mrs. Mashelkar also. Hey, this young man, he's also an artist. He pretends to be a scientist, but he also does some sketching. And I could remember that this was, a very good feeling to say, hey, somebody appreciates my art. Of course, a lot of people appreciate my art, but when I offer them to them for sale, they disappear. Right? So okay, there is some lesson there. And of course, we all know about his emphasis on nonlinear science, on data, outliers, and all that stuff. So I don't need to emphasize that. A whole lot of that I learned from his seminars and so on. They also, I was a member, sir, you may not remember, the Center for High Technology. So Center for High Technology, he was chairing that. Those of us, we probably all know. I don't know if this exists anymore. CHT, I've not heard of it in some time. But some money collected from CES and that this is to be used for funding R&D. And so what I recall in that meeting, something very special. So he said, look, there is only same set of people who are cornering all the grants. And this was so true if you were to look at last 20 years, 30 years of since the time of CHT, that there are only certain institutes and there are only, a continuity of people who would get most of those grants, which is a fact. But the fact that the chairman could state that openly, that seemed to be a little bit exceptional for Indian science, I have to say. And the fact that, of course, the fact is that nothing much may change, but that's not the point. The point is that we must have the seed from which there is a possibility of germinating a plant. If there was no seed, if there was no little water and something, that there is no possibility of anything happening. So the first issue is to acknowledge the reality and then to build upon it. And I don't know whether something really came out of that observation, but that was really on the mark. And stating that with certainty by the chairman brings things to the fore. Then, of course, that I have interacted in DST with him on many different fronts, and one of those very compelling fronts was National Innovation Foundation, of which he was a chair for a very long time. And the National Innovation Foundation is a very special unit. They do grassroots innovation, scouting, mentoring, transforming some of the traditional knowledge into prototypes and so on. And that he had given them very good directions and purpose and so on. And even that book that came out with Dr. Gupta, it's a very famous book and very nicely written book to understand the basic principles of innovation. Of course, his famous saying about not leapfrogging but pole vaulting caught the attention of the nation and innovation community at large. And I often remember, two things I remember from that book, and that any lecture on innovation, they are worth remembering and citing. One of them is that the minds on the margins are not marginal minds, which is the anthem of grassroots innovation. Minds on the margin, the margins may be the social society margins and so on. Minds on the margin are not marginal minds, even though we confuse them to be equal to each other. The second thing, of course, is about leapfrogging and pole vaulting and so on. And anyway, who likes frogs? I think it's better, in terms of terminology, to go away from leapfrogging to pole vaulting, which is rather a more exciting activity. And so, and then of course, in formulating the policy, science, technology, innovation policy, which we used to call STIP 2020. Of course, 2020 come and gone, and 21 come and gone, 22 come and gone. But it's pretty much ready, and there's so many inputs that we received from Dr. Mashelkar and his friends and all the people that we distributed this policy to. They have made a great contribution to that policy, and you would see it once it is notified, which I now hope should be in, very soon. A whole lot of it has been ready for a couple of years now. Okay, I think we're done with time, right? For a moment there, I suddenly saw that there are a lot of sleepy eyes and, minds. Minds that we, hello? Yeah, we're gone. Take a deep breath, drink some tea, enjoy yourself, right? Okay. So, let me start concluding. There's a whole lot of it. And it's so fantastic that every encounter, every time that there was opportunity to interact with him, that this was a learning experience. Because much of our lives actually is a little bit sleepwalking, if I may use that word, because we get too much used to repetition on the clock, which means, hey, every activity is mapped to the clock, every activity is mapped to my picture of that person and so on, the stereotypes. So the learning opportunity, the true learning opportunity, if you would, are less. The freshness of perception, if you would, is a little bit less. But that was never, my own experience of him. That brings a freshness of that perception and approach, which is so necessary in all successful scientific undertakings. And of course, beyond it, no doubt about that. So it's all about balance in life. It's about saying, look, people swing to extremes all the time, and much of the fights we are having, whether in science or outside of it, is because of taking extreme positions on every issue. But the great strength about Dr. Mashelkar is about bringing balance. And every great person who has done good in life that I have seen has that balance, which is very inherent in that personality. It's maybe not cultivated consciously, but that approach approach to diversity, approach to inclusiveness, approach to empathy, and so on, and bringing balance. For example, that balance in innovation, invention, in scientific ecosystem, I define it by 3 different methods of solving problems, which in Hindi, that, a long time ago, we had this conversation somewhere. But in Hindi, this is called Jugaad, Dhanda, and Panga. So Jugaad, we already know what it is, solving the problem by hook or by crook, die another day, let us somehow do something, manage for today, and go on living until we can't. Okay. The second thing, which is Dhanda, is an incremental, stable way of doing business, 5% growth, 2% growth year to year, whatever, doing little better tomorrow than we are today. But no great ambition, no disruptive changes, no deep discoveries and so on. And the third one is Panga, which means disruptive changes. Okay, and 10% of Panga in life combined healthily with 90% of Jugaad and Dhanda can be a good recipe to progress. And so I think in Dr. Mashelkar's case, that he is been able to do this juggling in a good way. He's saying, look, what kind of problems need one or the other approach, and bringing a balance of those, in solving problems. There has been a special strength, and this is something. These are some take-home messages, if you would, in doing good science. Not just the product of science, but the process of science, the structure of science, and so on. And I am afraid we don't often emphasize that enough. All the conferences that I have ever been to, I mean, maybe, I don't know, I've forgotten the number. I certainly don't remember those conferences or the contents. Even number you can't recall after a while, right? But the point is, so at the end of all these conferences, what is it that remains with you? There are only 2 things that have remained with me. One is all the sightseeing that I did in those conferences. Okay, that's one. I have to say it very candidly, if you would. And the people, the interesting people that I met there. And the second one is if I learned something about the process of doing good science, as to what made that particular thing little successful. Because I would never be doing exactly the same thing that somebody else had done. And maybe there are a lot of other people who are much better than me in that particular area in solving that particular problem. So you're not going to compete on that. So what is it that one would absorb and learn from these conferences? It's just the process of doing it right. And thank you, Dr. Mashelkar, for teaching us all of those things over your such an extraordinary, compelling career. Everybody has already said that, 20 years thing that they said. This is called 20 Saal Baad. In Hindi, it's already known 20 years ago, not 20 years in the future. Yeah, right. I mean, very good movie is called 20 Saal Baad. So you can say 20 Saal Baad, but I would not say 20 Saal Baad. I would say today evening and tomorrow. We would have another chapter of learning. And now wait 20 years for that. Thank you very much.
Actually, Professor Sharma had a meeting to attend in Bangalore today evening, and we were thinking how he can reach there, and then he finally called me and said, look, I'm not going anywhere, I'll spend whole day for the function. So thank you, Professor Sharma. The next speaker is Professor Vivek Ranade. Professor Ranade is Bernal Chair of Process Engineering at University of Limerick, Ireland. Before moving to Ireland in 2016, he worked at NCL for more than 25 years. Dr. Mashelkar recruited and mentored him at NCL. He will be sharing his thoughts as a mentee of Dr. Mashelkar.
Thank you, Yogesh. Yes, I'm just waiting for the slides to come. Okay, great. It's great honor and pleasure to be here as a part of 80th birthday celebrations of our Dr. R. A. Mashelkar. As just a second, can you put my slides on? I will be in fact today talking about and sharing some of my thoughts as a mentee of Dr. Mashelkar. He recruited me at NCL in 1990 and mentored me and many other researchers at NCL. And I'm going to share some of the thoughts which will really follow from what Shaini talked about. So Shaini spoke from the student's perspective, and I hope to share some of my thoughts as a researcher, independent researcher, mentored at NCL by Dr. Mashelkar. Okay, thank you. You can put it on a slideshow. Okay, that's fine. So as I said, before I begin, I also want to ask your forgiveness because I'm going to talk about my work. Purpose is not to show what I have done, but purpose is really to illustrate teachings and blessings of Dr. Mashelkar, which I hope at least partially reflect on the work which I am going to present to you. So can you advance the slide, please? Next, please. So when I joined NCL in 1990, Dr. Mashelkar had just moved from head of chemical engineering to director of NCL. And I joined as a fresh recruit at Chemical Engineering Division of NCL in 1990. And I clearly recall many of our interactions, mostly in the late evenings, when he has discharged all his director's responsibilities. Evening he used to wear his researcher's hat. And those evenings were really, really wonderful. And as a young recruit, we had several discussions on those evenings. I'm going to talk about mainly on chemical and process engineering. I had joined as a new and young chemical engineer, and I vividly remember how he used to share his impressions and thoughts about how chemical engineering researcher at NCL should be. In those days, I think someone mentioned that most of the earlier research or work was on developing import substitute technologies and so on. And I remember clearly our discussions and our talks in those evenings that Dr. Mashelkar emphasized about how chemical engineering research should be done at NCL. And that was not like a general pep talk for a young recruit. That was really genuine sharing of his thoughts on what is the next generation process engineering, next generation chemical engineering should be. And he always insisted right from that day till today how all of us should make every effort to stay ahead of the curve, always start thinking about next generation chemical engineering, next generation process engineering. So when I became head of chemical engineering eventually, in fact, I tried to capture those drivers. I think he has already advanced slides on capturing those drivers, but that's fine. So the whole goal, and everyone he mentored, not just me, but the large community of researchers at NCL, young researchers at NCL, he mentored. encourage them to do independent research. So I had an opportunity to write three papers with him. Those were almost like a student, so after I was a young student. But I'm not going to talk about it. Shiny has already talked about it from the student's perspective, but those were wonderful time. The way he used to insist on what takeaways readers should take from your manuscripts and your paper, those teachings were really useful when we started doing industrial projects. You may remember that in 1991 there was a financial crunch and a lot of government funding had dried up. And everywhere at NCL, there was a drive to generate funds for research from industry. And Dr. Mashelkar was spearheading that effort. And he encouraged us to really develop, please don't advance, can you take it back? When I say advance, then only please advance. Right? Right, so I'm not going to talk about my scientific collaborations. What I'm going to show you is share my thoughts about my journey at NCL and beyond, and illustrate how Dr. Mashelkar's teaching are still helping us today. And that's what I'm going to talk about. So next slide, please. So the first phase, as I said, first phase was on establishing independent research at NCL. You can imagine that so many young recruits were joining NCL at that time, and he helped each one of us really to establish independent research at once. So as I said, I wrote 3 papers with him, but he encouraged us to develop established independent research. And because of government funding issues, it was blessing in disguise when I look back now. We were approaching industries to generate research funds. And 3 things were really important there. Identity of group, the partnerships, which my research area, I started developing a group on multi-phase reactors and flow modeling. So it was important to establish access to code and of course connection with large industries. And Dr. Mashelkar really helped us to do that. I quickly realized that when we were talking to industries, it is important to establish and project an identity of a group. At NCL in those days, it was like large divisions, but there was no like a group entity. So I declared self-proclaimed group like industrial flow modeling group. And he kindly supported. That was very useful because that IFMG, Industrial Flow Modeling Group's activity, helped us to approach industries, large multinational industries, giving them the comfort that there is a group standing behind this man. Though at that point of time, I was the only group member, but he kindly supported creating that Industrial Flow Modeling Group. Another important factor in working with industries was I had developed code, multi-phase flow simulation code, and I quickly realized that none of these large industries would like to work with a code which is developed by a few people sitting in the corner in Pune. So I decided to start working with the commercial codes, and with Dr. Mashelkar's support, we could actually sign one of its kind agreement with a large CFD platform called Fluent. So we got free licenses from that partnership for academic work, and whatever work we do for industries, we just used to share a small fraction of industry fees to Fluent. So it was not an advance payment, it was a post payment, which was a really unique concept. That kind of agreement was first of its kind in CSIR, and NCL could happen only because of Dr. Mashelkar's support. And of course, connecting with industry. Dr. Mashelkar personally traveled through US and really brought large teams from multinationals, DuPont, GE, Huntsman, so many others, Dow, to NCL. We could learn, young engineers like us could learn really many things from experienced experts from those companies. We could contribute also from that. Next slide, please. And since then, since that journey of early 90s of started with Industrial Flow Modeling Group, we are still continuing on that. He helped us to develop this approach. We call it now as compute, innovate, develop. So you calculate, understand, gain insights, use that insights to generate new ideas, validate those new ideas and implement in practice. Someone mentioned, I think Professor Sood mentioned from Saraswati to Lakshmi, and I was able to write a book. He encouraged us to write a book, and when I still remember 2002, at that time he was already DG. And one of the evenings I went to show him my copy of the book. I gave him a copy of my book, and exactly the same sentence he mentioned. So the books don't really produce as much Lakshmi, but that was very helpful for us. And I'm still continuing to write those books. Next slide, please. And with his support for getting projects from industries, I think someone mentioned, Yogesh mentioned about those 10 paper series on polyethylene terephthalate. In fact, on the basis of that 10 paper series, we did several projects on PET from Reliance, from DuPont, from LG, and so on. So similarly, because of his stature and his reputation, we could approach those large industries, and we could really do work and get projects from them, which really helped us to build our tools, our competencies. Next slide, please. And that really resulted in a startup company. That is, again, that would not have happened without Dr. Mashelkar's support. I mean, he conceptualized NCL Venture Center. I'm sure Premnath is going to talk about it in a lot more detail later, and established the Venture Center. And I'm proud to say that our company, Tridiagonal Solutions, which came out from all this industrial flow modeling group activity, was the first company in the Venture Center, which was inaugurated by Dr. Mashelkar and Professor Friend in March 2006. And we started our company in April 2006, which would not have been possible without his support. And though I'm showing you my examples, this is not unique, no way this is unique. Dr. Mashelkar mentored several such researchers, encouraged them to set up, establish research groups, and encouraged them to translate that into practice either via consulting, via licensing, or via startup companies. Then another motto of his was never leave research. So when he moved to Delhi, when he became DG CSIR, we were thinking that his interest in research might get little less. But he was as enthusiastic as ever. Even today he is enthusiastic. And like Yogesh and Shaini mentioned, he will always ask what is new. So our meetings with him were relatively less frequent when he became DG. But say every 2 weeks or 3 weeks when we see him, we always used to dread that question, Vivek, what is new? And we always thought that we prepared for that question, and unless we have something new, there is no way you can go and meet him. So in fact, even today, I have done my preparation. When he asked me later on, Vivek, what is new? I have some answers for you, Dr. Mashelkar. Right. So, and then I decided to went back to lab, and I think Professor Samir Brahmachari has entered at right time. So with his support, I could go back to lab in 2010 and followed the motto of Dr. Mashelkar that never leave your research. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. And then when I went back to the lab, I started thinking about a new research area. It was more like a clean slate. So I didn't want to continue multi-phase flow modeling because to avoid any conflict of interest issues. And again, another motto, think big, and scale is important. Another key guidance of Dr. Mashelkar, we could dream of a large project called Indus Magic, and Dr. Lakshmikantam is here, who was then IICT director. So with her help, we could really imagine large Indus Magic project. Magic stands for modular, agile, intensified, and continuous processes. Yeah, so next slide, please. And we developed this Indus Magic project. Two aspects there. Scale was important. So it was really a big project which included industry consortium, students projects, as well as large number of scientists, which was another Dr. Mashelkar's emphasis that CSIR should work as a family. So Indus Magic was, members of the Indus Magic were drawn from 5 CSIR laboratories, more than 30 plus scientists and their 50 plus PhD students were working on Indus Magic. Through this Indus Magic, I'm just giving you one example here. We could make, Amol is also here, my colleague at NCL, who has contributed significantly for these kind of developments. We could translate several batch processes to continuous processes for Indian fine and specialty chemical industry. Not only processes which NCL used to do, we converted them to continuous, of course, but we also were able to successfully develop devices which were like hardware products, which were licensed for commercial manufacturing. So one of that, for example, the glass line reactor is licensed to GMM Fowler. Metallic reactors are licensed for Amar Equipment Company, and so on. So not only just process and process know-how, but we were also able to develop hardware, which is again led to another startup company these kind of activities, doing laboratory research, developing new processes, developing new process windows, developing hardware, fluidic devices, and translating them to practice, that would not have been possible without Dr. Mashelkar's active support, not just active support, but actions through which he created those NCL Venture Center and so on. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I'm just going to touch upon 2 slides. I moved from NCL to Ireland, UK and Ireland in 2016, and I'm still continuing on the path which he showed. His teachings and guidance is still with us. I'm just going to show you 2 slides on what we are doing. These are kind of a next level from what I have learned at NCL and at CSIR. So currently we are taking a next step of those magic processes. We are developing a factory in a box platforms for drug substances, for excipients, as well as for delivery systems like emulsions. So we are developing this factory in a box platform which are truly decentralized, suitable for urban manufacturing. So one can think of having that really in the garage or in the pharmacy, where you can build this customized excipients, drug substances, and make tablets which can be slow release or long release as per the requirement. So these platforms will allow you to really make on-demand manufacturing of customized products. So I'm just trying to show you or trying to tell you that the teachings which Professor Mashelkar, Dr. Mashelkar had given us and showed us how to think about and stay ahead of the curve, we are still trying to follow on that path. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the other component which I had never worked when I was at NCL or when I was at here was on waste valorization. When I moved to UK and Ireland, one of the in thing was so-called biomass and waste valorization. I could in fact formulate a very large project for valorizing waste streams of sugarcane industry. And I worked with VSI. While I was at Pune, I never worked with VSI. When I moved there, I could get a chance to work with VSI and many other industries. So we worked with 5 industries and 7 academic institutes, and we developed many components, which I hope, like you see a picture where pilot trials are still running on. We hope that many of these will be now translated in practice. So we are still trying to follow what Dr. Mashelkar taught us at NCL. Next slide, please. So we are, based on his teachings, I'm trying to organize my research at Limerick, where I am now, on 2 axes, people axis and planet axis. So at people axis, essentially we are looking at healthcare and personal care kind of products for well-being of people. On the planet axis, we are essentially looking at waste valorization and decarbonization. And IP, which he insisted, I have just modified that so that IP stands for insights, innovations, and intensification for prosperity of people and planet. That all I would say credit goes to his teachings. I hope that Dr. Mashelkar, thank you so much for all of this. I really wish you many years of happy and healthy years ahead. And I am sure that you will continue to guide us and bless us so that we can do our work with purpose, perseverance, and passion, which is again your motto. And hopefully we will be able to derive more value from less resources for more people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ranade. So our next speaker is Dr. V. Premnath. Premnath is head of NCL Innovations at CSIR NCL and founder director, Venture Center, an inventive enterprise and deep tech incubator. Dr. Premnath is a technology developer, innovation and incubator manager, startup mentor, and a co-founder of 2 medtech startups. During period of 1991-92, as an undergraduate student at IIT Bombay, Dr. Premnath was a JNCASR Summer Research Fellow mentored by Dr. Mashelkar at the National Chemical Laboratory, Pune. Dr. Mashelkar initiated Premnath into research and scientific method. Dr. Premnath.
Thank you. Can I have the slides, please? Yeah. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's such a pleasure to be here. For me, I'm a very different person here because I started with Dr. Mashelkar as an intern, as a summer research fellow. And my learnings have shaped my career in many, many ways. And I just wanted to narrate some of that as well. While I do that, there are some themes which Dr. Mashelkar has contributed to in many large ways in the country, which have also shaped some of the other things that I have pursued over a period of time. So let me get started with that. What I plan to do is to divide it into a few parts. A couple of them I've left out for others. I hope Dr. Hirwani and Anil Gupta will cover some of those. The next slide, please. Yeah. So first of all, thank you, Dr. Mashelkar, for inspiring us, mentoring us, setting the example for many of us, and also empowering many of us, as others have also said today. There was a tweet which I sent out where I said, you're incomparable, right? That's, I think, what you stand for me. I mean, I don't know anybody else equivalent to you in my entire experience. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk to you about a few segments in my own career and how that was shaped, and also talk to you about Dr. Mashelkar's contributions over there. The first one is between 91 and 92. As a young undergrad student, I was a summer research fellow with Dr. Mashelkar. 97 to 2006 were some early years at NCL. Following that, in 2006, when I founded Venture Center, there were many, many things that we relied on Dr. Mashelkar and him being at Delhi and facilitating many of these things as well. So, for next slide, please. This phase was my initiation into research, and I couldn't have found a better mentor than Dr. Mashelkar. The next slide. So, by the way, this was the program, the Jawaharlal Nehru Center Summer Research Fellowship Program. The 91 batch was the first batch, right? And it just turns out that my brother knew that I was keen on technology development. That was what my focus was. And as an undergrad student, when he saw a little ad, he sent it to me, and I, of course, applied. Not too many students during that time were applying from at least IIT Bombay, where I was an undergrad. And I was very pleasantly surprised to get a positive note and acceptance into the program. And I heard that Dr. Mashelkar was my mentor, going to be my mentor. I should be honest, I didn't know who Dr. Mashelkar was, okay? And this was my, sometimes I wonder, many of us in the undergraduate education system sometimes are so closeted in our own small area that we don't realize it. But this was, of course, an opportunity of a lifetime. Next slide, please. So this is roughly Dr. Mashelkar around 91, 92. That's how he looked. I could pull out at least one or two pictures about that time. Can I go full screen, please? Yeah. You will see the other pictures here. Of course, that is him receiving his Padma Shri around 1991, right? This is the other picture that you see there on top is the IIT Bombay's guest house. Okay, and I have a reason for putting it over there. Because after the announcement of the fellowship, my first opportunity to meet Dr. Mashelkar was actually in the guest house in IIT Bombay, and he had come because we were organizing a CHIA, Chemical Engineering Association conference, by the way, where both you and Professor M.M. Sharma also spoke, and it was a phenomenal event for many of us as students. And he wanted to meet me. And the first thing he did was he handed me a sheaf of papers, right, publications from his group. And he told me that I should go back. Here is some exciting work, read up and come, right? And these were a bunch of papers which were written by Dr. Mashelkar, Dr. M.G. Kulkarni, and Shah and Vevare at that time. And of course, he gave me the task of changing his slides for his talk during the chia presentations as well, which I nervously did, by the way, because at those days we had to time it. It was not so easy to change those slides as well. And that happened in IIT Bombay. The next slide, please. These were the papers which he handed me, and this was work done on diffusion reaction systems for controlled release in polymeric systems done around that time. And these papers actually had very good data which was generated on some of these systems. They showed very nice controlled release, zero release, and so on and so forth from these polymeric systems. And quite honestly, I didn't know what to do with it, but I started scribbling on paper and started looking at what I could do with whatever I had learned in my undergraduate training. Fortunately, our transport phenomena course was fantastic and our kinetics course was also very good. So I could start working on it a little early, and thanks to Dr. Mashelkar for actually handing me those when I first met him. Next slide, please. When this first impressions when I met him, I must point out, the genuine excitement of discovery is something that you'll notice first, right, when you meet Dr. Mashelkar. He's a true scientist. He really enjoys coming and finding out something new and telling others about that exciting development that he came across. That I experienced in the guest house itself. And I can be very sure. He also took a kid seriously. I was a summer research fellow, an undergraduate student, and I didn't expect him to hand me those papers. I didn't expect him to tell me about the research work that was happening in his group, and I didn't expect him to expect more from me either at that point. So I think that's an important trait that Dr. Mashelkar brings. He makes people feel important, however young, small they are at that time. Also, he takes a great interest in mentoring. He took a lot of interest that day to talk to me about it, to tell me about the work that he was doing and to expect something from me, which I really value. And beyond that also, he's a master in getting the team involved and participating. And many of you have experienced it. He knows how to draw people in, how to get things going. And this first meeting itself, I think he had sucked me in, because my coursework aside, I was working on those papers while that was happening. Next slide, please. So I had never been to Pune, neither had I been to NCL. For me, this was the first experience coming out of IIT Bombay, where I was doing my chemistry degree. This first imposing building of NCL was my first impression that I got as I entered the gate. And of course, my immediate advisor during the daytime, office hours, was Dr. M.G. Kulkarni. This is the earliest picture I could find of him, around 91, 92. And, Dr. Mashelkar, of course, was around that time also, meeting me in the evening hours. So all our meetings used to happen after 6 o'clock or so. In his office. By the way, this particular picture where Ashish is sitting with Dr. Mashelkar is taken in the director's office in NCL, and this place I remember very vividly because we used to meet there and discuss every now and then in the evenings and post after office hours. Next slide, please. And here again there were a lot of things to learn. The first thing was willingness to listen to a kid and bet on his ability to deliver. And listen, it's very important to tell you what I mean there, because when I joined, the first project I was assigned was something which was an experimental piece of work with Dr. M.G. Kulkarni, and it was we were supposed to do some polymerizations and do some enzymatic reactions. I had only 2 months to do it, and I had never done laboratory work, right? And I had done all that scribbling that I told you about. So in the very first or second meeting, I proposed that I could do modeling for some of those systems, the papers which he had provided me. And he enthusiastically backed me, saying that let's do that. And my experimental work, of course, was secondary from that moment on, and I started looking at modeling of those systems. He is as all of you know, he works extremely hard, day in, day out, right? And that is such an example for everybody else. The dedication that he has towards his work. I mean, to me, that represented the scientist, and that was my image of a scientist, and I sort of reinforced that quite a bit as a student at that time. On the first point, I just want to point out that they say, in the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are very few. And you have to have a beginner's mind, and that is something which Dr. Mashelkar brings to the table. And I have this, and this is, by the way, the poster in our mentoring room in Venture Center, because we have a lot of mentors who come, who mentor startups, and very often they tend to shoot down ideas. And that is not okay, because as everybody knows, in innovation management, you don't shoot down ideas, you advance them till they fall off on their own, right? And that is something which I learned from observing him as well. He, of course, focuses on things despite working on multiple topics at a time. And that is, again, amazing, because in the director's office, other things would be going on, and he would come, sit with me, work on something, tell me, discuss with me, and then, move on to something else as well. And of course, setting standards, the pace, the ambition, I think is a hallmark of leadership. And that is something which, nobody can deny. I think you have set the pace, standards, and ambitions for organizations, institutions, people as well who have worked with you as well. And I also remember that on a side table, after office hours, somewhere else in another part of the room would be Amay, also doing his homework and working on something, and you would ensure that he gets his due as well. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. The consequence of that work that we did was that we could actually do substantial work during the limited amount of time that was available to me. I was there for one summer, and then I was selected again for the next summer, and we were able to work on some of these modeling techniques for many of the systems and publish some of these work as well. And the first one, which of course Dr. Mashelkar is very fond of, is the paper in Proceedings of Royal Society of London, where we were able to find an analytical solution for a diffusion problem. Yes, it was a moving boundary problem. It was multi-layered, and we were able to approximately find an analytical solution that captured the experimental data very well. And that was something which we did around that time. And beyond that, we looked at multiple other problems. And as an undergraduate, it was great to see some of these work converted into publications and reaching its final destination in some of these papers as well. And these were some of the papers in macromolecules, Proceedings of Indian Academy of Science, and the Chemical Engineering Communications that came out of that work as well. Next slide, please. Of course, I finished my fellowship. Dr. Mashelkar was very kind to write me a reference letter, and thanks to that, I received a fellowship from MIT, where I did my PhD in the Chemical Engineering Department. And of course, there are many more lessons as well to go along with it. He also, of course, slide please. Yeah. He also, at the same time, generously spoke about my contributions in newspapers and so on, which was very uplifting, very encouraging, because at the same time, I was also, thinking through my own career plans. I was a little worried about what I would do in the future and so on, and that was something which I really appreciate, and thanks to that. This is something which Rath sent me, by the way, when at that time. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, there were some lessons here as well. Treating students as equals. I think many people have said that, and this is something I want to state again. Taking care of their interests, ensuring their success is something which Dr. Mashelkar has done very well. Then there's genuine pride and support for the student, and the captain always bats for the team, right? And that is something which you can learn from Dr. Mashelkar. He never lets down his team, right? And that is a hallmark of Dr. Mashelkar's way of working. He also taught me, as I was leaving the doors of NCL, I remember a discussion in the footsteps leading out of the foyer, main foyer, and he told me that, you know, a PhD is not about just the coursework and the thesis. It's an opportunity to learn, and it's important to take every opportunity to learn. That includes, you know, making sure you're going to talks, meeting people, interacting with many, many more people as well. And that I took very seriously. In fact, during my PhD, I think I must have been exposed to courses from more than 10 departments, okay, and also attended many, many workshops and conferences. And it actually allowed me to think a little bit more deeper into what I really wanted to do. That was the other lesson that he taught me, which is to pursue your interests. I had started my journey as a student to do technology development. That was my interest. I found joy in seeing things put to use and people finding use in it. Well, to me, that was the end point. So when I went for my PhD, I chose to look at a problem where there was actual product development, where we could develop a product, and fortunately for me, it actually reached the market and today is implanted in more than 1 million patients around the world. And that was a turning point for me, because that taught me that that is what I would love to see happening more. That excites me more. I know Dr. Mashelkar would be a little disappointed in me, I feel, that I didn't pursue the path that he might have suggested, including the Bhatnagars and all of that. But to me, I think what matters is seeing impact on the ground, okay? And that, I think I made up my mind sometime around my PhD, and it started with the choice of my problem itself. Next slide, please. The early years at NCL, I'll just keep this very brief. There were many things happening. Dr. Mashelkar was at Delhi as a DG CSIR. There were several things that he shaped at Delhi, which we contributed to in very significant ways, and it's important to understand that these are important organization building activities, and it should not be belittled. It is important that people at every level contribute to building organizations. Next slide, please. And a few important ones, of course, I tried to look for pictures of that era. So this is again goes back to that period of time, around 97 plus. That is Dr. Mashelkar receiving the Padmavibhushan around that period of time, and of course several awards, working with the top people in the country as well. And of course, I had the privilege of working with Dr. Sivram, contributing to several things where in small ways and a little more substantial ways in some of the important things that were happening in CSIR at that time. Next slide, please. One of the earliest things which we did, by the way, was that we tried to turn around the way scientists are evaluated, right? And this was something where Dr. Sivram was chairing that activity, and I had an important role in shaping it. I had been studying about organizational theory at that time. I had also written an article in and around NCL about how in NCL outputs are not aligned to outcomes, is not aligned to impact, right? And that I felt was a central problem. Sometimes we were overemphasizing outputs rather than looking at impact. And I tried to build that into this ARP system, which was running between 2000 to 2010 as an evaluation system for CSIR scientists. Of course, it requires efforts from everybody to make it happen, which I think we were not ready for. There was a 10th five-year plan document, which I think, of course, there was a lot of effort where we contributed in large ways to the chemical sector plans. And finally, the Kelkar committee, which Dr. Mashelkar wisely constituted to review the progress of CSIR. And here, he brought in a team of economists. And I thought that was very remarkable because, it was a different way of looking at things. to see whether we are creating enough benefit for the costs that we are incurring as an organization. And the economists together decided to do a social cost benefit analysis, right? And the issue was, how do you create the data for that? How do you pull out numbers for it? How do you generate a meaningful number out of it, or a result out of it? And that is where I had to learn the nuts and bolts of how financial accounting and numbers work in the CSIR system. And we put together the data for what came out as initially as a cost benefit ratio, which Dr. Mashelkar labeled it as the lower bound social benefit and cost ratio, because it was calculating only with numbers, not without the intangibles. We didn't do the intangibles as well over there. So Dr. Mashelkar actually pulled out his chemical engineering principles and called it the lower bound. But this was a useful exercise, because it told us, if you're investing money, what is the impact that you can get out of it? And this was an important lesson for me as well. And of course, there were many other things that were happening during that time, including the CSIR 2001 vision and strategy document. And there was an important talk which Dr. Mashelkar gave on renewing national laboratories around 2006, which of course that is available online today as well. Next slide, please. I want to move on to the later period of 2006 onwards. There are many aspects of it where Dr. Mashelkar played an important role in the shaping of what we did as Venture Center, and I want to quickly tell you about it. There were some very important enabling mechanisms. For the first time, funding to private entities happened through Dr. Mashelkar's efforts. For example, the Techno Entrepreneurship Promotion Program was the earliest, in my opinion, I think, to do that. And following that, NMITLI program came in around 2000. And beyond that, there were several other schemes which were launched. The importance of this should be recognized, because if you don't have those schemes in place, scientists cannot act on it. You can't do much about it, right? So the Scientist Entrepreneurship Scheme was launched, the Knowledge to Equity Scheme was launched, the scheme for creating incubators, and mobility of scientists between academia and industry. Without this, what Vivek mentioned would not also have been possible to formalize, including setting up startups, and of course what we did as creating the incubator as well. Dr. Mashelkar also had very important contributions in the ecosystem as a whole. I'm just highlighting a few because others will speak about the rest. But I know that he has influenced TDB decisions in many important ways. He has challenged them to take brave decisions on technologies of the future, rather than be very conservative in investing in technologies. And this, by the way, include the biggies of today, including Bharat Biotech, for example. ICICI, the Technology Finance Group, they hold him in great reverence, because the venture fund, the technology finance activities all began the whole venture capital industry in India. ICICI Knowledge Park, which he was a founding member of, also came around that time as well, and was one of the earliest science parks, I think, in India as well. So these were the foundations on which we built the rest of it, which I want to tell you. Next slide, please. This was a very important office memorandum from the DSIR, which empowers scientists to start companies in various different institutions. And this is open to all academic and research organizations, and that is something which is central to ability to create startups, to build startups, to also for scientists to be involved in such activities. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So a few slides about Venture Center, because I think in many ways it's a story about building an ecosystem for Pune. And Pune is very dear to you, and I want to show you that as your birthday gift today, because I want to show you one piece of data which you probably have not seen so far. So this is our 16th year. Next slide, please. This we built from scratch, thanks to Dr. Mashelkar, who closed down several extension centers around 2002. We had one abandoned one next door to us, which was a Merado in Pune. And we resurrected it from the dead, Dr. Sivram's help, around 2006. And today that's what you see, I showed you a picture of. The goal was to nucleate and nurture technology-based enterprises. There were several naysayers. I think even Dr. Hirwani will tell you, others, maybe Dr. Bhojwani also. There were several thoughts about why it could not be done or what may come out of it or which is the way to go about it. I even got letters about how, were we doing the right thing or not, right, which I defended, by the way, but that's what happened at that time. Today we have built it over the last 16 years with results to show, and I am happy to say that we have had an impact. Next slide, please. Yeah. We have won several recognitions, national awards, National Award for Technology Business Incubator, the Asian Association of Business Incubator Awards, the National Entrepreneurship Award, just this year the National Award for Incubators Nurturing IP, and of course last year's #1 bioincubator in India. And this has been a slow work in progression, but inspired by the thought that we can build a cluster, an innovation cluster for Pune, and build it around that. Okay, next slide please. There are many companies which have shown technology leadership. In fact, I firmly believe that the future of India lies in that. In fact, talent will increasingly go into these domains. The first citywide demonstration of organic waste conversion to bio-CNG in Pune, that's our incubating. The first CDSU approved circulating tumor cell diagnostic solution, an alumnus of NCL building that company out, right? Approved in the market today and in use, right? Defibrillators, spinal implants, of course, tridiagonal solutions, which are the leading process simulation modeling experts, many other companies, so in drones, the disposable bioreactors, which are used for vaccine production and were also being used during COVID as well. MyLab, which all of you have heard of as a diagnostic kit company, which has actually now become the second largest diagnostic company in India today, diagnostic products company. Next slide, please. This is the kind of different approach to chemical engineering in my view, right? Where you create the next generation of technologies, the next generation of solutions which are going to solve people's problems. This was the inspiration for the government Satat program, which today has been launched in many different cities. And it is difficult work. It is not something which you just stop at the laboratory. It is something which you have to take it all the way to a natural conclusion. Work with very painful municipal corporations if required to get it done. And I value that, and I think we should find ways to support that. Otherwise, we are not doing our job as chemical engineers. Next slide, please. Today, IOCL buys that. Here is another technology. I'm just giving you 3 glimpses here, which is an IGIB and NCL related technology which got spun out into a company which is building new therapeutics for vitiligo. How many therapeutics companies are there in India today? How many are receiving investments? But at least we are able to do some of that today, right? And that is because of the ecosystem that we have built over a period of time. I don't think it would have been possible otherwise. Next slide, please. This I have to put up because this is UDCT at work, ICT Mumbai, right? 2 graduate students from ICT Mumbai, and these clothes that you see are colored by microbial colors, okay? And this is the Lakme fashion show. And it's such a proud moment to see PhD students building products which are in use and are showcased in the Lakme fashion show, right? I mean, that is something which we should all be proud of, I think. Next slide. So there are more than 700 companies and business ideas we have worked with, 170 resident in Venture Center itself, 11 spin-off companies from NCL, things which we didn't think would be possible in the past. More than 200 plus events running every year out of Venture Center. Next slide, please. And what has that resulted in? These are companies built by technologists, scientists. More than 85% have higher degrees and remarkable backgrounds. And I can tell you that tomorrow's talent will actually come in such places. And you must understand that if NCL has 125 scientists today, you have 150 out there, right? So that mind space has been enriched by bringing all those people together, and that is valuable for that ecosystem. 30% are women founders. 600 crores in risk capital raised within last 7 years, and 400 odd revenues of these companies in the last 7 years as well. And many of these companies are still active. They are filing patents. And if all goes well, I will tell you that we will put Pune on the 100 innovative clusters map in the next few years. Before, in 2017, it was there because of NCL. Okay? Hopefully, in the next 5-10 years, because that's a cherished dream for Dr. Mashelkar also, that we must build innovation clusters for the country. And I hope Pune will be back on that list in the near future. Next slide, please. This was the envisioned future, to be the organization that will be credited with creating, shaping, and sustaining a Pune cluster of innovation technology businesses, innovative technology businesses with significant impact. That was 2007. Let me show you the status today. Next slide, please. These are all the companies in Pune right now, okay? Emerging from Venture Center, located in different parts of Pune, in different industrial estates, different locations in Pune. That is Baner Road, by the way, which is being called Baner Valley. Okay, Dr. Mashelkar, of course, has an office there right in the middle. But this is what is emerging today in Pune, right? Now this, I hope, if we can get to 100, 150 over a period of time, which are thriving companies, we would have built a world-class cluster for the world. Okay, and if even better, if we can do very socially relevant and impactful technologies coming out of here. Next slide, please. This is the national reach today of Venture Center through various programs. We are doing city camps in many cities. We have reaching out to mentees in different cities. There are at least 17 cities where we have mentees, including Bangalore, by the way, right? We have companies in the Pina industrial estate, which is possible today because we have built it over a period of time. And all this wouldn't have been possible if Dr. Mashelkar had not put that scheme document in place to create incubators. I can tell you that for sure. You know, CSIR would have found a way to kill that if that scheme document was not there. I see Dr. Brahmachari laughing as well, but that's the fact. Next slide, please. Yeah. A few last pictures before I conclude. Next slide, please. This is the inauguration of Venture Center where Dr. Mashelkar opened it with Dr. Professor Friend, Cavendish professor in Cambridge. This was 18 December 2006, and we invited Professor Friend specifically because he is a founder of several companies as well besides being a Cavendish professor. We wanted to tell our scientists that Cambridge has changed, right? It's time for our scientists to think differently as well. Next slide, please. Yeah. This is Dr. Mashelkar taking time out from his 70th birthday to interact with children from the doorstep schools in Pune, which is basically working with children in underprivileged sector with construction sites. And I can tell you from the bottom of my heart that he valued it, but at the same time, the children were so excited to see it. His own story is so impressive, so inspiring, of coming from humble backgrounds and making things happen, that I think every child in India needs to hear that. Right? Next slide, please. Can you put the next slide? He's been interacting with startups. We have been having several occasions where he's taken the time out to interact with our startups. Next slide, please. And of course, whenever we do large expos, shows, Dr. Mashelkar is definitely one of the people all our startups look forward to meeting. It's always inspiring to have him come and participate in these events as well. Next slide, please. So I'm going to conclude now, but before that, I just wanted to point 3 things. First is, I didn't talk about the many things you have done for innovation as a whole in the country. And I hope Professor Anil Gupta and others will talk about it as well. The second is intellectual property itself. The 91 onwards, the wave that we have seen is something which, you know, somebody needed to kickstart it. And I think Dr. Mashelkar did it for the country. We hope that it will take off in a much bigger way. And finally, on a personal note, I should tell you, somebody listening in on this event today on YouTube is my son, who is the next budding next generation of chemical engineer at the University of Minnesota. And as you know, the person who convinced him to take chemi was you. So thank you very much and really appreciate it. And I wish you A very happy birthday once again, and thanks once again from all of us who have benefited so much from your generosity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Premnath. The last speaker of the morning session is Dr. Ashish Lele. By and large, Dr. Lele has had the most significant association with Dr. Mashelkar. Interestingly, the way Dr. Mashelkar was brought back by Dr. Tilak, who was director then, Dr. Mashelkar was instrumental in getting back Dr. Lele to India when he was director, and now Dr. Lele is presently the director of NCL. So it's a very interesting coincidence. Dr. Lele.
Thank you, Yogesh. And thank you, Professor Pandit, for this wonderful session. Dr. Mashelkar grew in NCL and raised NCL to levels that have reached, we can only try to emulate him and try to reach those levels. I know we can never achieve them. And so it should have been befitting for NCL to celebrate this function there. And some of you may be wondering why that has happened. I do not want to get into that story. But it is an absolute privilege for me to be here, and I want to thank from the bottom of my heart Professor Pandit for organizing this event and letting NCL be part of this, this function. There are myself, Premnath, Dr. Shivram, Hirwani, Bojwani, so many people from CSIR who are going to speak here. So thank you, Professor Pandit. What can I say about Dr. Mashelkar? I can only say that I'm very, very fortunate to have two fathers. One is my father, Mr. Kishore Lele, and one is Dr. Mashelkar. And I think what I'm going to tell you about Dr. Mashelkar is that there's so many things that have already been said. So I thought that I will tell you some of those new things that you may have not heard before, although we have worked for so long. And so these are mostly anecdotal stories that I thought I will tell you at some point of time. So today is probably the time. Many of them we have shared together for very long years, and I have absolutely enjoyed the privilege of working very, very, very closely with you. Can I have the slides, please? So my guru, my mentor, and my father. Thank you, Dr. Mashelkar. When I started putting together these slides, I was short of words because I don't think there are enough words in English language that I can use to express my gratitude to you. And also the time limits given to me was small. And so I thought all I could do is to recount some of my personal reflections on our journey. So my journey with Dr. Mashelkar started in this wonderful building, the University of Delaware, 1988. I went from UDCT to University of Delaware in that year, and I had no idea that I would encounter suddenly one fine evening Dr. Mashelkar there. I of course knew Dr. Mashelkar because Professor Sharma, my guru, had given me a very difficult problem in my project work. And I couldn't find any papers in the UDCT library here, so I had to go to NCL to get some papers, and that's when I had first seen you, Dr. Mashelkar, there. But I had never imagined in the wildest of my imagination that I would meet Dr. Mashelkar one evening at the University of Delaware. I had no idea that you were coming there and spending 6 months there. So one fine evening I saw Dr. Mashelkar there, and I do not remember if you remember that evening, but I came and I met you, and I was new in Delaware, but I told him that after 4 years of my PhD degree, I want to come back to India, and I was looking possibly at NCL as an option. He looked at me. I'm sure he had seen many young students who probably made him such offers, and he was very wise, and he told me, when you come to your 3rd year, and if you still have that idea in your mind, you can write to me. not only did I write to him, but I also visited him in between. I remember in 1991, I went to India to visit my parents, but I took time out and I came to NCL and I met him very, very briefly. So that was the starting of my association with you. At the end of my third year, I did write to Dr. Mashelkar. That was about September or October 1992. And I reminded him of my meeting him and telling him that I was interested in coming. He wrote back to me, as others have said, he always writes back. He wrote back to me, and in those days, no emails, right? This is only letters going back and forth. So he wrote back to me, and he sent me along with that letter an application form against an advertisement. So he had taken time out of his very, very busy schedule to create an advertisement for me. I cannot imagine CSIR doing that today, Dr. Brahmachari. It is impossible. Okay? As the director of NCL, I can assure you that. The next thing that he managed to do was in 4 months, he asked me to appear for an interview. And I can assure you that again will not happen in today's CSIR. So it was just out of the blue that I defended on the 7th of February, and within a month I was back in India. 8th of March I was back in India. And 8th of April 1993, I joined NCL. I do not know how you made all that happen. I do not know what you saw in me. But as Premnath said, the belief in young people and the ability to see something in them that the people themselves may not be able to see, you have that incredible ability to do that. So you probably saw something in me, and you got me to NCL. So I came to NCL, I saw this magnificent building, which of course I had seen, but what struck me was when I entered the foyer of the building, that sentence that is written there is enshrined in the foyer of the main building. As an engineer born and bred in UDCT, the ability to not just advance knowledge, but to apply that knowledge, to do that translational science, to have that innovation component in it was something that struck me. And having read that sentence, I thought this was my place. This was my karma bhumi, and I was so enchanted by that foyer and what was written in that foyer. So that was my beginning at NCL. Next slide, please. And when I walked into his office, like Premnath, he told me to go and talk to a certain group. And the people the pictures that you see there are the colleagues that he introduced me, and they have become lifelong friends now. He introduced me to the materials called hydrogels, which I had never seen before. So these are the super absorbing gels that you can see. You take a dry powder, put some water in it, and it just becomes a solid mass because it absorbs so much of water in it. But what he also showed me was very interesting new materials, new smart gels that were coming up, which were gels that would swell and collapse under a stimuli of either pH or temperature. And again, I do not know why he gave this problem to me, but he told me that these are experiments being done in the lab today at NCL, but we do not really understand why this happens. And so for some reason, he thought that I would be able to look at this problem more scientifically and try to propose a solution there. Next slide. Now, I was trained in Delaware in the fundamentals of chemical engineering and major in polymer science. So I knew that polymers, when they like solvents, they swell up, and when they hate solvent, they collapse, right? And so you had this interesting transition of a large chain of polymer collapsing under pH and so on. But the polymers that he introduced me to, the chemical structure is shown there. And I looked at it and I realized there was something very interesting, because there was a group that hated water, which was the one at the bottom there, and a group that loved polymer, which was the one at the top there. And I knew that these polymers, I knew enough about thermodynamics of polymers there that I knew that they would not follow the standard theories, the thermodynamic theories of polymer solutions. The quintessential one and the most widely used and the most famous one is the Florey-Huggins theory. And I knew that that theory would not work. And Dr. Mashelkar, I'll tell you why I thought that came to my mind that it didn't work. Next slide, please. And this takes me back to my PhD days in Delaware. And I was working on a system where I was dissolving polymers in supercritical fluids. I had designed and built an apparatus where I had a small orifice about 25 micron in diameter. I was jacking up pressure of these fluids to more than 100 bar, and I was flashing this through the orifice. Yeah? And this was work that I did not have the sense of importance of it. I was actually taking polylactic acid. I was dissolving it in a particular solvent. Polymers don't dissolve in gases, and they don't dissolve very well in supercritical fluids. But I managed to choose the right polymers and the right supercritical fluids so that I could get substantial amount of polymer dissolved in it and flash them to produce wonderful morphologies. Some of the SEM, these are, I used to work in SEMs which used to look like pilot cabins of an aircraft, these big machines where you play around with knobs and so on. But I was able to take some wonderful pictures of them, and I was actually producing nanoparticles of PLA at that time, which I didn't know how important they were. Now they are, of course, considered to be nano materials and so on. But I was making these fancy polylactic acid polymers and sometimes fibers and so on, and I was trying to understand why they were doing all of this. Right? So I prepared us another experimental setup where I would dissolve the polymers in supercritical fluids and study their thermodynamic phase behavior. So I was doing these high pressure measurements, and then these polymers were the one that showed exactly the same behavior. They had LCST behavior. They would phase separate out if you heat them, which is unusual because when you want to dissolve something, you heat up the solution so that you can dissolve it. These polymers behaved exactly the opposite. If you heat them up, they precipitated out. So I was actually dealing with these polymers at the time. I was measuring phase behavior of these polymers, and I decided to get into more details of it and understand why that happens. So my first thermodynamic theories of LCST behavior started at the University of Delaware with materials that were strongly hydrogen bonded. And so coming to NCL, next slide please, when Dr. Mashelkar, again I do not know why he gave me that problem, but when he gave me that problem, I could connect the dots and I could say that the work that I did at Delaware would be in some sense applicable to this. I spent 2 years of work after 93, and I came out, we wrote this paper together, which I'm still very proud of. This was the first theoretical explanation in detail about the molecular basis of why hydrogels show these very interesting transitions when you change temperature and also when you change pH. Next slide please. And we did some very interesting things. We of course the theory fit the experiments very well, but also what the theory told us was that there is this very fine balance between those two molecular interactions, the hydrophobic interactions, the hydrophilic interactions, and they were so subtle that it was almost like a tightrope walk. If you had a little bit of imbalance in one of the interactions, the polymer would crash out. If you had a little bit of imbalance on the other side, the polymer would not undergo that smart behavior with change in stimuli. So it was very, very, very fine balance, and I don't think without the detailed understanding of the theory, we would have been able to really get to the molecular basis of it. And that led to a whole host of very interesting science that we did together, Dr. Mashelkar, and that was about, some of it was what Shiny talked about in the morning. Next slide, please. We came out with a very large number of papers, some of it, next slide, please, and Shiny described the next, can you click the next one? Yeah. Shiny described much of this, so I'm not going to spend time on it, but Shiny missed out on one part of it, which was that we were making these gels which change shape, and we were trying to use these gels to do drug delivery, to deliver controlled dosage of drugs, and we were actually trying to do protein delivery at that time. Hemoglobin was something that we used to demonstrate this, and then you asked us, why not make the size of these capsules smaller so that diffusion can happen faster. And so, yes, Shiny started making this happen, and we made small particles of it, but we could never get a small particle. What we got was a bunch of particles which looked like, I could not distinguish particles individually, and both Shiny and I were flummoxed, and we thought we reached a dead end. And it was in one of those meetings late evening in your office when you said, you jumped up practically in your seat and you said, this is amazing because we have cross-link networks that were healing. And it struck me how fantastic that was, because we know polymers heal. That's how when you weld a milk pouch, polymers actually cross the boundaries and they heal. But when you cross-link them, there is no chance for healing to happen, right? And if it was not for that one sentence of you, we would not have gone ahead. We would have stopped the chapter. It was that one intuition that you had, the sense of something new, the point out of the line that Ajay talked about in the morning. We lived it. We sensed it, we lived it, and it opened doors to a large number of amazing discoveries, and Shiny mentioned some of them about how gels healed even in just, in water. So it was a phenomenal, experience of going to the detail, not throwing out any data points, and actually seeing that any of those data points that you might think were bad data, bad experiments, will actually can lead you to very new discoveries. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I do want to talk about one thing, Dr. Mashelkar, here, and we didn't talk too much about it. This was a time when Dr. Shivram had sent me to a place called University of Toulon, a small university south of France. I did not know why he had sent me there, and the group there, when he went, they told me I have to set up a rheology lab there, which I was happy doing. And I was doing some measurements that for the polymers that they gave me, interesting polymers and stuff. But I was more interested, honestly, in the work that we were doing with Dr. Mashelkar. And so during the day, I would do the work there, and in the nights, I would go back to our work. Right? And there was this one piece of data that was very exciting. There was this gel that undergoed what is called a re-entrant phase transition. So you put this gel in a mixture of water and alcohol. It will swell in pure alcohol, it will swell in pure water, but in between it would collapse. Okay? And this was amazing, and I thought, why would that happen? And I said, this would be the real test of our theory, right? Because if the theory can predict this without any fitting parameters, it would tell that this theory was right. This was like, to me, the acid test of it. And I spent late nights at Toulon, subjecting my theory to this, and it took a long while because I had to make sure that I predicted all the binary behaviors and then subjected this to ternary phase diagram. And lo and behold, the theory did it, and to me that was the most exciting part of the model, because it was really and truly the acid test of the theory. I never talked too much about it, but today I thought that I will tell you that this, to me, was the aha moment, of the fact that it reinforced the molecular observations that we were proposing in all our papers. It gave a lot of details about why this happened at a really molecular basis, and I thought this was one of the most exciting papers that we wrote. Next slide, please. Coming back to Delaware, you and I spent some time there, and we interacted with some amazing rheologists, and Dr. Mashelkar, you will recognize all of them there. Art Metzner, Anthony Beres, Gianni Asterita, Pino Marucci. They spent time at Delaware. My PhD research was not on rheology, but I was enchanted by this topic, and I attended all their classes. And I remember in the nights after my PhD experiments, I would spend extra hours going through dynamics of polymeric liquids. I made extensive notes, which then later became my coursework in this subject, and I read those books which were not part of my coursework, but I spent time reading those fantastic books in this area. Next slide, please. And I saying this because you started a rheology lab at NCL, and we know the difficulties of how you bought your Weisenberg rheoganometer. My journey with rheology started at NCL. It was not as difficult as your journey, because I had a very good director, Dr. Shivaram, gave me a rheometer. It was a simple, the cheapest rheometer you could buy, but again with you we created magic out of it. And Professor Yogesh Joshi was our student there. We wrote the first few papers on rheology and particularly on wall slip. And again, this was the first really molecular basis for rheology. And I'll tell you again a small story there. You had again sent me to Cavendish Lab for the Indo-UK symposium. The symposium was absolutely fantastic. There were incredible speakers in the symposium. We gave a nice talk on ECTN model, you will remember. But I spent a lot of time in Cambridge Library, because it is the library that is unparalleled in this world. It's a most unbelievable library. And it was in one of those library visits very late in the evening that I read a paper by Shixing Wang on wall slip. And he experimentally showed how there must be a very deep molecular basis for why wall slip happens. Dijon had a very simple scaling theory for it, but it didn't explain everything. And so that I thought was the problem that we should look at. And I knew you had interest in wall slip as well. So come back from Cavendish, Yogesh joined and we started working on it. And I think we wrote some very seminal papers in the molecular basis for wall slip. Going back to Cambridge again, when I went and spent 1.5 years in Cambridge, I met two very distinguished rheologists there. Tom McLeish was one of them. And when he looked at this paper, he said, this is the first time a very elegant theory for convective constraint release was developed. And it is something that I have not spoken to you about. He talked about it, and none other than Sir Sam Edwards talked about it. Right? These were validations of the quality of work that we managed to do at NCL. Next slide, please. I will not get into details of it. This is not simple theories. They were very detailed theories, and Yogesh is here who did all the crunching of the math around it. But this was really and truly a very elegant but sophisticated theory for wall slip. It's explained many, many things which I will not get into. Next slide, please. When I spent time in Cambridge, the work that I did there also became a classic in Journal of Rheology. It was a long paper with large number of authors in it, but I'm very proud to say that it also gave me the Journal of Rheology Publication Award. And I'm saying this because I would not have gone to Cavendish if it was not your recommendation to Malcolm Mackley and Lynn Gladden to help me get there. I also remember you visited Cambridge. You came and stayed with us, and again, such a big person, DG CSIR, coming and spending time and staying with me was just unbelievable. My wife still remembers it, and Ashwini says, I don't know how he came and stayed with it. I'm sure you would have, Cambridge would have put you up in any 5-star hotel in Cambridge, but you took time out and you came and stayed with us in our small little home. So we are very, very grateful for all those wonderful moments that we cherish. Next slide, please. Why I'm saying this is that little bit of rheology group that you initiated, and Dr. Shivaram also supported, grew up into a very large group. And we pulled in really remarkable researchers from across the world to come and join our group. And even today, although that group doesn't exist in NCL, unfortunately, we're still recognized as the biggest group of in rheology in India. Maybe Yogesh now leads something like that. But we also created many things. We worked with industry. We brought in a lot of value. We created a lot of value for industry through the activities that we did there. We also created the Indian Society of Rheology. And so any international conference, if you want to hold in India, it's through the Indian Society of Rheology. And so the effects of what you created have been much, much bigger than that small little rheology group that we started. Next slide, please. fast forward a few years, I left rheology and I jumped into hydrogen. I don't know why I did it. The way it happened was Dr. Shivram asked me to get into this program. Again, I don't know why. And I was also crazy enough to say, okay, if you're challenging me to something new, I'll take it up. Jumped into this program, and the seed for that was created again by Dr. Mashelkar. This was the program called Admittedly. Premnath referred to it. This was a program intended to work in those areas where there is huge technology risk and there is huge market risk. This is a wonderful special purpose vehicle created by, it is a complete brainchild of Dr. Mashelkar, which stimulated us to work in such very difficult area. The risks are very high, right? And you have to be very passionate about it. Perseverance is if you don't have that, these programs will go nowhere. But we had a small group of people who were very committed to it, and I had the honor of and the privilege of leading that group. And all that work that we did 20 years ago, we started it. Today, that has led to the first Indian fuel cell bus. Everything in this bus is Indian, except maybe the hydrogen cylinder. We have a 40 kilowatt stack, 2 stacks, so total 80 kilowatts, a sodium ion battery, the entire powertrain, the motors, everything the bus has is purely Indian, and a wonderful industrial partner who has worked very closely, shoulder to shoulder with us to do that. I can tell you in NCL, in CSIR, to start from making milligrams of catalyst to producing, to coming to this level of creating a bus is not easy at all. There are so many things that have to come together to make something happen, but we have been very, very fortunate to do that, and it would never have happened if you had not created Admittedly and if Dr. Shivram had not inducted me or pulled me into this program. Next slide, please. But I'm also very happy to say that this program has now grown into a very, very large program. It's a 100 crore program from CSIR, 19 labs coming together, multiple industry partners, a program that is well designed to take blue sky ideas into mission mode and focusing on products and impact. And CSIR is today recognized as the place to go in India for anything you want to do in the hydrogen area. So again, a small thing that you started, like the rheology, has blossomed into a wonderful program at CSIR. It has brought a lot of name and recognition to CSIR. Next slide, please. Next one, please. Little few years that I spent at Reliance, again with your blessing, I had the opportunity to work with the full leadership at Reliance and the opportunity to create a strategic roadmap for what Reliance is doing in the area of new energy and particularly on hydrogen. And with all that hard work of 2.5 years, what has came out is some remarkable announcements. Can I have the slides, please? Yeah. Remarkable announcements by the chairman of the Reliance Group as Reliance forays into a very, very ambitious new energy program with large goals for making India as one of the largest producers of hydrogen in the world, in addition to many other renewable energy technologies. So again, without your support, this would not have been possible. And I'm absolutely delighted to have contributed in my own little way to this very large ambition and dream of Reliance Industries. Next slide, please. Fast forward to today almost. Again, there's nothing we can do without you, Dr. Mashelkar. You have been the mentor and the inspirator for us, and with your help, we are creating India's first hydrogen valley in Pune. 30 companies coming together to create India's first hydrogen valley. Again, a very ambitious program, and you have set us target. Within 1 year, we have to deliver the first part of the hydrogen valley, and I assure you we are going to do that. So you will continue to guide me in particular. Next slide. And I will continue to learn from you. You are there with me all the time. That's Dr. Mashelkar, making sure that I'm signing the piece of paper as director in CL. He's overlooking me and making sure that I am there, and he's there with me all the time. And there are these many things that we always learn from you, Dr. Mashelkar. So many things have already been said about it, and I don't have enough space on the slide to put more circles, but these are all the values that you have taught us. And the least we can do is to at least understand them and hope to try to implement some of them and imbibe them in ourselves. So next slide. So with that, the few pictures that we all know about. These are some of your major achievements, but the next slide is the pictures that are there in the NCL's, next slide. In the NCL's repository of pictures. So Dr. Mashelkar, this is taking you back many days. 1976 is when you came to NCL. This was your first lecture in the NCL auditorium, I was told. The first director's address, can I have the slide? Yeah, the first director's address when you took over in 1989. You're signing the DG papers in 1995. The second battle of Haldigati in 1997. You being the CEO of CSIR 1999. The Pune Science Congress, which was a remarkable event when PM came. Many very interesting discussions happened there. And then this one award that is not there on your website. I think you should put that in there. This is your lifetime achievement award at the hands of Dhirubhai Ambani ji. So Dr. Mashelkar, we are absolutely grateful to you. Next slide please, and happy 80th birthday. And I will celebrate after 20 years when I'll be 75 years old and you will be 100 years young. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lele. That was a very moving speech. With this, we conclude the first half of the session. And can I hand it over to Professor Pandit?
Thank you very much for patiently listening. I mean, all the speeches or discussions or elaborations were so engaging that we wanted to keep listening more and more. We have already exceeded 25 minutes from our scheduled time. So you have reduced your lunch time by 25 minutes. But without spending any more time, may I all request you to have a pleasure of offering your lunch, and we gather here again not later than 1:30 p.m. Please.
Because the next section will itself is again.
Very high quality.
Oh, my pleasure. I'll organize. Give it to me. You have a pen drive? Pen drive? I'll get it. Give it to me. I'll give it. Hey, okay. Ketan na bola. Ketan na bola. हाँ चार झाला ना.
but from what I have seen of you, you have the physical energy of a 40-year-old.
Please take up and occupy your seats. Professor Yadav, please. Saving about 15 minutes from your lunch time, and of course we are all eagerly waiting for Guruji to offer his impressions in the second session. Being an opening batsman, he has been responsible for shaping career of Dr. R.A. Mashelkar and has been close collaborators. And I don't think this audience requires any introduction of Professor M.M. Sharma. So without spending any time on introduction, Professor Sharma, Dr. Mashelkar has followed in his footsteps. And I would request Professor Sharma to share his reminiscences in today's function while wishing Dr. R.A. Mashelkar a happy birthday. Guruji.
No, I'm okay. Ramesh, Vaishali, Amira, where is your daughter? It's a wonderful day. We had a very exciting time in the morning, and I'm sure you will hear many things. I like to begin by saying, some time ago I shared this with Ramesh, where to where. From a chawl, reading under Chopati light,
to an iconic figure. I remember his 75th birthday celebration in Pune, and who's who of Pune were all present. And you name, it has gone into school textbooks. His life is covered in school textbooks. Now, what more can you expect in life? So, I am going to tell you something uncommon. I have had this uninterrupted connection from 64, you can say 58 plus years. So, first encounter was, he comes to my room for an award, interview. So, I said, what are you interested in? He says, I like films and all. So, I said, which person you like? He said, Guru Dutt. So, I said, which was the first movie made by Guru Dutt? He said, Mr. and Mrs. 55. I said, wrong. It was Harpar. But then this didn't disqualify him, Then, many of you don't know, he's a very romantic fellow. The romance is obvious here. That I knew that he was having a girlfriend. And of course, I had attended his wedding in Girgaon. And when he was doing PhD work, he used to do, because we had only slide rules in those days. I know that in the bus ride, he used to do some calculations. And then during UDCT days, I think he used to play carom also. And unfortunately, one of the persons with whom he used to play, also former collaborator of mine, Atul Kaji, is no more. The wonderful days, having this kind of uninterrupted connection for such a long time, and seeing him growing in stature day by day, not week by week. And you have to witness that as a DG CSIR, Samir, you would appreciate that he had such a strong presence and he sold CSIR so remarkably well that all the bureaucrats thought that CSIR can solve many problems. It's not an easy, you know how difficult it is to breach bureaucrats, But I did alert him that when they don't want to chair a committee, they'll request you to chair the committee so that they don't have the onus of anything that might accrue out of those. The bureaucrats are pretty smart. I think now Ashutosh has enough experience of that in Delhi. So after he finished his PhD in just over 3 years, and his paper was read by me in the tripartite meeting in Montreal. It was my first exposure in an international meeting, and with giants like Pickford and Sherwood and Satterfield and all being present, and first question at me being flung by Sherwood himself. So I might have petrified, but I did I did respond to. So Ramesh has been a wonderful person, very cultured. I want to use this word. The kind of respect he has given to his mother and instituted this award in his mother's name speaks volume about a person being a very cultured person. And giving respect to his school teacher who showed lessons in physics. He's never tired of repeating what he learned from his school teacher. And his association with UDCT, ICT has been very, very strong. He continues to be Chancellor, notwithstanding so many other commitments he has. And Anirudh Pandit, G.D. Yadav, J.B. Joshi, all have said that how supportive he has been for the programs of the UDCT. And as a UDCT alumnus and a faculty member for 33 years, I also want to express my gratitude for what he has done for UDCT, ICT. Well, he went to Salford first as a postdoctoral fellow. He might perhaps remember, he has a fairly sharp memory. I said, you get into polymer area. It was an upcoming area. Yeah, I'm talking about 1969. And he did a very wise thing of getting into rheology and all. And kind of contributions you people have all talked very eloquently about contributions he made in rheology. And he narrates the story like the story which we had, that we had no money. NCL was also an impoverished, not as impoverished as UDCT, because we had to do research with no money. And he was one of the victims of that, because how to do research when you have no money? You have to scratch your head very hard. And yet we managed to publish papers in the best of journals where hardly anybody from India was able to publish. So he got into polyester modeling because thanks to DGTT in those days, it would take a long time to get the rheometer. So sometimes denial of a facility can be harbinger of totally new ideas. And we used to do some crazy things, calibrate something with 10 centimeter diameter soap fill meter. Nobody had ever operated 10 centimeter diameter soap fill meter because we couldn't get rotameters. And existing rotameters, how to adopt them for a higher capacity, we changed the floats from acrylic to stainless steel, So you could change the range of the operation of the rotameter. I mean, persons like J.B. Joshi and all have gone through that. In another way, G.G. Dayo and the company, they have gone that how to do experiments with measly support. Of course, by early 80s and all, support changed radically with UGC support and all. And today, ICT has, I think, more money they can easily spend, It is good to see from real poverty to. Anyway, coming back to Ramesh, I talked to you about this. I think before you got engaged and married, I think you used to go and see cinema together. Correct? There are no more secrets now, no? Having this kind of warm relationship. And when CSR was on lookout for very talented people, Dr. Tilak, my guru, as well as my mentor in many, many ways, and very lifelong relationship. So I told him and Naiduma, the then DG, that there is a chap in UK, in Salford. I think you might be able to prevail upon him to come back. His one meeting with Naiduma was enough, and Naiduma made an offer to him right away, and rest is history. So all NCL people should feel very happy that he came back and made NCL as his home and turned around many things, converted NCL into International Chemical Laboratory, instead of NCL, ICL. Well, there are many aspects of his personality I have watched very, very closely. He is very attentive. And one thing I would like to point out, people didn't say enough, he has an uncanny knack of relationships, real uncanny. Introduce him to someone and you know next thing that he has a very nice relationship with that person. It may be Swati Piramal, or it may be Sienna Rao, it may be anybody. It is an unusual skill to have this kind of uncanny knack of having, and Hindi mein kehte hain nibhana. That is, not only you have relationship, but you nurture it. Now there is one thing, he can be matlabi tattu. He is certainly not a matlabi tattu, I can tell you. He is more of a giver rather than taker. He will very, very easily help people go out of the way. I have seen this happening on many, many occasions. And this is the remarkable part of his personality, and partly out of his own upbringing. He saw that persons in difficulty, and I think I still use the word we, because I still have some foot, because I am still emeritus, no? That we have this open statement that no economically weak person will suffer once the person is admitted. I think this is one fact of UDCT which is not known properly outside. That right from the beginning we have been helping economically weak students so that they don't suffer. And you have to believe that we have got students who are sons of street cobblers or a petty tailor or a petty farmer who could not even, I remember the summer placement getting them honorarium, and one of the opposition was from T. Thomas of Hindustan Levers. That no, I won't. So I told him, you know, we have students who can't pay for the bus. He suddenly remembered his beginning, that how his mother brought him up, and what immediately he sanctioned giving honorarium to summer trainees. Immediate. Sometimes you have to use this kind of argument. I am mentioning this because institutions are known by their culture. The culture of this place is that you help anybody who has got admission to get admission strictly on merit. To do research which must find place in the best of the journals in the world, at the same time deliver in the market. This DNA doesn't exist in most institutions in India. It's unique part of the UDCT, ICT culture. I have to use this word UDCT because I'm a product of. Well, I think you saw in the morning kind of monumental contributions he has made. One time I made a very nice, I think nice comment, that when he got elected Fellowship of Royal Society, I told him, Ramesh, I think I'm getting more kudos out of you getting Fellowship of Royal Society than when I became Fellow of the Royal Society. But I felt very happy. And today I'm an exceptionally happy person for a simple reason that he is getting unbounded kudos which he very richly deserves. I think he has been helped immensely by Vaishali, and his children are also great support, because this guy keeps on working like a nuclear reactor, you know, doesn't stop. I think, I don't know how Vaishali is able to manage that. I don't know about that part. He only tells me that he goes to Monash so that he can have an uninterrupted time with Vaishali. 4 weeks. Is that right? So that is the only time when he is uninterrupted, 4 weeks with her. Otherwise, he is just a little while ago, after lunch, somebody came and asked him. He said, don't ask me anything till April, minute by minute, up to April I am booked. So I was telling him, why don't you slow down? You are traveling so much and all. Recognize, now that you have joined my club of octogenarians, you know, you better be kind to yourself. Well, what can I say? I can only repeat and say it's a source of great happiness. We teachers bask in the glory of our former collaborators, and nothing would be more evident than what you saw this morning. I wish him sound health and expect him to keep on contributing to the welfare of the society, which he is doing in so many ways, both culturally as well as professionally, in so many ways. So I wish him, best thing to wish any person who crosses 80 is to wish good health and quiet family life. Pakka na? Thank you. Long live Ramesh. Thank you, Prof. And I am happy to tell you that the tradition which Professor Sharma talked about continues. Today morning I received 15 checks totaling to 11 lakhs of rupees being paid as a fees for the students from Asian Paints Foundation. So I plan to distribute those checks to the deserving students, third year and fourth year students. So just an assurance that the tradition is continued, and we have got our alumni who have been so supportive. I just need to make one phone call and the next day check is available to pay the fees. Thank you, Prof. Thanks a lot. And I think you aptly described your feelings about one of your favorite students, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, and we really appreciate your presence in this. The next, Shri Mukesh Ambani was to be here, but unfortunately due to pressing engagements, he could not. But he has sent an elaborate message, and I'll request the IT team to play the message of Shri Mukesh Ambani, Chairman, Managing Director, Reliance Industries Limited.
Good morning. I take this opportunity to wish each and every one of you a very happy New Year and a magnificent 2023. Dr. Mashelkar, I always start my New Year by wishing you a very happy birthday. This year, it is an even more special privilege to wish you a very happy 80th birthday. And I wish you many more decades in the service of the nation, science, technology, and innovation. It is not a coincidence that Dr. Mashelkar's birthday coincides with the beginning of the new year. Being born on the 1st January, you have always set higher and audacious goals each year for yourself. And in your own personal and inimitable style, you have not only achieved these goals, but have always gone on to exceed these goals that you set for yourself year after year. You may be 80 years old today, but from what I have seen of you, you have the physical energy of a 40-year-old and the innate curiosity of a 20-year-old to learn new things. Dr. Mashelkar, your life has inspired millions of people, including me. My association with Dr. Mashelkar dates back to my ICT days, UDCT as it was then called. At UDCT, I had the privilege of being taught by legendary gurus like Professor M.M. Sharma. My alma mater is truly fortunate that Dr. Mashelkar is its chancellor. Both my father and Dr. Mashelkar came from humble backgrounds and have achieved global renown in their own domains. My father, Dhirubhai Ambani, often admired Dr. Mashelkar's astute science and technology knowledge together with his keen understanding of the functioning of industries and the economy. What my father particularly admired about him was that he chose to return to India from UK to become an institution builder. Those days were tough in India. He has thus epitomized patriotism in every possible way, always living by the nation first philosophy. While he was building NCL in Pune, we were putting together the building blocks for Reliance's exponential growth story. Friends, my father and I instinctively concluded that we need Dr. Mashelkar to guide us in our plans to grow Reliance. It took us more than 30 years to get him to join our board at Reliance, which he finally did in 2007. I personally look up to him as someone that I can confide in and seek advice from. In fact, it is Dr. Mashelkar who taught us the power of exponential growth and guides the journey of Reliance. He is responsible for seeding Reliance with the thought of innovation is a way to growth. I will always be grateful to you, Dr. Mashelkar, for helping us institutionalize our innovation DNA in Reliance. You have chaired the Reliance Innovation Council, comprising of Nobel laureates and other global thought leaders. Dr. Mashelkar provided a new vision to science and technology at Reliance. He forced us to be nimble, agile, and efficient in integrating tomorrow's science and technology in our businesses. His leadership helped us lay a solid foundation of new innovation-led growth at Reliance. The biggest contribution is changing the mindsets of Indians and all our people at Reliance. Dr. Mashelkar has a deep conviction that both India and Reliance should not only be consumers of scientific knowledge produced elsewhere, but actually become producers of such knowledge. This conviction really helped change the mindsets of all our people at Reliance. And in his inimitable style, he is today helping us build our new growth engine in the green and clean energy space. To make India Atmanirbhar in our energy needs and also to bridge the energy divide. Dr. Mashelkar chairs our New Energy Council. Friends, today the world stands at the threshold of transformation, unprecedented and even unimaginable in scale and speed. Many disruptive technologies are emerging and they will completely change the global landscape of energy, transportation, food, education, healthcare, and much more. The world is poised to enter a world of superabundance. For the first time in history of humankind, basic needs of the entire planetary population can be met because of the plunging costs of products and services. This is what Dr. Mashelkar beautifully articulated many years ago in his prophetic dictum, more from less, for more and more people. When he retired as DG of CSIR, our Prime Minister then had said, "Doc, your best is yet to come." I would like to repeat it today. Dr. Mashelkar, your best is definitely yet to come. I believe in the next decade, that is in the next 10 years, you will achieve much more than with what you have collectively achieved in the last 50 years. Happy birthday again, Dr. Mashelkar, and thank you for everything that you have taught us and continue to teach us. Jive Sharat Shatam, may you live a life of 100, happy and healthy years and even more. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Again, beautifully summed up the total contribution. I am very happy to see Shri Hital Meshwani, Director RIL HES. If he wants to add something, Hital, would you like to say something? Just few words to supplement what Mukesh Bhai has already said.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. So, first of all, I feel truly humbled to even be here and part of this occasion to celebrate Dr. Mashelkar's 80th birthday. Because in the audience, I see all my gurus and gurus. So it is a very difficult moment for me to even gather my thoughts as to what am I going to say as a part of such a momentous occasion. As young chemical engineer, I have always looked up to Dr. Mashelkar, Professor Sharma, and several others in the audience. So it is indeed a very humbling experience, particularly to follow what Mukesh Bhai said about all of Dr. Mashelkar's achievements through the years, how he has been a guiding beacon to all of us at Reliance and also to me personally in many aspects over the years. Let me perhaps take the next few minutes and share some of my experiences in interacting with Dr. Mashelkar. Maybe that might be more relevant. I think his contribution and his accomplishments are too well known, and all of us are extremely proud of what he's done. And as Mukesh Bhai said, 80 is the new 40, but I think I was just reminded 80 is the new 18. So 80 and 18, he continues to have the energy of an 18-year-old. Every time we are meeting in Bombay or on some occasion or the other, and he said, I'll be there tomorrow morning, I'll be back. Suddenly decides to go to Pune, starts at 6, goes at 9, and then again next morning he's back again. I just don't understand how he does it at his age. So all these are just very, very small testimonies of the kind of energy that he possesses physically. But mentally, he is even more agile than some of these aspects because he's able to come up with solutions. He's someone who I believe has many unique aspects. Number one, he has of course, he's a pool of knowledge and pool of excellence that I will not even dare entering into, whether it is innovation, whether it is science, technology, engineering, physics, chemistry, biology, social sciences, Gandhiism or Gandhi-logy, or I don't know what you call it. I know you have your own. He understands everything there is to know from every subject that exists on the planet. Yet he has the ability to look at anything at 100,000 feet and still even go down to as low as 2 feet and actually hands-on be able to solve that problem. My first interaction with Dr. Mashelkar was actually, I think I met him at a conference. I think it was for the entrepreneurs organization or the residents or something. But I know it was one of those two. And then I met him, and then it was one of the Reliance functions. So I was briefly introduced to him, and then I got to know him. And then I think post 96, when we were building the Jamnagar refinery in those days, Professor Sharma was of course there, but we also had the benefit of meeting Dr. Mashelkar and exchanging all our various growth plans and the expansions and what we were doing. And in I think the year 2000, he was the keynote speaker at one of the retreats that we were having in Jamnagar. And that's where I think everyone was just spellbound by all the ideas that he shared with the audience and the configuration and the kind of challenges that had to be overcome at the refinery. And I think our Prime Minister was also there at that function, is what I recollect. So there was the Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji was there. At that time, I think he was the Gujarat Chief Minister. I think there were a few people from the world of Bollywood. I think there was the former Miss India at that time, and there was Dr. Mashelkar. So that was the kind of diversity that existed in that audience. I was not envious of putting myself in his shoes, because to interact on the one hand with science, technology and refinery at the Jamnagar refinery, and yet interacting with these luminaries at the same time, the kind of breadth of knowledge that you need to have, and the ability to even communicate, because on the one hand you're talking about Bollywood, who do not know, who perhaps will know very little about the industry and the kind of chemical engineering challenges, and then we are talking about the social issues of Gujarat and the political challenges, and here is a bunch of entrepreneurs in the audience. So I was truly intrigued by what you exhibited that day, Dr. Mashelkar, and then of course the rest is all history. After that, it has been so many close interactions. Number one, Dr. Mashelkar formed our entire Reliance New Energy, Reliance Innovation Council, I think, which consisted of some of the best minds in the industry, from Caltech, from Harvard University, from other institutions in India, and management gurus. So we had Professor Prahlad, and that was a truly unique experience. That council had the responsibility to sort of steer the overall direction of Reliance, the growth stories, and thrive innovation. Innovation not in just the scientific sense, but innovation in business models, innovation in social models, innovation in human resource management, innovation in business processes, and of course innovation in science and technology. So it was a whole breadth of innovation. I think he gave a whole new meaning to what innovation was all about, and not just restricted to science and technology as it is traditionally practiced across the world. Of course, then he joined we were fortunate to have him join the board of directors of Reliance, as you heard from Mukesh Bhai also. And obviously I can't reveal some of the details of the board meetings that went on, but his contribution has been absolutely fantastic. Often we used to exchange thoughts and business plans and growth plans, and while there was all-round appreciation, but somebody who comes from the world of chemical engineering and science and technology, I could immediately look up to him and even seek his detailed guidance often after the meetings, and then validate our thought process. And every time he would come up with some dimension which we would have never thought of. So these are just some of the qualities that I'm bringing about. I also had the opportunity to, I still do in fact, have the opportunity to be with him on our Health, Safety and Environment Council, which continues to be a major area of thrust across the industry and of course at Reliance. And somebody who comes from a research and technology background, and the kind of direction that he has provided to the industry over the years and to us continues to be path-breaking. And now most recently, I think, as you heard, the entire New Energy Council, this is quite a story. When we decided to enter the whole area of new energy, lots of business plans being made, lots of ideas being exchanged, and then we said, let's form a council and get some of the best brains in the business to work with us. And that's how I think Dr. Mashelkar was requested to put together that council. And I was just amazed. I think in a matter of 2 weeks, I think that's all it took him. He made a few phone calls, and suddenly we had a whole council formed with the best minds, and we are really, really fortunate to have those set of people with us. That council continues to meet and drive the agenda of new energy going forward, and the kind of growth plans that we have in place. So all these are just anecdotes, but they are a brief testimony of the kind of energy, knowledge, wisdom, the networking that he has not just in India, but in the entire world. And that is something that that I've always found astonishing, amazing, and exemplifying. The most important thing is he has this unique ability to simplify things. He comes up with something, and I have not shared this with you, but I make a note of it every time so I have a whole, it's there somewhere in my notes pad. So more from less and less from more. I think Mukesh Bhai also mentioned that in his message. We were talking about passion, and I was actually talking to my son, and I often keep quoting Dr. Mashelkar to them, and how everyone should pursue that passion and this and that. And he gave me a quote which has now stayed in my mind, that is, do what you like and like what you do. Now that's again stuck permanently in my head. And there is a series of them. It's not just is not one, two. I think every time he comes up with something, I don't know how he comes up with. We were solving problems of COVID, and that time this was just as recently as 1.5 years ago, and we were talking about how I think we were talking about oxygen supplies and how we could make it available to the masses, and some IoT-based solution that we had come up with, where the beds can be then put sensors, and we can put some portable oxygen which can be bottled from the gasification plant at Jamnagar and then sent, and we did all that and served the society. But then again, simplifying the problem all the way from an industrial scale and meeting the medical needs of the community. And then we were saying, now how do we, if we tell the ordinary that we are using this oxygen, that's one thing. But then he said that, okay, you take how much oxygen, so your 1,000 tons per day is what you're supplying. Convert that to milliliters of oxygen that a patient needs. And then now let's back calculate that if the patient has to be given so many milliliters of oxygen through this capillary for so many hours or so many days, on an average 2 or 3 days, and how many lives are we saving? So let's not say it is so many tons per day. Let us keep the mission of our people, that how many lives are you saving every day. And that's a whole new narrative of looking at things. So these are just examples that I'm giving, but he has had a far-reaching impact on all of us at Reliance, on me personally, and I'm sure that will continue to be the case for several years to come. As Mukesh by himself said, your best is yet to come, Dr. Mashelkar, and as he said, and it wasn't there, but this is your fifth innings, as he fondly calls it. I don't know which were your 4 innings, because you had so many innings, so I'm losing count of them. But this is your 5th inning, nevertheless, starting at 80 and ending at well beyond 100. So we look forward to seeking your continued guidance, wishing you, Dr. Mashelkar, a happy, healthy, I think Professor Sharma mentioned family life. Family life, of course, is there, but knowing you, I know, again, you're going to fall into that same trap. I was actually told by one of the industry leaders, and I don't know how we just ended up having a conversation of work-life balance. And so I asked him, what is your view on work-life balance? That's it. So he said, work is work and balance is life. So that's what applies in your case, Dr. Mashelkar. So all the best. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to again share my thoughts with such an august and humbling experience for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hitul Bhai. Indeed, it's worth listening to all these people because it just brings out a completely different perspective. Though even though we know what type of a person Dr. Mashelkar is, these snippets do add on as few additional hats or few additional rays of the sun which you see at the backdrop. So the next on the agenda in terms of his reminiscences, I'm going to request Professor Dr. S. Sivaram. He is director, ex-director NCL and currently professor at ISER Pune, who continued the legacy at NCL to talk about Dr. Mashelkar and his impressions about him. Professor Sivaram.
Thank you, Anirudh. Dr. Ramesh Mashelkar, Vaishali, your family is here, Professor Sharma, Professor Joshi, of course the Director of ICT, Anirudh Pandit, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Professor Samir Brahmachari, other distinguished invitees to this function. Normally on an event like this, I will never read something I have written. But for Dr. Mashelkar, if I start speaking extempore, you may have to stay here for the next couple of hours. That's the kind of memories that fill my brain today. So I thought I'll try to condense it in some more structural way, not because I want to be formal, but because I want to save the botheration of my organizers here saying that I've eaten away everyone else's time, you know. So pardon me if I kind of see some notes on my screen before I speak. The idea is to simply make sure that I have 20 minutes to speak, and I hope I can do justice in the 20 minutes to this extraordinary life of 80 years. What a day this has been. I've been sitting here and hearing right from the morning to celebrate the life of an amazing person who, in my opinion, has straddled Indian science, not only Indian science, global science and technology like a colossus for over 50 years. And my privilege is that I have known him for almost 45 of those 50 years, you know. So that's the privilege I have today of speaking in front of you. I think his contributions are very widely recognized and talked about. I'm hardly competent to speak about his pioneering scientific contributions. I think there were many who came in the morning who exemplified the quality of science that he performed all through his life. And it has been articulated, I think, very, very well by his own former students, and how his trailblazing contributions in chemical as well as polymer science and engineering has actually given many of us the kind of visibility that we have today in this country. When I started observing Dr. Mashelkar several years ago, I was actually remembering what my PhD advisor always used to say to us in every Saturday when we used to meet him on a weekly seminar. His pet phrase was, "From little acorns do tall oaks grow." And what he meant by saying that never ever in science disregard the small insignificant observations. And I think that's what some of my colleagues have spoken about, that how some of these small insignificant observations is what leads to the most significant discoveries. In fact, in the case of my own PhD thesis advisor, his Nobel Prize came from an anomaly in the experimental result. And he was persistent in pursuing the anomaly and not throwing it away as something his graduate student did not do well, you know. And so I think that was something that I came with. That's a kind of a background I came with. And therefore, to see Dr. Mashelkar in his workplace articulating this philosophy kind of resonated with me significantly. So what can I talk about today about Dr. Mashelkar, after so many people have already talked about his multifaceted personality, contribution. I always say that it is, in spite of everything that has been talked about, we are like the 9 blind men of Hindustan. Okay, we don't know who Dr. Mashelkar is. Okay, the reason is because it all depends upon who looks at him. Okay, because just like the parable of the blind men of Hindustan, everybody looked at an elephant but described it in different way. So we all look at Dr. Mashelkar today and describe him in a particular way, but I'm sure that none of it is completely true. In fact, all of it is not completely true, but some of it is partly true. So I think that is because everything is something that we cannot speak about this multifaceted personality in a language that we can communicate and share. I think it's impossible to do so. What do we say about him? Is he a teacher? Is he a scientist? Is he a research administrator? An industrial consultant? A distinguished public servant with immense contribution to public policy formulations? Institution builder? A super and eloquent evangelist, in my opinion, for science in India? Because I think many of us are living in the reflected glory that he set for us, the kind of platform he set for us, and that's where some of us gained our identities in our own life. A mentor, an author, a friend, a compassionate human being, so on and so forth. There's no end to this melange of words that you can create to describe him, and that's why I said that you can probably describe him partly, but you can never describe him completely. I think we will need, in my opinion, months and days to unravel his full personality. So what is it that I can share with you this afternoon? You are seeing a person in front of me, that is, you are seeing in your front me, who was essentially made by Dr. Mashelkar. And I will share some snippets of this from my own life journey, which I think brings out some facets of his personality very vividly and starkly. I first met him in NCL in 1977, 78. I don't recall the month and the day. I was about 30 and he was just about 4 years older to me. He was about 34, 35. But what I remember from that first encounter was how wise and mature he was for his age. In fact, never did I realize that he was just 4 years older to me, when I had that meeting. And what impressed me to this day, that I started looking upon him as actually my teacher, because this is, I think, that's exactly what happened within Professor Sharma and Dr. Mashelkar. I think what was the age difference? About 4 or 5 years, right? So, little bit more? Okay. 6 years. And I started looking at him as a teacher because his wisdom was far beyond his age, 34 or 35. And I was 30, so it's not a big difference. 30 and 34 or 35 is not a big difference. Both of us had the similar kind of background and education and everything, but still I started looking at him as somebody from whom I have to learn. And that was the kind of spirit with which I started my relationship with him. In fact, at that time, Sri Lavraj Kumar had formed a committee to plan which 5-year plan, I do not know now. I think it's a 6th 5-year plan, if I'm not mistaken. And Dr. Mashelkar was the chair of that committee at the age of 34, and I was a member of that committee at the age of 30. Now that speaks a little bit about how young people should be involved in policy making. I mean, today we talk about young people should be involved in policy making. It's not new. It has happened in 1977. He was the chair of the committee and I was a member of the committee. There were a few other members. We had several meetings, and at the end of the day, meetings, people come and go, speak and leave after a lunch or a dinner, but somebody has to sit down and write the hard report, okay? And that task fell on me, and that's a task that I have taken on me many times willingly, because I believe that irrespective of what people say and tell in the meeting, the people who write are the people who make the difference, because they write the way it should be done. And with the help of and the guidance of Dr. Mashelkar, I sat in a room next to his office, a small conference room, and I started writing by hand, because in those days you have to write everything by hand. So I started writing. I spent 3-4 days in NCL, and we kept on exchanging those handwritten notes, and then it was somebody in his office typed everything for us, and that's how we made the first document, and that was also my first experience of working, talking, meeting and interacting with Dr. Mashelkar. Both of us had returned to India at that time. I was about 1.5 years or 2 years in India, and he probably was about 2-3 years back from his stint outside of India. And it was so exhilarating to talk about Indian science and technology, where it should go, and we were just novices, honestly speaking. I'm sure there were more wise men in the country at that time, but it was so important for us to talk about it, and that's what's made the life so pleasant. And he was overflowing with ideas even to that day, And when I've seen Dr. Mashelkar in subsequent years, nothing ever surprised me, because at the age of 34, he had such great ideas for the future of India, and all he did in the subsequent years was trying to put some of those things into practice, in terms of policies. A few years later, that was about 1980s or something, or early 80s, Dr. Mashelkar joined the board of the Indian Petrochemicals Corporation Limited, and where I was an employee at that time, okay? And this gave us some opportunities to interact at that time, but you know what, he would ask me during every one of his frequent visits to Baroda, he would say, come and see me and have breakfast with me in the guest house. I don't know why he singled me out, I still do not know, maybe he knows. And I will go to the guest house, because that guest house happened to be just behind my residence, so it was easy for me to walk across. I'll go to the guest house and sit with him and have breakfast. Now, what could I talk to him, on those days? I was an insignificant scientist working in industry, solving what I call incremental problems, okay? I was not doing any great science. Trying to solve the operational problem in a manufacturing, trying to solve a little problem in marketing of a product, trying to understand a product a little better so that we can create a new grade. And these are the kind of what I call the non-glamorous research that industry people do. But he was deeply interested in that, and I think that was something which was significant to me, because I thought nobody in this country would ever ask me what I'm doing, because once you are in industry, you're relegated to what is called the backyards of science, okay? And even today that's true. Once you're in industry, people believe that you are useless for anything else, and therefore you are doing science in industry, okay? So, but he would very deeply ask me what I am doing. Whatever little things I was doing, he will kind of remark about it, and at the end of the breakfast, he will actually pat me on the back and saying, "You have done a great thing." Okay. Now I didn't even I didn't think I did a great thing, because I was also a little worried whether I was really doing anything at all in industry at that time, and he would pat me on the back, and actually it was such a phenomenal boost to one ego, I tell you, to kind of celebrate what is called small victories. And I think, to me, I think that's the underpinning of science. We must, it's not that we celebrate the big ones, we must celebrate every small victories. And I think that is very important. And that's what he showed me, that even if you had done a little bit thing which helped the plant achieve maybe a couple of % improved productivity, he would say, yes, you have done the right thing. And I today I know that's the right thing to do. I know that it's so important to do, but I didn't know at that time, because at that time I thought maybe I was in the wrong place. I should have been in a university being a professor or something like that. And here he was, a person who came and told me, what you're doing is valuable, keep doing well. Well, that was the time to receive this encouragement for someone who is working in industrial research. And my postdoctoral advisor used to call people, because he came after 25 years in industrial research to academia, and he used to call the people who work in industrial research the silent heroes of science. Okay, and so I figured out that maybe there is some place for me in science. It's not that I was wasting my time. And it was a kind of a great boost to an ego for a person who was just about 34 years of age at that time. At that time, honestly speaking, I did not know that he had a scheming mind, okay, which I know he has, okay. So he doesn't do anything without a purpose, okay. For him, purpose, somebody talked about purpose and passion, right? So for him, purpose is the fundamental. There is no point in wasting your time if you don't have a purpose, right, Dr. Mashelkar? So he had a purpose, and that purpose was to basically see far ahead than what I could see. And in fact, he once told me in private that in his own personal life, he has planned every step and he has made it happen, okay? And that's something that he shared with me once. And I think not many of us plan our personal life with that meticulousness. And also make sure you realize them. It's not simply, we can all have dreams, but you need to realize your dreams. And what he was planning at that time, he was laying the groundwork of asking me to come to NCL, okay? So that was this Chanakya brain of his working, and I didn't realize it. Honestly speaking, I thought, he was trying to be very, friendly to me, but he was trying to kind of lay the grounds, saying that I should come to NCL. Now, it was at the time that in about 1986, a call formally came to me from Dr. Doraiswamy. I'm sure it must be on his bidding, asking me whether I would come and join NCL. And this was a letter from the director coming to somebody, asking him whether I would like to come and join NCL. So, Ashish, you said such things don't happen anymore, right? So, okay. So what happened? I was in two minds for multiple reasons, and this story has been told by himself in many, many occasions. I don't want to repeat it, but it took as usual, he was not only purposeful. He was persuasive, okay? Relentless persuasion. And in order to realize their objective, and with a singular mind, and he made it a reality in 1989. And he also managed this transition with extreme delicacy and finesse, because IPCL and R&D both were public institutions at the time, and they had an excellent relationship. And so he didn't want IPCL to feel that NCL was poaching one of its employees, and so he had to do it with great finesse. I admired that finesse, and he fondly recounted this experience, also in a speech he recorded for me on my 75th birthday a few months ago. And the tipping point, honestly speaking, I think in every decision-making process is a complex process. It's not a linear process. It's not a logical process. It's a complex process. And in the complex process, I always believe that there has to be one tipping point which kind of makes a decision for you. And what was the tipping point? If I can have that 2 slides on that projector, please. That was the tipping point, and I want to show the tipping point, and that was the letter, okay? All right? That letter was written to me by him on 11th of November, 1986. Now, this was a sensitive letter, so he couldn't ask his PA to stenographer to type for me, because, a stenographer means he will know and then he will go and tell everybody, right? So obviously, it has to be written confidentially. So what did he do? He wrote it with his own hand, okay? And this was a letter he wrote to me. Now, don't worry about reading it. I will talk to you later on about what is written, but I just want you to, it's a long letter, and it's a 2-page letter, and this is and this letter I have preserved with me, Dr. Mashelkar. It's a treasure for me, because this is the tipping point. And read the next slide. I will show you what he wrote there, which made up my mind. And I think this is what leaders do. They show you stars, okay? They ask you to look at the sky and make you see the stars. You can never reach those stars, but the very act of looking at the stars is what inspires you to do whatever you want to do. And that's what he wrote here. NCL can only get better in the years to come. Look at his optimism for the lab. Together, and look at that word, together, we can really build an institute where the highest traditions of scholarship are followed, which will be the envy of the rest of the world. NCL is already highly regarded, but I'm aware of the lacunae, the gaps and the problems. The greatest challenge and opportunity awaits all of us. We can do it together. The word do is, I have underlined. And that's the tipping point that said, no, I need to go here, okay? I had tremendous reasons why I was not interested in making that move, but I said, this one letter said, I told my wife, pack our bags, okay? We are going, okay? And what I want to tell you is the simplicity of the words that are written here. And for a person who is about 39, 40 years of age at that time, he was probably 45, 46, he was about to become the director. This is 86, I think. And I said that, how can I ever say this? How can I ever refuse this call? Okay, and there is a statement in Godfather, I don't know how many of you have seen the movie. He says, always make an offer that somebody cannot refuse, okay? Now, because in Godfather, if you refuse an offer, your heads are chopped off, okay? So there's a very famous statement by Marlon Brando where he says that always do not never make an offer that somebody can refuse, okay? So this is an offer which I could never refuse. And I think Dr. Mashelkar always used to tell me that I write long letters to him, I used to do that too, and he knows the reasons when I did it, but I said, I learned this art from you, okay? So because subsequently when occasions arose that I had to argue with him on matters that I would not like to do it publicly on an official correspondence, but I like to these are personal matters. I used to sit and write long handwritten letters, and I said, I learned this art from you because you wrote those letters to me. In fact, by the way, this is not the only letter. There were half a dozen letters before that which he wrote, which I still have it in my files, handwritten letters. Okay, the rest, as we say, is history. I joined NCL without nobody making me a job offer. It was just a letter from the director who said, please come and join NCL, and I went and joined NCL, okay? All right, I mean, there was no advertisements, there was nothing, at that time, okay? Anyway, I also never applied for this job, okay? All right, I never applied for the job. I didn't make an application, on any paper or any form, and that was the kind of environment that Dr. Mashelkar endangered at the time. The amazing freedom to operate. Some of us are here who worked in that period with him, and it was exhilarating to work with him. Every encounter with him was mind expanding, and often, we will all leave his office, and I'm sure Hirvani will remember this, not with the question why, but with the question why not. Okay, because we all went with some reasons why we could not do something, okay, and we spent 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 50, 30 minutes talking with him, and then we'll all leave the office. He said, why not? Okay, why can't we do this? Okay, and he will make it so simple that we can do it. And I think that is the spirit. I think that's a question that leadership has to ask every time, why not? Okay, because that kind of challenges you to do things that you never thought that you could do. And I was impressed, of course, with his boundless energy. I think everybody understands NCL in the early 90s. And, I used to have my office in the ground floor of the main building. His office was on the first floor. Now he used to work till 9:30 in the night. So what I would do, around 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock, I'll go outside the main entrance and see whether his car is there. If his car is there, I'll go back to my office. Okay? So, because I said I should not leave my office before Dr. Mashelkar leaves. Okay, so that was because I didn't want to go up and see whether the lights are on, but I always used to see his director's car, right? So what I would do, I will just, or somebody will tell me, I'll go and ask the watchman, has the director left? Because sometimes he used to come walking, from his house. So I'll ask the security guard, has he left? He says, no sir, abhi andar hai. So I'll go back to my office, because I had decided that I would not leave the office of my office until he leaves, okay? And that was because I said, look, if he can stay so long doing something which is interesting and for the good of the laboratory, why I can't stay, And of course, I want to tell you that this cost a lot of marital unhappiness for me because my wife will wait for me for dinner, at home, and she'll, and she'll keep calling me, when are you coming for dinner? When are you coming for dinner? I said, wait for 10 more minutes, wait for 15 more minutes. I can't tell her that I'm waiting for Dr. Mashelkar to go, So, actually, many days, I go home for dinner at 9:45, 10, and so that was, but it was very happy times, and we were partners in crime. In any institution, you have to commit a crime. Okay, without commit a crime, nothing good comes. Okay, in institution, as long as the crime is not committed for your personal benefit. That's what Dr. Mashelkar used to tell us. You can break rules as long as you don't break rules for your personal benefit. But you break rules for the institutional good, you must break rules. So we were crimes and partners. Many crimes we have committed. Some of them succeeded, some of them didn't succeed. But I think I learned in that, what kind of institutional transformation we can make if we only set our minds together. And I think I was also learning at the time, for the first time, because I worked for the first 14 years in industry, at what motivates and incentivizes a scientist in a publicly funded institution. Unlike in industry, which the motivations of a scientist are different in industry. And these were probably the best years of my professional life, from 1990 to 1995, 96, when he was the director. And I think I grew up, probably in that 5-7 years, I grew up in terms of my wisdom by about 15, 20 years, And I think that was the thing. And, somebody told me that you'll go to the airport, pick him up, and he will talk. And that same thing happened to me. He was doing the same thing to me, except that these were, I was just beginning my early PhD mentorship research, because I didn't do that in industry. So I started building that part of my career in NCL. And every time I'll meet him, I have to tell him what my students are doing. Okay, he will ask me, what are you doing, what is happening, and I think it's in those informal conversations that he learned much about what I was doing in the laboratory in those days. And of course, as usual, it happened in cars, it happened in airplanes. And in airplanes, I want to tell you something. He used to travel by business class in those days. Okay, he was allowed. I had to travel in economy class. But what will happen? When we are traveling together to Delhi in some flight, after the flight takes off, he will come to me. He will ask the next passenger to me to go to business class and exchange his seat, and he will sit next to me in order to talk. Okay? So I've seen many occasions where the persons who occupied next to me were great beneficiaries, because they travel business class without paying for it, okay? And he traveled economy class after having paid for the business class, okay? And we will sit and talk on all kinds of things, at that time. I wish I had kept notes, but I think out of those several discussions, conversations, interactions, came many significant discoveries in the lab, and he has already talked about it in many forums on this, and one of which I think which has led to my 15-year-long relationship with G, which started in 1993 and went on till 2008. And I think this is probably the longest relationship that CSR has had with any company. And of course, great benefit to everybody. And I think it changed my life. It gave me an identity for the first time, because I came from industry, as I said, an unsung hero of science. And it gave me an identity of who I am, in this domain, in this country. I became a director in 2002, and an opportunity to work with him as a DG CSIR. And he entrusted to me, as usual, like he did in NCL, many sensitive tasks for the reinvention of CSIR. And I'm happy to see there were three of us. We were called the Trinities in those days: Samir, Ramaswamy, and I. And we were his, what is called his Trinity, to whom he will bounce every idea, okay? To see, because the reason is, it's very clear for him. Samir was a brain, okay? So Samir will be completely intellectualize the issue and give him a point of view, because he was the brain, and he was, Samir could actually intellectualize any issue to its deepest, detail. Ramaswamy was, I call it the left hand, because Ramaswamy was a socialist by his temperament, He wanted everything to happen free, good for the people, everything to, CSIR cannot be like that all the time, right? So, but he wanted everything to be, for the people, okay? So he was, I still call him a left, he has got this leftist, mentality a little bit. Everything should be free, everything should be given free, and all those things. And I was on the right side, I was the rightist who believed that we have to make money, okay? So, and, we have to make money, CSIR has to make money, and we'll have to survive by making money. And if necessary, we have to do everything to make money, okay? And we used to have this great conversation, Samir, Ramaswamy, and I. And, we were three people with completely three different mental orientation. And I think Dr. Mashelkar picked the three of us with great care, because he got all the 3 points of view, okay? So that when he took a decision, his decision was very balanced, And I think that was an extraordinary way of picking the right people and hearing the right feedback from people in order to take your final decisions. And I also realized again that little bit of the Chanakya mind, In 2002, when I became the director, and I think he said he not only thought in 1984 that he was the person who could come to NCL and lead the polymer chemistry research, but he also, I think, had kind of seen in me some quality that he said one day he could become the director of NCL. Okay, so look at this vision of 20 years. When he saw me in 1986, he's already planning for 2002, okay? And that is something amazing. In fact, somebody said, there are many definitions for mentors. What is the definition of a mentor? A mentor is somebody who can see much farther than anyone else can see, you know? And I think that's why I think he's a true mentor. In fact, in the mid-80s, I could hardly see myself as a director of a CSIR laboratory, you know. So you can imagine, you know, from that mid-80s when I was a nobody, you know, to be brought into NCL at the right time, given me that kind of a grooming and the kind of responsibilities that helped me to establish my identity, and then ultimately becoming fit enough to become the director of this great laboratory. I think that credit goes to him. I think our relationship has grown from strength to strength. Even today, he calls me so many often. There are only two people who call me. One is the two of them are sitting there. And both of them call me often and ask me for things, tell me things. And I'm so grateful to you, Ramesh, for your mentorship, friendship, love and affection that you have shown to me and my wife, Rama. She was supposed to be here, but I don't know where she's missing. But she'll be here. Like many of us have said before me, many of us would not be where we are but for the fact that you came into our life. Rather unexpectedly and almost surreptitiously. You know, we never planned for it, but it happened. And I think that's what I feel so thankful to God. And watching you closely and learning from them has enriched our lives beyond measure. Your qualities of passion and compassion has touched many of us. You often say that you are a dangerous optimist. That quality of seeing the best in people and in situations has kept you young at even 80. A few months ago, he recorded a 15 minutes video tribute to me on my completing my 75th birthday. It was a touching, sentimental and emotional moment for me. I do not have adequate words to say as well as about you as what you said about me. You talked about the need to balance excellence with relevance. This is the lesson I learned from you, Dr. Mashelkar. And as one of your mentees, I am pleased to see that I have not disappointed you. We continue to work together to this day on many forums, and I think that is my life's blessing, and share ideas and thoughts, and I hope that we can continue to do so for many, many more years to come, as long as both of us are alive. All I can wish you, Vaishali, your children, the grandchildren, the very best of the future. We hope that you are as active, as passionate, and as optimistic about the future of India as you have always been. We look forward to your guidance. We hope to be inspired by you for as long as we live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sivram. Padma Shri, Dr. Sivram. I had warned you in the morning itself that it's going to be difficult to control the afternoon session, mainly because of the kind of sentiments which everybody has for Dr. Mashelkar. So I'm sort of not looking at the watch. The only thing which I'm looking at the program, who is going to be the next speaker, and whatever time it takes, though they have been given a specific time of 20 minutes, I think few minutes here and there we have to today sustain. So next speaker is Dr. Sameer Brahmachari, who was a DG CSIR before Dr. Mashelkar, and again was identified as one of the persons who brought in the kind of an accountability which the CSR was looking for. So I'm sure he has had, as pointed out by Dr. Sivram, many anecdotes to tell about his interaction with Dr. Mashelkar. Sameer.
Thank you, Dr. Pandit, for inviting me. I don't know. I feel enormously humbled to see Dr. M.M. Sharma, Rama Rao. Dr. Mashelkar is more like a friend, but them, I considered them, I wish I met them many years earlier. You put on the slide. You keep slide rather than my face. Although I realized that majority of them are chemical engineers who are speaking, or chemists, with even Ashutosh here. I may be the first non-chemical engineer, but my master's was in physical chemistry. So I can qualify on that to be here. Last time I was here is 2006, December 24th in UDCT, when Dr. M.M. Sharma was felicitated for his next 70th birthday, along with some function was there. And I recall the dais had the richest industrialist of India and Dr. Mashelkar, two students. I used to say, you have to be really gifted to have students who can become, one have a Mashelkar one side and Mukesh Ambani another side. So I present today to Dr. M.M. Sharma, the guru of Dr. Mashelkar. See, I began at Indian Institute of Science, and I was fortunate to see G.N. Ramachandran and worked in the first CSIR project of G.N. Ramachandran on collagen structures of collagen model. So I grew up at Indian Institute of Science believing that you can do science world class sitting in India. I was very fortunate. I met Dr. Mashelkar, next slide. So today I said, everybody talked about him as a 3P, you know, pioneer in chemical engineering, pioneer in protecting intellectual property and protecting national traditional knowledge digital library. So I truly had a voyage with Dr. Mashelkar in 1995 when I met him first time, DG CSIR. So you keep a distance. You don't meet him. You can see I'm far away from him. I do not have a photograph with him that time. And it was Goa Research Conference. We were sailing to Lakshadweep. And Mashelkar talked about, you know, if you come to conference, you have to talk in GRC, irrespective of what it is. So he talked about raptation model of complex polymer moving through gels. And I was interested in pulse field gel electrophoresis because large-scale DNA were to be separated through an agarose gel. So that was my passion for genomics. And here he is talking about chemical engineering problem of polymer moving through polymer. So that was my first scientific interactions, sitting in the beach, talking and trying to tell him what is Genome Project, how will be the human genome, what is going to be the future. And he, you know, is a great learner, as everybody said. So that's where we started. In 1996, I was an activist. That time the genome samples were collected because you know United Nations UNESCO Declaration of Common Human Heritage in 1995 said that Biodiversity Convention doesn't include human. So, and 1944 Helsinki Agreement says that you cannot trade a part of your body. So therefore, your blood sample can be taken by anybody without any national interest, and that can cause, and then you can commercialize it subsequently. You know the famous HeLa cell, that she was a lady whose cell was been one of the biggest contributors. Even today there is a court case on that. So I was activist trying to protect the Indian samples. So I went to Dr. Mashelkar because there was a meeting at Germany, all the questions to discuss about intellectual property, how do we handle intellectual property, and I went to DGCSIR that time, first time I went to your office, and with that discussion, I went and figured out, I explained to him that sample is not tradable, blood sample, but associated information is copyright protectable. Can I link these two? And he said, yes, it is possible. And that's what eventually made nobody could immortalize Indian samples. So this was his interaction. And 1997, I wanted to show you those days there was no slide. You had to print out, and there was no director's conference, a director's selection meeting, discussion, there's no presentation. So one piece of paper I gave to him. This was to say that here is your Center for Biochemical Technology, how I can convert this into a genomics institute. Because that time, 9th plan, for some reason, Indian Institute of Science decided, I wanted to have a genomics center, but I was a member of Hugo from 90, so I wanted this passion to happen, but somehow 54 faculty together, I got only 2 votes in support. So I went to Delhi, and I got Dr. Bachawat to support me, but unfortunately, 1996, September end, when we were supposed to make a Genome Research Foundation, just 3 days before he passed away. So that didn't happen. Then Dr. Balaram suggested that why not you apply for CBT? I will nominate you for CBT. I didn't apply. Because Padmavibhushan felt that you need an institute to build genomics. So I presented this. I just brought out to show you. And I said 2 things if we bring to this. But I know how hard was the decision that day. Because subsequently as a DGCS, I have accessed the file. Right? How this is difficult. Because I remember in the airport, Dr. Mashelkar had doubts. Can this be expensive? How expensive it will be? So G. Padmavibhushan, who was the chairman, he asked me to write a letter to assure Mashelkar that I will raise money myself and I will not disturb the institute. I'll take people along. And it was interesting. After several years, Mashelkar came to IGIB and showed that letter that what I wrote, that promise was fulfilled. Now, so this is what I presented when I came as a director. That is the first. Next slide. Then I had to I came and met Mashelkar. I had no accommodation for director CBT. So I was told that science, there is apartment, scientist apartment in Ashram Chowk. I went there, it is so dirty, so black. So, first interaction with DGCSR with an offer letter saying, sir, that place is CSR slum. I haven't joined. He said, is it? I said, yes. 11th August, I'm joining. I came 11th August. I didn't know that Mashelkar has told them that he will come to inauguration on 15th August to inaugurate the flag. And that place was whitewashed. Everything was clean. So, that's the... So I realized if I create a criticism, it gets done. You have to know, the famous rule, if the person is less intelligent, you praise in front of him. If the person is equally intelligent, praise to his friends. And if the person is smart, intelligent, criticize him. And if somebody is far more intelligent, don't try to impress him. So I took a decision, never try to impress Dr. Mashelkar. That is the principle first. Next slide. So this was the program I presented on August 97. And I must say today, then this article came by Hari, And Hari wrote this article where very clearly, where, it was a generic drug, $7 billion industry article in small box here. See where, next slide. He talks about sleepy looking CBT was very insignificant in CSR system. But the next slide shows you what Dr. Mashelkar says. Dr. Mashelkar says we are taking drug research into the 21st century unless we cannot be there, unless we have 21st century tools. And that was his statement I picked up from that article. Next slide. So, the transformation, Center for Biochemical Technology was not painted so well. These days they have money to paint, but those days it was not. And to this transition has happened. So therefore, next slide. It all happened through Lagan team. We did not have trained chemical engineers, nothing. I only can tell you, he had a belief in Bhuvan, right? And then rest, today of course, IGIB is super standard, Sachin Tendulkar and Khalis all over. So, and that was a belief. Next slide. What happened? How did it happen? Because you are all chemical engineer, you discuss about business-driven R&D. So the two models that CSIR did not have actually could get implemented. Dr. Mashelkar was DG CSIR. Of course, Mashelkar said in many times that this has happened in spite of CSIR. I remember that. So the model is an alliance model, and next is how to build a service model. And in alliance model, you don't lose the human resource. And service model, you use capital best possible way. Next slide. So, 3 business models were built. And I can tell you, I haven't seen anybody else that time. Eventually, it was possible. And Mashelkar gave Genomic, the Knowledge Alliance, and G.N. Ramachandran Knowledge Center, because 2000, Mashelkar called me and told, we missed IT revolution, CSIR. Can we do a bio-IT, some revolution? Can you do this? I said, we need a new model. There is no way you can get IT professionals unless we pay them more, so we have to create a new model. And will you give me a supercomputer? DGCSI had 1.5 crore approval power. 1.48 crore was sanctioned to buy the first 4.7 teraflop supercomputer in India in a biological laboratory. So, I tell you, we see the result. We haven't seen the process. Next slide. So, Mashelkar calls me that Nickel, if that time genome's first round information is coming, every industry, every pharma is interested. Nicholas Piramal was also. So the idea was to create a combination where model is very different than all existing model. And in this, the first time knowledge became an equity. And we could not convert our equity because there was no possibility in CSR those days. Otherwise, we would have got a lot more money. But we could take IPR share. So IPR was made into an equity. And I remember 32% of the IPR, when the project was closed, came back to CSIR. And we could do a lot of experiments with fund from the industry for high-risk project. That's what we are talking about. Next slide. So you see it is an unusual project. This even could have become an entity. Actually, they made an entity, GenQuest, but it could not be commercial, CSR could not take equity. So it was merged back with the Nicholas Piramal. So this was the first. Next slide. And you can see the priest is here. So as I said, catalyst. He not only promoted catalyst, but he actually was the Katniss. You can see he was presiding. So I call him the Purohit of this. And this is among, when CSR celebrated 60 best things of CSIR, Dr. Mashelkar picked up this as one of the best of 60. Next slide. Next was G.N. Ramachandran Knowledge Center. So I say, with DGCSR support, IGA was equipped with a supercomputer. And then we got philanthropic funding from Chatterjee Group and other industries, by which we can have 14 IIT engineers working at CBT with 100 GNAT students. And that created the IT revolution, bio-IT revolution. Next slide. So that's how IGIB got connected to so many. And nothing would have happened if we did not have that supercomputing capability at that time. I remember Mashelkar was chairing that one EFC, those days, Expenditure Finance Committee, SFC meeting. And I was asked that what is the chance of this drug discovery in silico possible? So I said 10%. So Planning Commission and everybody sitting there, 10%. I said, yes. And I remember he saying, when Shamir says 10%, I'll add 1 0 at the end of it. But it was high risk. So I had to write in paper 10% chance. So this was brought the TCS limitly. Next slide. So this is the first time bio-IT commercialization of softwares took place in CSIR. And Mashelkar then called me and said, can we get a big industry? And when I told that you need an industry in 2001, he wrote letters to Tata. He wrote letters to Premji, Narayan Murthy, and Tata. There came the immediate reply from Tata. Next slide. And that led to the creation of BioSuit. Today, $600 million bio-IT business TCS does. Right? I wish we had taken more royalty model those days, but we were nimitly, we wanted to make it promote, and this is what comes. And this is what outcome of 1.5 crores belief and commitment. Next slide. And to support excellence, when we celebrated 50 years of G.N. Ramachandran's for 50 years of college and structure in Big Gun Bhavan, he also announced the G.N. Ramachandran Medal. But the story is, I can tell the story here, it is interesting. He told, first 2 years you cannot be an applicant because you are writing the rules. So I didn't apply. Then 2007, I was nominated and I became DG on 12th November. The first file comes to my table under Vijay's chairmanship, recommending me as a G.N. Ramachandran Medal. I thought, oh no, I cannot do this. The first job. So I said, send it back and said, committee may select somebody else. So, so therefore, Mashelkar, you preventing me for 2 years actually denied me that G.N. Ramachandran Medal. Next slide. So the other one was TCGA, the Center for Genomic Application. This was unique, where we could utilize, normally equipments are used 22%, but here you could utilize the capital of the government, recurring of the private, and create a complete revolution. What actually it did, it allowed IGIB to do massive scale genomics, which would not have been possible. 54 science technicians were working round the clock. And that led to, next slide, this was inaugurated. And that time you can see 4 secretaries were together. In a 4-stranded ribbon was cut. So we made sure the commitment of not only DGCSIR and Mashelkar was to approve this. And I still remember that the evening, you were so excited. And we had some cricket match also those days. Next slide. what did it do? We could first country to map the genomics landscape of India. This is, which is in the National Museum of Calcutta. If you go to philanthropy, this whole poster is there. Next, it allowed, subsequently, it allowed so many genomic diagnostics, which is NeuroPro of Lal's Path Lab. My younger colleagues took it forward. Next, this, in 200 days, Feluda was developed to technology transfer. When people said 200 days, I said, yes, 20 years back, we needed a support. And 20 years back, believing that CSIR can do genomics, CBT can become a genomics center, that's not easy for a leadership. And I know how hard it was for you. So today, it is there. Next, and entire, all of you have watched in televisions, newspapers, the genomic surveillance. My student, Skaria, who is the youngest faculty who my last recruit, and actually the only student I recruited of mine, actually has done this. Next slide. So, 11th plan, everybody thinks open source drug discovery was approved by me. No. Open source drug discovery was approved by Mashelkar in the 11th plan. It just happened to be, I remember this, you wanted to expand the budget, and I wrote this 500 crore project. And then when I became DG CSIR, I can't spend 500 crore of projects, so I said only 50 crore to start with, and that is how it started. Next. And this project, Mashelkar has talked more than me in every possible forum, both nationally and internationally. And next, it became the true network project, and it is one of the largest projects that CSIR. Today, I am very proud to say this is now global movement. Next slide. And post-pandemic, there are so many open source, whole entire COVID became open source, and world recognized it. And I can just want to tell you that there are many FDA-approved drugs have come, clinical trial has happened, and the largest, 4.5 million hits, that OSDD, CRDD has 4.5 million hits per month, 1.5 lakhs per day, our database. The OSDD movement has gone global, and eventually intellectual property of CSIR and Mashelkar in his characteristic style, when Bill Gates did this, Mashelkar did his tweet saying today, a decade ago, when stating to SBR. So that's Mashelkar. Okay, next slide. So I must tell a few stories, and I'll tell you how I got banging from Mashelkar in 60th CSIR, but they were preparing exhibition, and I was standing there. Mashelkar says, come this side. We are director, two of us standing. Come this side, what are you doing there? Just see whether it can be corrected. So he forgot, later he said, oh, I treated you like my son. I didn't realize it, that I'm talking to you. I tell you, biggest challenge I had was Lodi Garden Walk. Reason is, I knew what to do. If I want to get something from Mashelkar, I'll fax it at 6 o'clock from Mall Road, tell Kalra, place it to Dr. Mashelkar, I'm coming at 6:30. And invariably Mashelkar will 6:30, come, we'll go for a walk, you explain. And walking at his speed and trying to explain, it was tough. So that's the hard part. Directors' conference, we were having a directors' conference with ministers sitting in the chair. I remember there were very uncomfortable questions were asked, right? Very learned minister. And directors having difficulties, so Mashelkar indicated me, come. So I came to the toilet, said, give bouncers, talk genomics such a way no question can be asked. Right? So this is how he worked. I can tell you, DG CSIR team versus rest cricket match, sorry, Mashelkar cannot lose. So I will always in his team. Even Prakash has to drop a catch to make Mashelkar win.
So there is no way he is ready to lose. Cheating Mashelkar. How did I cheat Mashelkar? You know, at Science Center, we'll have long discussions. And after some foreigners come, gone, Mashelkar has, staying there. So, so he'll have some wine left over, Shabir wine. So I figured out, I don't enjoy drinking. So that's one thing very different we are. So, so I told I take gin and wine, gin and tonic. I said, okay, gin and tonic. So I was instructed the guest house, whenever I ask gin and tonic, you will give me sugar-free catch water. So Mashelkar was cheated. He said, oh, you have a drink, no? Yes, sir, I have a drink. So otherwise I would have been, last one, go back, just go back. Please don't slide. Yes. I think this is a very serious, interesting anecdote. I became DG. First month, I realized everywhere I go, people really don't know CSIR. They know Mashelkar. So what did I do? As a DG says, in 1 hour your card will be printed. I said, don't print my card. Take Mashelkar's old card, cut his name, write my name. So first 1 month, I used that card to everybody. I said, I haven't got my card, this is the card. This is the card. So everybody said, oh, you are Mashelkar. Okay, you are. Then I could start understanding, and that of course made me put CSIR in front of all laboratories. I could never make Sunil happy, because today first time I am seeing in a half jacket. Mashelkar will be always in Delhi, suit and tie, and I'll be always coming. I have never worn suit and tie in India. So Sunil, my PS to Mashelkar who was there, said, sir, dress theek nahi hai. This dress, so I could never make him happy. Next slide. 2010, CSI had a Techno Fest. I'm sure Rana Day remembers it. And Mashelkar was there. And this defines. I picked up some mood of observing, learning, listening, even directing. Next slide. So, learning from Dr. Mashelkar, as usual, everybody has said, be positive, never make a negative statement, representation. I remember his screening of transparencies at Directors' Conference. Infinite energy, hard work, everybody said, praising colleagues. I grew up in Indian Institute of Science. In a Karnataka environment, I never got anybody praising me. I never had that. I have no idea whether it's a Maharashtra culture or I think it's Maharashtra culture, because Dr. M.M. Sharma also praises me. So I will say it's a first time I got so much of praise, and I realized how powerful is praise, because I used to praise people, but I was not used to getting praise in Bangalore. So that was my biggest gift. He had high expectation from people who can deliver. Shivram, you have been the victim of that. Giving the right job to the right person, there's no question about it. And perfection to the last dot, oh, I will not tell. First time I had to give a vote of thanks in Bigyan Bhavan, in place of Prime Minister. I get a call at 9 o'clock. Shabi, see me at 10 o'clock at Science Center. I said, oh gosh, bring your vote of thanks. I have never prepared anything and talk. I go and talk, right? So I wrote it and all. He saw it. Red ink everywhere. He did it like this. I said, what the hell it is? So I said, okay. Next year I have to do. This time I said, I will not let Mashelkar touch his ink, one ink. I'll make it so perfect. And finally, of course, my wife is very good in English. I asked her, edit it. Make sure Mashelkar cannot touch. Right? So, pushing the people. And a global vision, and living, breathing, and passion for CSIR. I used to tell him, I'm not CSIR. I have been in the Institute of Science. I can be CSIR, that can be not. But he'll say, no criticism of CSIR is acceptable. I was shocked that Lele, this standing here, can criticize. But you have been also a little critical recent years. So that was not acceptable. So I want to say, how do you define Mashelkar? I have been thinking. So maybe the next slide defines it. Next slide, please. He knows how to dribble through the bureaucracy and political system. He knows when to be there in the right place to score a goal. He also knows whom and when to pass a ball to score a goal. Right? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mashelkar. Wish you many, many years of our association. I could never tell you Ram. I always could say Dr. Mashelkar. This formality remained from the olden days. And wish you all the best. And Vaishali, but I have one complaint against him. I shared 4 things with him. I shared same birthday. I shared passion for cricket. I stayed in the DG bungalow as a director, right? And 4th is that India first. But he never kept one promise. After he retired, he told me, Shamit, no more business like this. I'm going to spend a lot of time with the family, and I'm not going to travel like this. I have a complaint, he never kept that promise.
Thank you, Professor Brahmachari. Wonderful. I think you delighted the audience with your anecdotes. Now again, a person who has been interacting and was contemporary of Dr. Mashelkar and has again been shaped due to the interactions and collaboration from Dr. Mashelkar. And he is none other than the ex-director of Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad, Dr. A.V. Ramarao.
First thing is, I must say, I know Dr. Mashelkar for almost 50 years, but more as a colleague at NCL, and subsequently, I was following what he was preaching. I would like to take this occasion, a great man, I would like to pay my tributes. Can I have the slides? Yeah. My tributes to Dr. Mashelkar, whom I consider almost not only a scientist, he is an innovator and a great friend of everyone, whomever he knows. He never speaks ill. I fight with everyone, unlike him. This is the only difference between me and he. Let me take the next slide. Okay, let me stand here. Normally my voice has not changed. We were one thing common. We are both graduates of this institute. I did chemical technology with pharmaceuticals. You can see here also. You can sit here. Okay, well, don't worry. I'll stand this side. Oh, that's good. That is good. Give me column.
On,
they kept it
on it's off.
Both are graduates, go ahead, of this institute. I did my BSc Tech in pharmaceuticals and passed in 1960. Dr. Mashelkar joined chemical engineering, became engineering, and was graduated in 1966. I moved out of this institute to do my PhD with Professor Venkataraman, whose name you will find. And Dr. Mashelkar, also you see his guru's name, Dr. M.M. Sharma, both names are here. But the only thing is, I found during those days, there was not a big guy other than one or two people. Pharmaceuticals, chemistry was almost insignificant. That was the reason I went to Venkataraman. In spite of the fact most of the people cautioned me that he was known to take something like 8 years to 13 years records. When I entered first time the Dr. Venkataraman's the lab, most of the BSc techs doing PhD with him, they were already for 6 years working. And they advised me strongly not to join. But what has attracted me, one thing is the NCL, the building, the facilities. I know very well I can't do PhD in science, because that is the problem with us. So the only choice for me was Venkataraman. But anyway, I broke the record. Within 3.5 years, I got my PhD. And Mashelkar, in 3 years' time, he also obtained. What is further common is, both of them joined NCL, and both have retired from CSR service. Both proved to be exceptionally good. I became one of the best organic chemists in the country. Of course, Mashelkar is much more known than me for his contributions to polymer science and engineering. Both are interested in innovation right from the day I used to question Venkataraman, what the hell we get out of this work. That is where I used to differ with Venkataraman, some of the projects, what we were doing at that time. Going to the next one, we were both, the next one. I first met Dr. Mashelkar in Chemical Engineering Department of Salford University in November 1974. He was regarded one of the very brilliant, by the time I met him, people told me, very brilliant young faculty member. He was a lecturer in the Chemical Engineering Department. He was offered scientistry at NCL by the DG, Dr. Everybody knows now, Naidam. Just, he asked me just like what I will say about his joining. I strongly recommended, being very young, much younger than me, that he will have a better opportunity in CSIR. And that is what has happened. The next one, go to the next one. Mashelkar is a colleague at NCL CSIR. Both of us were selected as scientist chef in NCL and joined on the same day, 3rd December 1980. While he took over as the head of the chemical engineering, already he was heading the engineering division. I became head of the organic chemistry, natural product division. We were both equally committed to carry on first-rate fundamental research in our respective fields of science and made noticeable achievements in less than 5 years. Both were selected as directors in CSR lab, thanks to Dr. M.M. Sharma. I was selected as the director of regional research laboratory, and I took over on 15 July 1985. Dr. Mashelkar succeeded Dr. Doreswamy and took over as a director in 89. Both of us gave new orientation to the institutes with emphasis on relevant science and globally competitive technologies. Can I have the next slide? RRL, my contribution, it is not the right thing. I thought I will just mention as a scientist. RRL Hyderabad had its name changed from RRL to the Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, effective from 1st April. I was actually felt there was nothing like a regional about science. When the Abhidushan committee, where the M.M. Sharma was the member, I strongly recommended that the institution name should be changed. They immediately agreed and also suggested that all RRL names have to be removed. But unfortunately, none of them wanted to change those names. Subsequently, it was changed. In 1995, that is exactly after 5 years, IICT was considered as a center of excellence in organic chemistry and known for world-class technologies, both in health science, health care, and agrochemical. Sir John Maddox, editor of Nature, visited India on the invitation of the Prime Minister at that time, P.V. Narasimha Rao, in 1993, and wrote an article on science in India. What he says about IICT, the most improved laboratory in India must be the Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, IICT at Hyderabad. 10 years ago, can I have the previous one? 10 years ago, at the Hyderabad Regional Research Laboratory, it was one of the worst. I felt bad about it. The difference is not so much the change of name, but the arrival as director of Dr. A.V. Ramarao, a vigorous, no-nonsense organic chemist of distinction. I didn't know how he felt no-nonsense about me. Dr. Mashelkar initiated new programs with a strong emphasis on globally competitive technologies and taking international patents. Both of us received, surprisingly, Padma Shri in the same year, 1991. Can I have the next slide? Now, Dr. Mashelkar always tells less from more from less. One thing is also, he always emphasizes, Professor Sharma also says, waste to wealth. One of my unknowingly first example, Dr. Venkataraman called me stating that he has got a call from the then governor, Reserve Bank governor, stating that his son-in-law was in trouble having a small-scale industry called Pune Synthetics. He's a Maharashtrian. And Dr. Venkataraman doesn't know what to do with a small-scale industry. I just was an young scientist, and just always Venkataraman tells, publish or perish. This was the only word. So on that day, he didn't know anything, because being a graduate of chemical technology, he called me. He said, I got a request from the governor of the Reserve Bank stating his son-in-law is having a small industry. Can you go and help him? He said he has also arranged sort of a consultancy with 600 rupees per month. My salary was 500 rupees those days. Anyway, when I went and seen, what he was doing was orthotoluene sulfonamide, which goes for saccharin manufacture. In the process, you get a para-isomer, which is more than the ortho, that is around 60%. So when I went back in the factory, there was a big heap, several tons of material lying there. So I asked him, what was that? It is a para-isomer. Can't you find some outlet? He said, nothing can be done. He said he can sell only for 2 rupees those days per kilo. So nobody even buys for even 2 kilos. He said. Then I told him, it is my job to look into it. I went and looked into it. It can be converted to an intermediate, which goes to as a drug for tolbutamide. When I told him, he said everybody knows about it. But the specifications are so tough, the material doesn't pass. So I said, anyway, we made it small amount. He took it. At the right at the security officer turned him down because so many samples keep coming. There was nothing we can do. Then I took myself the sample. This is where, when I went and told, I come from NCL, and also UDCT student, he immediately called, because he was also an alumni of UDCT. That is where it helped. Then he told, people come with the samples. Each sample costs us quite a bit for analysis. That's why we are refusing, because they never pass. So they keep on importing from their main Hext in Germany. Because you have come as a Venkataraman's colleague and also from NCL, I will accept the sample. If it passes, I will buy 20 tons per month. If it doesn't pass, don't come second time. Taking a chance. Luckily it passed and the fellow got 20 tons. That is the way the whole thing was turned around. But then I was wondering why the hell it goes PTSMI, so much is being thrown. I found one thing, it is a starting material by converting into a polymer with a formaldehyde, and then add a bit of a basic dye, a 1%. It gives what they call fluorescent pigments or dyes. And we were importing at that time 100 tons from Japan. Later I came to know Dr. Tilak's group worked on this and somehow did not succeed. They were working for one of the dice companies. But then he recommended to import the technology. I was not aware of this, although I was in NCL, Venkataraman. So we did unknowingly and made it very successful. Because I know the dice by that time because of my association with Venkataraman. And the Pune synthetic became a big thing. This is what I always listen from Dr. Mashelkar, always find a way out for a byproduct or a waste material. The next one, Dr. Mashelkar, I know as a DG, what he was, because I retired in 95, he took over in the next 2 months, 1st of July. His major drive was in bringing significant transformation in CSIR as a user-focused, performance-driven, and accountable organization. I used to follow whatever he says. He brought corporate culture in CSIR system. He allowed scientists to become board of directors in corporate organizations. He emphasized the value of IPR. I used to think about IPR. In fact, I took some of the patents in NCL. Not many, only 2 or 3 patents. Competitive research in his times, CSR became a major intellectual property by way of taking patents. He served several scientific committees, everybody knows, and especially concerning higher education and drug regulatory, which he was not even concerned. I don't know how much he had to, understand about the entire regulatory test, because I know that one is not easy. And that is the way, and at one time I came to know, if the government, bureaucrats, if they can't find an answer, they suggest pass it on to Dr. Mashelkar committee, he will just come out. And that was the way he was so popular. He is the only scientist be awarded, everybody knows, he already taught a corporate leadership award, which no one gets normally. And the next one, now, this is where something I was always, delighted to know. The flight of imagination has no limit except the one that you put on your mind, Dr. Mashelkar says. Now, that is what I decided immediately after retirement to become an entrepreneur at the age of 60. Most of my senior scientists, whether I don't want to take names, half a dozen of them who are very well known in the country, called me immediately. Don't do this foolish thing. Just accept the distinguished scientist and then continue in CSI. I was a bit confused because, many times when not 10 people they say, then what are you thinking the right direction? Then I came one day immediately to Professor Sharma, he was the director at that time, and asked him, what should I do, Professor Sharma? He said, don't listen to anyone, go ahead. One more thing he told me that probably, I don't know whether he remembered or not. Ramarao, if you ask me, I'll be a good consultant, but I can't venture research. But you go ahead, don't listen to anyone. What I mean is, I believe him only. That is the way I went back and started. I decided what I know is R&D. Nobody thinks R&D as a business. That is what I thought I should make R&D as a business model. I was going every year to US to give lectures, mostly for pharma companies. They used to invite me because most of my work was related to drug industry because they are the molecules which I was dealing and synthesized. Every year from 90 till 95 till I retired, I used to get invitations from all the major companies in US, Europe, and they used to pay $1,000 per lecture, while a university gives $100. So I used to line up, at least to some of my former students were there. I used to be almost like 3 weeks and used to make a lot of money and comes back, and as for the Government of India rules, you have to deposit within 30 years. And then one or two directors, I asked them, do we have to pay income tax? He said, no, not required. Then I was a bit confused. I went to an income tax officer, an assistant commissioner, and asked him. He told me, because it is the technically earned, and you have to pay only 25%. Those days I used to pay 50%. But let me tell you, because of the amount of money, from 90 to 95, I was paying more income tax than my gross salary from CSI. Most of them, they know this also. That is the way I am. And the last year also I had some invitations. And when I went there in 95, in July, I gave a lecture at GD Sir on a very complex molecule, which is vancomycin. Many of you may be knowing. This is a final answer when somebody is not responding to any of the known antibiotics. And that's a very, very complex molecule, which we started working. And we have taken further more than what the Harvard or Cambridge was looking at it. And that fascinated G.D. Searle when I gave a lecture, the vice president who is head of the R&D. He wanted to sponsor at ISCT. I said, I retired. Then he asked, then I told him, you go to ISCT or NCL, both are very well known to sponsorship. No, he told me it is not the institution, it is the person is very important. So what you are going to do, he questioned me. I did not tell till then. I said, I wanted to be my own. Then he looked at me, why not I sponsor with you? I said, it's not a bad. So then he asked me, I didn't know how much I had to charge, because in India we ask only 10 lakh, 15 lakh. I thought, imagine for a 1 crore, $200,000. He thought it was less, it seems, for that project. Immediately agreed. Then, like a beggar, I asked, can you give me 50% as an advance? He smiled at it. And he said, I don't think it is difficult. He asked me to stay one more day and gave me a check of 100,000. And unexpectedly, I met at the Garden Conference, which is, I am the only Indian invited 2 times at the Garden Conference. One of the persons like Cytomed is a biotech company. They have the problem on crystallizing the compounds. 1 year they were struggling and they gave to a US company. $6,000 they paid, $600,000. And they also failed. I didn't know this backwards information. For a beggar, you can't be choosy. I said, yes, I will do it. Then they told me, for the last 1 year, we are struggling. Can you do it? I said, yes. Once again, I repeat. He's a confident, that's it. I asked him, because it's only one step, I follow the same method, $100,000. Because the other day, 200. He also agreed. I got another 50,000 as an advance from him also. This is where the unexpectedly 150,000 equivalent to 75 lakh as a seed money and a shed which was given by Neshawala. We started working in the shed, which is actually some of my friends and some postdoctoral students. We started on 15th August 1995, after 3 months after my retirement. And the next one, who are the people? Foundation stone was laid by Professor M.M. Sharma. The place was so bad, we have to gather on the road, a small road. And then this is where, with my family members, on 15th August 97, the foundation stone laid. And then what we built from the profits, what I got, because both the projects were successful, and both of them made enough money I made in the 2 years, and 2.5 crores profit with the TDB. I got another 2.5 crores. The 5 lakhs, the first building, what is R&D building, was built, for which I asked Dr. Mashelkar, you are the DG. I'm the only totally involved CSIR. You should come in. He readily agreed, and that is the way the Mashelkar, with a lunchtime gathering with Professor Sharma, Joshi. So what I mean is, this is the way these two people have helped me, indirectly or directly, my own growth. In the next one, let me tell you, there is one interesting story. Dr. Mashelkar has been propagating a culture of innovation right from the beginning. And even now he keeps on telling people, innovate, innovate. And balanced intellectual property rights regime for over a decade. So the innovation word is always in my head, and I always think how to go about innovating. Now that is where I would like to pay my tributes to him. For the always, I keep on hearing from you, innovate. So this one, I thought, can we do something? If I'm a good chemist, can I make something useful by way of synthesis? What is not being made? So I've chosen one anti-cancer drug because I was working on cancer compounds. And it is all the anti-cancer drugs are semi-synthetic, but they are mostly derived from natural products. They are, because they can't go for total synthesis. So there are several publications, right from Harvard, you name big guys. But none of those publications can be adopted for commercial reasons. I also made the synthesis of composting, one of the starting material, which goes as a semi-synthetic compound called irinotecan, which is a collateral used for a colorectal cancer. So I was thinking of this molecule, can we make it? Make it by total synthesis, which can be commercialized. So what we did, we worked on this for almost 5 years. I made 1 gram first. Then it took me another 2 years to make 100 grams. So that is the type of effort it has gone. And finally, we succeeded in making it in 18-step synthesis. Nobody does in commercial scale. We made it, and then the whole thing turned out to be cheaper than what is semi-synthetic produced by the Pfizer. And not only that, everybody was making, and this is the first time in the history of the drug industry, a totally synthetic was entered the market, not a semi-synthetic. Because even in antibiotics, you just name it, many of them are all semi-synthetic. And that is the way we made this, and then we offered this product. Chinese used to make semi-synthetic of their products. They started buying for the last 3 years from us. Now that, finally what happened, the 2 key intermediates in the next slide. The camphocycin is just for most of you are chemical engineers. I don't want to go to much chemistry. In 3 steps, you call what they call SN38. And from there, you come in 1 step to the final drug, irinotecan. What we did, 2 intermediate amino hydroxy propionone, a very simple compound. But even that, we have not known how to make it. And a strione, which is actually, yes, is a conformation, is the stereochemical conformation. We made both these things. In 1 stroke, we converted to SN38, from which it goes to. Now, many people started working on ADC drugs and using either trione or the SN38, buying from us. One of them is, these are the Glaxos, a leading Japanese company. They started buying because nowhere you get these intermediates. So we became almost a monopoly by total synthesis. The next one, this is where the CSIR Diamond Jubilee Technology Award was initiated by Dr. Mashelkar in 2003. There was an advertisement from CSIR calling for an application for this award. My wife read that thing, and she asked me, why don't you apply? I said, no, I belong to CSIR, I should not apply. He said, you are telling something great about what you have done. If that is great, you should get. It's like a provocating me. I thought, okay, let me try. I know I will get guaranteed because the type of technology what we brought, it stands all the rigors of what Dr. Mashelkar has imposed for getting that award. What they say is CSIR Diamond Jubilee Technology Award was instituted in commemoration of the CSIR Diamond Jubilee from the year 2003. The award seeks to recognize and honor outstanding technological innovation that has contributed significantly to the enhancement of national prestige. It carries a cash prize of rupees 10 lakhs, a citation and a shield. The award is given to a technology that is developed in the country by Indian innovators and meets the highest global standards. So obviously it is very, before that was applied, no chemical industry or pharma industry got this award. The first award went to Nano. Probably you were at that time. And then it went to some of the IT people and all. We were the first to get this technology award by way of chemical or a pharmaceutical industry. The award has been conferred on Avro Laboratories Private Limited, Hyderabad, for development and commercialization of Arenetecon, a unique drug for colorectal cancer. CSR applauds and honors Avro Laboratories, Hyderabad, for the feast achieved in the year. I gave 5 lakhs to my wife because it was on her provocation I applied. And 5 lakhs I gave to people who worked on it. So the next one I don't think anybody has mentioned about this. One of the things is very, very kind-hearted. No doubt he helps. And it goes out of his way to help others. He is always, never I've seen, he never talks about ill about anybody. I talk what I feel about X or Y without bothering. This is the biggest difference between two of us. Let me mention one example. Varaprasad Reddy, who established the Santa Biotechnics Private Limited in 1993 and worked out efficacious and cost-effective vaccines within the reach of the common. He wanted to make it much cheaper. The first product was a recombinant hepatitis B vaccine and was not approved in spite of all the clinical data, everything presenting to the drug controller of India. He lost all hopes, and one of his friends mentioned, it seems, why don't you go and see Dr. Mashelkar? He doesn't know him at all. So he approached him and told that he is finding difficult. Dr. Mashelkar advised him to leave it to him and go home like that, he said. And that was a wonderful thing, what he quotes in his autobiography. I see God in him. That is the way you help people. The next one, both Dr. Mashelkar, this is both of them are a wonderful hosts. We visited, no doubt, I know so many years, both of them. Last, about 4 months back, we were at his residence, and he gave on a Saturday, a vegetarian meal. Normally, both of us love chicken, but that day I don't touch at all. That is the way he honored us. My wife, along with the Mashelkars. And the one thing I noticed, I didn't know, Vaishali, an excellent painter, and she showed some of our work to us. They are very brilliant, let me tell. I don't know whether today having or not. If he's not having, all of you are missing something. So with these things, the final one, I take this opportunity to wish Dr. Mashelkar the very best of health. In fact, tons of happiness and tons of good health. And I would like to extend same feeling to his family members. Thank you very much. My lecture is slightly different because I realized everybody speaks about Dr. Mashelkar, but I only wanted to practice what he was preaching. That is the way I brought out. Thank you very much. Good.
Thank you, Dr. Ramarao. Vaishali, when he missed an opportunity. We had planned initially of those exhibitions, but because of your refusal, we did not.
Oh,
Anyway,
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Amara, again. Thanks a lot for sharing your interactions with Dr. Mashelkar. Now, unfortunately, Professor Anil Gupta, who is the next speaker, has met with an accident few days ago and is under fracture. Is unable to walk. So he was very keen to come. I said, we will offer you a wheelchair. But yesterday, Dr. Mashelkar insisted not to take a risk because his wound is not healing as it was expected to. So since we had a gap of 20 minutes, but we have already consumed more than that, we are already running behind schedule. I would now request Marathi Vigyan Parishad Appa Deshpande, who wanted to convey a message on behalf of Marathi Vigyan Parishad, because they have to attend some another function.
Thank you, Dr. Pandit. Marathi Vigyan Parishad is a science communicating organization, and in 1996 we had organized a seminar for science communicators across the country, and 200 communicators from 13 different languages, including Sindhi. They were present, and we had a 3-day conference inaugurated by Shivram Karanth. In that particular conference, Pushpamitra Bhargav, he saw that 200 people across the country have gathered. So he said, it's no more Marathi Vigyan Parishad function to be carried out in Marathi. So why not have a national center for science communicators? This was the story on 22nd December 1996, and on 1st January 1997, within 10 days' time, we established National Center for Science Communicators, catering to all Indian languages, and today we have got 200 plus members across the country, carrying out many types of programs, conferences and all that. Now, one of the programs that we carried out in the year 2006 at Delhi, at the auditorium of INSA, we celebrated 80th birthday, like Dr. Mashelkar today, for Professor Yashpal. And I remember just 10 days before that, Dr. Mashelkar's mother had died. So he was in Pune for some religious rituals. On 10th day, he performed that in the morning, and immediately he caught the plane, and at 3 p.m. he was available in Delhi. So that was his duty that he wanted to perform. He was then a chairman of INSA and still DG CSIR. Now we had gathered many people. Dr. Narlikar was there, Dr. Gowarikar was there, of course Dr. Mashelkar was there, and many more. So the expenses were many. And then we were in crunch, although CSIR had given us 2 lakhs of rupees. Still we wanted more money, and so myself, Biman Basu, and one Suhas Naik, who is the present Secretary General of National Center, we had gone to his office, but he was busy in many meetings. So he sent a message with his secretary that come tomorrow morning for the breakfast at Lodi Gardens. So we had gone to Lodi Gardens, had a breakfast, and that time we said that we still need some money. He said, how much? I said, about 3 lakhs of rupees. He said, okay, given. And we got the money, and we could celebrate the conference very nicely. Now, Dr. Mashelkar, not only that time, even now, today he is so busy, as somebody has said, up to April don't speak. That time, one of the publishers, he wanted to publish one book and wanted Mashelkar's preface for that. So that fellow approached me Now, since I am the secretary of Marathi Vigyan Parishad, and we had many luminaries as our presidents, like Dr. R.V. Sathe, Dr. Jayan Narlikar, Professor Udgavkar, Gowarikar, Devdhar, and now Professor J.B. Joshi. So those people, they want these people to be present in their programs, so they approach me. And I had to work as a shield for these people that they are not always available. So similarly, that publisher approached to me for a preface for his book, and I approached Dr. Mashelkar. He said, Deshpande, you ask me anything else than time. Why don't you write? So I was the ghostwriter. I wrote the preface, showed it to him, he sanctioned it, and then I sent it to him. So his busyness, to be busy for such a long time is always there. Dr. Mashelkar, although you have completed 80 years now, and many people have wished that they want to be present for your centenary. I remember at the age of 90, when Churchill was approached by one of the representatives of a newspaper, and at the end he said that I want to be present for your centenary function. So Churchill just said, please take care of your health. Okay. Thank you. And I was told a year back when this conference was fixed up that Vaishali Mashelkar's paintings will be exhibited here, and I was very eager to see them. Unfortunately, it did not happen, but she invited me in February at Pune. There is an exhibition, and that I should see it. Okay, thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Appa. Let us now continue with the next speaker, who is Dr. Suresh Bhargava from RMIT, Australia, a fellow Melbourne resident and Professor Mashelkar's regular haunt, yearly haunt of 4 weeks of solitude at University of Monash. I am sure Dr. Bhargava, who has been a visitor to the department since 1991-92, have few anecdotes to share. Professor Bhargava. Incidentally, the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology at Melbourne.
Thank you. Dr. Mashelkar, मैंने आपको हमेशा भगवान की देन समझा मेरे लिए, और you always told one thing, do the things differently, which makes the difference. तो मैं I want to have permission from the chair. Let me speak in Hindi. क्योंकि 35 सालों की अंग्रेजी के बाद और 1 महीने भारत में रहने के बाद शायद मुझे फिर इस भाषा का ध्यान आया जब आशुतोष शर्मा है कि यहाँ पर, जिन्होंने 3 मंत्रों का उच्चारण दिया कि जो आप शब्द आपको मालूम ही है, लेकिन अभी बैठा बैठा मैं ये हिंदी में लिख रहा था कि मुझको जो है अब बोलना है हिंदी के अंदर इस चीज़ के लिए। तो पहली पहचान तो मुझे आपकी लगी कि आप पारखी हैं। ये यादों की बारात जो अब तक चल रही थी सबकी, जो अपनी अपनी भाषा में आपके साथ व्यतीत किए हुए समय को पीछे आगे ला रहे थे, दिखा रहे थे, मुझे लगा आप पारखे हैं। आपसे पहली मुलाकात से पहले मैं आपसे सभी लोगों को संबोधित करना चाहूँगा कि वरिष्ठ आचार्य और कुलपति डॉक्टर मशेलकर जी, उपकुलपति आचार्य अनुरुद्ध पंडित, मुझे आपका नाम बहुत अच्छा लगता है अनुरुद्ध, आचार्य MM शर्मा जी इस देर, और वरिष्ठ आचार्य और मित्रगण काफ़ी, और ख़ासकर इस मित्रगण में एक मेरी सहपाठी जो बहुत दिनों से मेरे साथ काम किया, डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी खेंतम, ये यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। इसलिए ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मुझे आज के इस सम्मेलन में होने का और अपने गुरु के प्रति आभार प्रकट करने का मौका मिला। उसके लिए मैं आचार्य अनुरुद्ध पंडित उपकुलपति का विशेष आभारी हूँ। हिंदी ठीक है ना? कि आज की बात जो मेरी समझ में आती है वो विज्ञान की नहीं है। जो मैंने देखे विज्ञान के प्रेजेंटेशन, मुझे लगा कि विज्ञान की बात ही नहीं है, यहां तो बात वैज्ञानिक की है। उस वैज्ञानिक की जिसका व्यक्तित्व ना केवल विज्ञान से जुड़ा हुआ है लेकिन उन वैज्ञानिकों को परखने में जुड़ा हुआ है, जिसने भारत की साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी को विदेशों में इस तरह से जोड़ा, इस तरह से बताया कि वो भी अचंभित रह गए। जब डॉक्टर मशेलकर मेलबर्न में बोलते हैं, उनको लोग सुनते हैं, उनको लोग सुनते हैं, उनको नहीं सुनते, भारत की साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी को सुनते हैं उनके द्वारा। वो इतने पैशनेट हैं, वो इतने पैशनेट तरीके से बोलते हैं कि एहसास, जब वो बोलते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है शब्दों में एहसास है, परिचय नहीं है, फीलिंग है। और जब वो फीलिंग आती है तो इस तरह से मन जुड़ता है उनसे। और मेरा कई बार ऐसा सौभाग्य रहा कि जब भी वो आते हैं तो मेरे साथ समय बिताने का बहुत ही क्वालिटी समय मिलता है। और अब तो आदत यही होगी कि जो मेरी सेक्रेटरी ने उनसे कहा कि डॉक्टर भार्गव आपसे मिलना चाहते हैं, उन्होंने कहा नहीं, मिलना नहीं है, उनसे कहो कि हर महीने आध घंटे जूम की मीटिंग मेरे साथ होनी है। और अब मेरी मुलाकात उनसे हर आध घंटे हर महीने होती है। सौभाग्यशाली हूं, मेरा आभार है। उनसे मेरी पहली मुलाकात हुई 1999 में, जब इन्होंने एनसीएल और यूडीसीटी के लिए मुझे एक सलाहकार के रूप में, यूएनडीपी प्रोग्राम के रूप में नियुक्त किया। और वो घटना मुझे याद है, जब मैं आपके कमरे में एज ए डीजी पहुंचा, वो दिन था मंगलवार का, मेरा व्रत था। 1 घंटे वेट करने के बाद आए, पार्लियामेंट में मीटिंग थी, फिर बोले कि सुरेश चलो डिनर के लिए चलते हैं अब। तो मैंने कहा नहीं सर, मेरा तो आज व्रत है। तो बोले कि मंगलवार का व्रत है, हनुमान की पूजा करते हो? पता नहीं क्या परखा उन्होंने, फिर मुझसे बोले मुझे तो राम चाहिए, आते हो क्या? तो मेरे 1 घंटे की मुलाकात में मुझे ऐसा लगा ये तो ट्रेप हुआ, ये तो ट्रेप हुआ। कहने आते हो क्या? रुको यहीं, अगले दिन रुकना। लेकिन मैं आया तो नहीं वापस, लेकिन उस दिन से और आज तक ऐसा जुड़ा, ना तो उनसे और ना इन संस्थाओं से। 6 हफ्ते में एनसीएल में रहा, 6 हफ्ते में यूडीसीटी में रहा। डॉक्टर जोशी जो यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, वो मेरे आचार्य थे उस समय, वो मेरे प्रेरणादायक थे। जिस तरह का उन्होंने उनसे मुझे मिला, जो मैंने उनको दिया। और उस समय दोरिया स्वामी के बाद जो थे वहाँ पे एनसीएल के डायरेक्टर जो थे, वो वहाँ पे थे, कैटलिसिस की गाय, नाम मेरे ध्यान नहीं आ रहा, कि वो जो थे वहाँ पर। तो एनसीएल से और उनसे इस तरह से जुड़ा कि वो संबंध आज तक मैं इस संस्थान का एडजंक्ट प्रोफेसर हूँ। सही है पंडित? इसके द्वारा उसके बीच में जितने भी लीडर्स इस संस्थान में आए, प्रोफेसर यादव इज देयर, ही ऑलवेज कनेक्टेड विद मी समहाउ। बल्कि एक बार तो ये ही इज अ डूअर, ही नोज एज अ डूअर। जब वो ये किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस में बैठते थे मेरे सामने और कुछ चल रही होती तो मैं इनसे बात कर रहा था और ये ईमेल लिख रहे होते, फटाफट हो गया। जब तो इनकी बात पूरी होती थी कहते थे हो गया। अरे मैंने कहा ये कौन सा हिंदुस्तान है? यूजुअली अ डूअर इज अ लीडरशिप्स व्हाट इंस्टीट्यूशन इज प्रोवाइडेड। एनसीएल में, एनयूएस के अंदर जाइए, नेशनल यूएस सिंगापुर में, या कहीं जाइए, आईसीटी में जाइए, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मलाया में जाइए, कहीं भी जाइए, केवल अधिकतर लोग ऐसे मिलते हैं। कहां से किया भाई? इवन आईआईटी बॉम्बे में मौजूद हैं, बाहर रिसर्च फेलो बैठे हैं, कहां से किया भाई? आईसीटी से। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कुछ तो विशेष है। और विशेषकर से शायद ये शुरू हुई आचार्य शर्मा से, उसके बाद ये परिपाटी चली आई, लगातार चलती रही। वो जो नेतृत्व प्रदान करता है लीडर, वो अजीबोगरीब होता है। और उस नेतृत्व के कारण इन यादों की बारात में एक ही चीज मिली कि आपको अपनी पहचान हमेशा छोड़ते चले गए। इसलिए आपका हर साल मेलबर्न आने का एक विशिष्ट आचार्य के रूप में और साथ ही स्नेहपूर्वक मुझको हर साल सफलता का एक मंत्र देना। जब भी आप आते हैं कान में कुछ फूंक के चले जाते हैं। Do the things different, which makes differently innovation. But no, Suresh, hang on, one more steps, differently. और उसका पालन मुझे करना पड़ता है। आज भी कर रहा हूँ, अभी भी कर रहा हूँ। सारे लोग अंग्रेजी में बोल रहे हैं, मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ। Do the things differently. उसके लिए मैं आपका जीवन भर आभारी रहूँगा। उसके लिए शायद मैं एक अक्लब हूँ आपके लिए, मैं कभी आपका स्टूडेंट नहीं रहा, लेकिन जब से मैं आपसे मिला, इस तरह से जुड़ा आपसे, आपके परिवार से इस तरह जुड़ा कि वो संबंध गहरे से गहरा होता चला गया। वो मानसिक मतलब संबंध हो गया, उसके साथ साथ जो है एक प्रोफेशनल के साथ साथ एक पर्सनल संबंध भी होता चला गया। तो कभी कभी, चूंकि मैं एक गोल्ड केमिस्ट हूँ और मैं गोल्ड पे काम कर रहा हूँ 30 साल से, तो कभी कभी मैं लिखता हूँ कि गोल्ड में काम करना है, द माइडस टच। फर्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। सेकेंड स्लाइड प्लीज। आपके द्वारा मेलबर्न में जो यादों की बारात है उनको मैं बटोर रहा हूँ। इस साल क्वींस ने मुझको भी, जैसे आपके सिविलियन ऑनर्स हैं, मुझको भी मिला, और सबसे पहले आप बधाई करने वाले थे। जैसे आपको सूचना मिली, आपका फ़ोन आया कि सुरेश देखो, AM मेंबर ऑफ ऑस्ट्रेलिया, ऑर्डर नंबर 2 ऑन द टॉप्स, आई एम देयर, इज इन देयर। और उसके अंदर एक मेंशन किया गया एक बात, स्ट्रेंथनिंग द रिलेशंस of Australia in India over the period of 30 years. No Prime Minister of Australia has come to India where you are not the delegation, Suresh. एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली इंडो ऑस्ट्रेलियन स्टैटिक रिसर्च फंड की, $100 million, 1000 करोड़ पर ईयर पर पार्ट। उसका मैं फाउंडर रहा। उसके लिए मैं कैनबरा के अंदर कई दिन रहा, उसको एडवोकेट किया। जब केविन रड ने, जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे, उन्होंने बुलाया, तो मैं 50 से 100 मिलियन के लिए, उन्होंने पूछा एम आई साइनिंग राइट सुरेश? मैंने कहा सर एब्सोल्युटली 100%, डोंट इवन थिंक अबाउट इट। ये पैशन मेरे अंदर क्यों आया? मैंने तो 30 साल पहले छोड़ दिया था। गुरु बैठे हैं, गुरु ने जो मंत्र कान में फूंक दिया, वो पत्थर की लकीर हो गया, वो धर्म बन गया, वो आचरण बन गया। इसलिए उनको कुछ यादों का और प्रमाण। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। ये देखिए, ये अच्छा, एक चीज और मैं बताना चाहता हूं, कभी कभी 75th बर्थडे ऑफ डॉक्टर मशेलकर वाज आल्सो सेलिब्रेटेड, अरे मैं इंग्लिश में बोलने लगा, वो है सेलिब्रेटेड इन मेलबर्न। और उस सेलिब्रेशन के अंदर 75 वर्ष की एक टेबल के ऊपर 4 चीफ साइंटिस्ट ग्लोब के बैठे हुए थे। जब ये लोग बैठते हैं और इनकी जो बातें शुरू होती हैं किसी भी साइंटिफिक और टेक्नोलॉजी टॉपिक पे, लीडरशिप पे, 12 बजे के बाद वो जो उन शब्दों का जो उच्चारण होता है, उन शब्दों के जो सेंटेंस होते हैं, उनको आप विस्थापित नहीं कर सकते, उनको लैंग्वेज, एक वर्ड भी नहीं बदल सकते। वो मैं रिकॉर्ड करता हूं। वो उनकी डिबेट होती है, they don't agree to each other. Whatever Dr. Mashelkar says, Alan criticize. Well, Alan says, Dr. criticize. मेरे पास हिंदी का शब्दकोश में शब्द थोड़े से कम है, तो मैं दोनों का इस्तेमाल कर रहा हूं। तो यही प्रमाण है, ये देखिए। और एक और चीज है, आपने मुझे बताया कि एक और घटना मेरे साथ आई। एक घटना ये हुई कि ये डॉक्टर मशेलकर वहां बैठे हुए थे और ACSR की फॉर्मेशन हुई। डॉक्टर मशेलकर वाज द फर्स्ट चांसलर इज देयर। उस समय एक दिमाग में कल्पना आई कि क्यों नहीं RMIT का कोलैबोरेशन ACSR से हो, और ACR के द्वारा 39 लैब्स जो ACSR उनके द्वारा हो। इनको मैंने प्रस्तुत किया, इन्होंने ब्रह्मचारी जी DG थे उस समय, उन्होंने फोन किया। केवल 4 घंटे के अंदर मैंने अपने वाइस चांसलर को कांटेक्ट किया, 4 घंटे के अंदर MOU साइन हो गया। आई नेवर सॉ इन माई लाइफ, कभी जिंदगी में ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि इतनी तेजी से डिसीजन लिया गया हो। और आज की बात है कि 100 PhD स्टूडेंट्स पर ईयर फ्लोट करते हैं RMIT में उन 39 लेबों द्वारा। गर्व की बात है, उनमें से कई सारे PhD स्टूडेंट्स ऐसे हैं जो NCL से भी हैं, NPL से भी हैं, IICT से हैं। इसका बीज रोपा गया था ICT के अंदर, लेकिन वो बड़ा हुआ वृक्ष के रूप में एक थोड़े ACSR के अंदर। इस तरह से उसके अंदर ऐसे भी विद्यार्थी हैं जिनको बहुत ही फिजिकल जरूरत होती है, उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने PhD पास की उन संस्थानों से, और आज जो है वो इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटीज के अंदर और कई जगह बढ़े हुए हैं। आपने मुझे अपनी मातृभूमि से इस तरह से जोड़ा, कभी महसूस ही नहीं हुआ कि मैं यहाँ पर नहीं हूँ। ऐसे लगता है मैं यहीं पर हूँ, अपनी मातृभाषा में बोल रहा हूँ। कभी कभी पाठ पढ़ाना कठिन होता है क्योंकि आपके पढ़ाए हुए पाठ जो है काफी गूढ़ होते हैं, उनको समझने की जरूरत होती है। जैसे आपने लिया द मेक्स द डिफरेंस, रिसर्च एक्सीलेंस विद रेनिवेंस इज देयर टू। उन सब के प्रमाण, वो जो एक एक मंत्र आप कभी एक साल में बोल के जाते हैं, उनको मैं प्रमाणित करने की पूरा प्रयत्न करता हूं, और प्रयत्न करता हूं, मुझे गर्व है। जैसे ये माइडस टच, गोल्ड मैंने रिसर्च करी इस चीज के लिए पर, एंड दैट इज वी बिकम द मेटालो ड्रग्स, गोल्ड बेस्ड ड्रग्स इन एंटी कैंसरस कंपाउंड, वन ऑफ द बेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड इन 10 years टाइम्स। और सरप्राइज तो ये हुआ कि 1 महीने पहले दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी गोल्ड बनाने वाली कंपनी मेरे दरवाजे पे नोक किया। उन्होंने कहा ये 25 किलोग्राम गोल्ड रखा है प्योर, काम करो। 25 kilograms of the pure gold nuggets, $2 million. They are flying from Canada, leaving the Canada and US, coming to Almighty. 2 million, not enough for a drug development. What was important there? The impact. The impact. That's why they research excellence with relevance. Make the impact. This is the impact. Next slide, please. आपके ये देखिए, मोनाश के अंदर आप हैं, मैं भी आपके साथ हूँ। मोनाश ने यूनिवर्सिटी ने आपको ऑनरेरी डॉक्टर ऑफ साइंस किया, डॉक्टर वाइस चांसलर ऑफ द मोनाश यूनिवर्सिटीज, विच वाज माय वाइस चांसलर एज वेल देयर टू, दैट इज देयर। ये देखिए मेरे घर पे ये सारे एकेडमी के प्रेसिडेंट्स बैठे हुए हैं, एंड्रू होम्स, 4 FRS वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, विशाली भाभी मौजूद हैं। और देखिए उसके बाद जो 11 बजे के बाद जो डिस्कशन शुरू होता है, उसकी मैं वर्णन नहीं कर सकता। वो जो वर्णन होता है मेरे लिए तो वो एकदम जो है संस्कृत होती है, मैं इसको लिखता जाता हूं कि क्या करना है अगले दिन इस चीज के लिए। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। ये देखिए आपने ये जो एकेडमी की देखिए उसके कमेंट्स देखिए, फर्स्ट वन इन द वर्ल्ड, मेक द डिफरेंस, डोंट डू द कॉपी व्हाट द अदर्स आर डूइंग, डू द थिंग्स डिफरेंटली। वी आर कनेक्टेड विद द इंडिया, नॉट कनेक्टेड विद द यूनिवर्सिटी टू यूनिवर्सिटी। वी आर कनेक्टेड विद द CSR labs. We are connected with the diversity of India. Isn't it? Diversity of India. We are connected with all the problems of India by the different labs, because different labs talk about different problems, isn't it? So that's the way it works in there. And the comments you can see. Next slide, please. Yeah, and I moved to the additive manufacturing as well. The book we wrote is in there. Is a COVID additive manufacturing in chemical science and chemical engineering. First book in the world. 2,500 copies were sold in 1 month. It stayed very hot in the market. Is there too. But every penny of this book is dedicated to the COVID students who lost their parents during COVID. Gold metallo drugs. This paper published in European journals get virus. 176 million viewers, 240 media. Allometric score 523, 1% in the world. That's why those companies are knocking the doors, just to help you out. They don't want anything. Isn't there? Next slide, please. See, mantra number 1. Now I'm in the Indian tracks. Hydrogen energies. We work in there. We develop the hydrogen sensors based upon the goals, which is now being tested in NASA labs for the space flights. Isn't there? We are talking about the hydrogen from the biofuels, bio-waste. I offered to Ashish that I will be coming. I'm connected with Alan Prinkles, who is in charge of Australia and Global. Australia is exporting hydrogen to Japan. The ships are going there already. Isn't there? तो उन टेक्नोलॉजी को, उन संबंधों को, उनको आपस में मिलाना, उनको व्यतीत करना, सबसे पहले कि यहाँ पर एटीट्यूड जो आपने छोड़ा, आप भी तो इसको मंत्र को देते हैं कि एटीट्यूड ऑफ द इनोवेशंस, द एटीट्यूड मस्ट चेंज, दैट्स व्हाई आई एम डूइंग इट। मंत्र नंबर 2, नेक्स्ट, lab to the marketplace. I did a sharp brain event in Melbourne. That was also the first in the world. The witness is Professor Yadav and Professor Kentams. CSIR is the partner of there. Anjan Ray was there. Every sponsorship was $20,000 minimum. After stop sponsors there, there's about 3 Nobel laureates were there. isn't there? And it is on the YouTubes. You can see how successful that was. Third things, recently you gave me another mantra, solution engineering. No engineering, Suresh, solution engineering. I need solution. Solution of the problems. Whatever the problem is, you give the solutions. You tell the solution. So now I'm working on the solution engineering. Isn't there too? Let us rub the demarcation, let us rub the lines of the discipline of the chemical or mechanical or civil or electronic, rub them, bring them together, make only one concept, solution engineering, isn't there? आजकल मैं इसी पे काम कर रहा हूँ और सक्सेस भी है. Next please, mantra number 3, solution engineering, the Midas touch. This is the lecture I'm giving the BRC on 11th. So I am advocating your mantra by examples ki how it can be done. मैं माफ़ी का प्राप्त हूँ कि मैं बार-बार जो है इंग्लिश में बोलने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ या हिंदी में बोलने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ लेकिन नहीं समझ पा रहा. क्या नेक्स्ट? ये मुझे कभी-कभी ऐसा लगता है जैसे आप मुझसे कह रहे हो कि मेरी लिखी हुई बातों को कोई समझ नहीं पाता क्योंकि मैं एहसास लिखता हूँ, लोग अल्फाज पढ़ते हैं. क्योंकि आपकी बातों में एहसास होता है, आपकी बातों में फीलिंग होती है, आप सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी हैं, जहां आप जाते हैं वहां पॉजिटिव एनर्जी होती है, आप सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी हैं, यही आपकी विशेषता है. ऐसे गुरु को मेरा शत प्रणाम. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. सो आई केल्ड एक्सपीरियंस नेवर गेट ओल्ड. मुझे अभी पता लगा कि ओल्ड में और सीनियर होने में अंतर होता है. सीनियर दूसरों को सहारा देता है, ओल्ड दूसरे का सहारा लेता है. आप ओल्ड तो हो ही नहीं सकते. आप इतने लोगों का सहारा दे चुके हैं और इतने लोगों को दे रहे हैं और अभी देंगे भी. इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज, द लास्ट वन. आई थिंक दैट्स द लास्ट वन. द एक्सपीरियंस नेवर गेट ओल्ड. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच. मैं आपका जीवन भर आभारी रहूंगा और आपके आदर्शों पे, आपके मंत्रों पर चलता रहूंगा.
Thank you, Professor Bhargava. We have got now a couple of very short video clips, messages coming from, one from Hero Bhojwani, ex-director, planning and strategic planning and implementation CSR, and followed by Mrs. Swati Piramal. Both of them could not come, so they have sent a small video message. Followed by, originally a message was planned by Raj Hirvani, but Raj is here personally, so I'm going to request Raj. So after these two small video clips are played, I'm going to request Raj Hirvani to offer his impressions, reminiscences in person.
आदरणीय प्रोफेसर MM Sharma ji, Dr. Mashelkar ji, and friends. It's a privilege for me to be reminiscing about Dr. Mashelkar, a colossus of science and a visionary, charismatic and transformational leader who in his tenure as Director General of CSIR catapulted CSIR amongst the foremost publicly funded R&D organizations in the world. Dr. Mashelkar was appointed as the DG CSIR in July 1995, the nascent years of India's economic liberalization. This era of globalization then buttressed Dr. Mashelkar's own ideas of doing cutting-edge research with a purpose in a competitive setting. At the outset, he embarked on giving CSIR a vision and a mission to strive for. In January of 1996, exactly 27 years ago, he announced CSIR's Vision and Strategy 2001, which set out, among others, quantifiable targets that CSIR would meet in 5 years thence. Not only a first for a publicly funded R&D organization, but amongst the first few in the Indian corporate sector as well. To ensure realization of these targets, he introduced a new organization structure in the CSIR, the Performance Appraisal Boards, which would review the performance of each CSIR laboratory every 2 years. Unfortunately, the period from mid-1997 to mid-1998 was that of political instability in the country. Militant trade unionism had raised its ugly face in CSIR. Its research productivity suffered, but thanks to Dr. Mashelkar's acumen and statecraft, he was able to rid CSIR of this menace forever. CSIR remains ever grateful to Dr. Mashelkar for this action. Continuing to reform CSIR, Dr. Mashelkar set up a customer satisfaction assessment unit to periodically assess the quality of services provided by CSIR laboratories, then rare even amongst Indian corporates. His initiatives and efforts to make CSIR a world-class organization was recognized in the 1998 book by Geeta Peramel et al., World Class in India, highlighting 12 case studies of Indian corporates striving to be world-class. Dr. Mashelkar even commissioned a study to do cost-benefit analysis of outcomes of CSIR laboratories. It may appear that Dr. Mashelkar was focused only on CSIR, but it was not so. He was greatly concerned with raising the level of innovation potential in the country. Professor Gupta has already dilated on the role that Dr. Mashelkar played in setting up of the National Innovation Foundation. In order to realize the entrepreneurial potential of individual innovators, he set up in 1998 in the DSIR the Technopreneur Promotion Program that supported financially and technologically individual innovators to develop their inventions to a commercializable level. But the crowning glory of Dr. Mashelkar was the initiation of the new Millennium Indian Technology Leadership Initiative, Mentee, in February of 2000, a unique public-private partnership that sought to attain for Indian industry a global leadership position in carefully selected niche areas by synergizing the best competencies of publicly funded R&D and industry. The unique feature of Mentee was that CSIR took part of the risk of technology development by providing to the industry partner a loan for the project cost at a meager 3% interest, with a provision to even write off the loan in the event the project was unsuccessful. Numerous other initiatives introduced under the leadership of Dr. Mashelkar helped propel CSIR on the global arena. Dr. Mashelkar and CSIR became known even to the common man in India by CSIR's opposition to the grant of US patent for Haldi and Basmati rice. On a personal front, I am grateful to Dr. Mashelkar for inducting me in his team and the confidence he reposed in me to recommend me in my post-superannuation as advisor to the then Minister of Science and Technology. On this 80th birthday of Dr. Mashelkar, we pray for and wish Dr. Mashelkar many more helpful years in the service of science and society. Thank you.
Ajay and I and the whole Piramal group wish you a very happy 80th birthday. It brings back so many memories of the 10 years that you served on the Piramal group board and how many different retreats and your sage and wise advice has brought Piramal group to be one of the leading in India. We thank you so much on behalf of every person, a shareholder or an employee of the Piramal Group for everything that you have done for us. On a personal front, I met you when I became a board member of CSIR, which was at that time one of the biggest premier scientific institutions in India with maybe 30,000 or more scientists. And then you joined our R&D unit at the Piramal Group and looked at improving our life sciences, and we filed thousands of patents. I still remember that you and I were on the same side of making India really believe in patents and believe in Indian innovation, which at that time nobody believed it. We were always a copying kind of scientific nation. Instead, we wanted to become an innovating kind of scientific nation. And I think you led from the front on that, and we in the industry tried to follow all your visionary ideas. I also remember that you led, a beautiful Diya awakening for my son Anand, and helped him when he was just 17, and in fact inaugurated his youth movement to create a new India awakening. So in so many ways you have helped our family, not only in business, but indeed in our hearts. And Vaishali, for you too, a very happy birthday. Your art, your music, your beautiful aesthetic sense has always pervaded Dr. Mashelkar's life. And your appreciation of whatever we did will always remain in my memory as a sweet memory. So Vaishali, wishing you a very happy birthday too. And indeed, all the Mashelkar family, the children and grandchildren, you're so lucky to have had him in your family, to be a visionary, to be to leading India from the front towards a scientific, innovative nation. And I think India as a whole and every citizen cannot thank you enough for everything you did for our country. Happy birthday, Dr. Mashelkar.
Thank you, Mrs. Piramal. Now we have Raj Hirwani, who's been long associated with Dr. Mashelkar in NCL, again an ICT alumnus, and I'm requesting Raj, since he is personally present, to offer his comments.
Thank you, Professor Pandit, for giving me this opportunity. I feel very privileged today. 20 years back, I had the honor of being chairman of the organizing committee which celebrated 60th birthday, and we had a one-day symposium creating wealth pyramid at NCL. And 20 years after that, I am standing before you. Like everyone else, I pray to God 20 years from now, we'll again that opportunity. My first encounter with Dr. Mashelkar was at NCL when he was chairman of NCL Library Committee. I used to work for Kirloskar Consultants, and as a consultant you require a lot of information, reference to library. So after the office hours I'll go to the library. The way Dr. Ghada used to come and sit in the evening here. And NCL library was open till 8 o'clock, but it will drive out everybody who's outsider at 5:30. Now you reach there at 4:30 and 5:30 they drive you out. So I went to him as the chairman of library committee. I say, I want to sit here till 8 o'clock. He didn't bet an eyelid, didn't ask any question. I had sent my visiting card inside. He turned visiting card, permitted to sit 8 p.m. R.A. Mashelkar. That became my pass for the library. After 1 week, nobody asked me any questions. Nobody will say. Later on, after a few months, a chance meeting at Pune airport where flight was get delayed. Taker for that kind of thing in Indian industry in R&D also at that time. And he gave me a break in CSR. I had only 2 years of experience. And CSR rules said to be a scientist you require to be 4 years of experience. So I'll not pass through the screening committee. He made an effort, and Dr. Sidhu was the DG. He got me that relaxation, and I got through the interview. And he gave me opportunities and also all the support to try out many new initiatives.
which brought many successes to us. I remember before he became director of NCL, 1988, Dr. Doraiswamy was abroad for an extended period. He was acting director. World Bank team came. They wanted to start industrial technology development program, which they experimented in many countries. Under that program, they wanted to give loans to research institutions to upgrade their facilities, and that loan was to be paid back. Nobody was supportive in the system. Because in a publicly funded system, everybody is accustomed to getting a grant. And there are no responsibilities, no deliverables. You get the grant, do your research. But now, like a commercial operation, you take a loan, earn and return back that loan. That culture of non-existence. The only person who said yes was Dr. Mashelkar. And he fought for a system, make everybody acceptable. And I remember Dr. S.K. Joshi, who was DG, finally when he signed paper, he said, I'm not convinced, but I'm signing because of Mashelkar. Later on, we paid back all the loan. It became most of the successful program of World Bank. Not only we, after the other institution within CSR took. It was one of the successful program of World Bank. And that led to his association with the World Bank in many other programs, which is a separate matter. After he became director, one day I saw an opportunity of a World Bank consultancy project in China. Consultancy services to be offered for the upgradation of research institute. I went to him, I said, let us wait for it. One of my senior HODs said, why are you doing this? Has CSR asked you to do this? Has government asked you to do this? Has an Indian embassy, Beijing has asked you to do it? He did not ask us. He said, why not? That why not attitude that Dr. Sivaram mentioned enabled us to maneuver. Not only he said, let us do it, but he marshaled all the resources. Delhi, Indian embassy in Beijing, and finally we won that contract against a stiff competition from companies like Arthur D. Little, Chem System and International Development. And this was the early years when China was still not open. And that led to many more successes, including ICMA sending delegations and so many things. Same thing happened later on in Indonesia. We got a contract, upgradation institute in Indonesia. In the aftermath of Abhidesan Committee, which asked us to earn 1/3 of our budget, we looked at our portfolio. I did a critical analysis of projects taken 10 years before. Idea was to, can we pick up some low-hanging fruits? What can be monetized? And I was very brutal in that analysis. Frankly, I did an analysis and presented to him. With full credit to him, chemical engineering performed at the lowest. He was the head of chemical engineering. And the relationship was such that you can frankly tell him that. And he accepted that analysis. Not only accepted, he even shared with Professor Sharma. I don't know whether Professor Sharma remembers it or not. And that led him realize that linking research activities to market need is only going to bring us success. And that led to establishment of Research Planning and Business Development Group at NCL. We became successful. He became a chairman of Marketing Committee, this famous CSR Marketing Committee report, of which Dr. Ramarao was also a member. And we established marketing groups in each of those labs. he introduced Technology Award for Marketing and Business Development. Technology awards were only for development of technology. It was the first time you had a technology award for marketing and business development. We still continue. And we used to critically review each project from a techno-commercial angle. So one of the polymer chemists to review, when Dr. Sivaram presented polycarbonates, he said, what shall we do? There is no manufacturer of polycarbonate in India. Still there is no one. People talked about Atul, because Atul had a small phosgene plant. They can't make a polymer. Excellent invention, US patents, what shall we do? He said, let us go to G, let us go to Dow. People were very skeptical. He said, what is he talking about? G invented polycarbonate. G has operated plants for 50 years. G has more than 500 plus patent portfolio. Now with those 2 patents of Dr. Sivaram, we are going to them. He said, no, let us do it. If it is world class, we will become world class. If it is not NCL, it will become international chemical body. He made a visit to G, made a presentation. It took us 2 years to convince G. But finally G came around. And the rest is history. We licensed those patents to G. The Research Alliance ran for more than 10 years in an NCL. Dr. Sivaram talked about one of the longest agreement. And then it was followed by DuPont, Neste, Akzo, Ciba-Geigy, number of multinational customers we had. And the success made. Dr. Kelkar was at UNCTD asking us to write us a report. So again, had the honor of jointly writing with him that report, Commercial and Publicly Funded Research in India, which is a UN document published and is already available on the net. One of the important things about him is an unusual ability to spot talent, nurture it, support it, give a freedom. That is how we had a series of leaders at NCL, within CSR, or anywhere he finds. He looks at the strength of the people, never looks at their weaknesses, and then sees how that strength can be exploited for the good of the organization. And he also believes people need to be motivated. Performance needs to be incentivized. And a publicly funded system doesn't give you much flexibility. And he created NCL Research Foundation with the whole objective to reward performance outside the system. He went to industry, created a corpus through which awards are given. Again, I have worked with him on creation of the trust. Again, full credit to him. I did not make him a trustee for the lifetime. I told him from my experience of life. My father was a social worker, associated with a number of social organizations. I said, when you give people a lifetime, sometime, because it was not a question of he becoming a lifetime, then other trustee also becoming a lifetime. I say people can misuse that trust. I don't want this to happen to NCL Research Foundation. So no trustee will have a lifetime including you. Again, it was gracious on his part to accept this. He ceased to be a trustee as soon as he left the director NCL position. Trust still survives. It is 30 years. 3rd January again awards were given. Why I want to tell you that? As a young scientist, you join and you have a director who is a director general, and you can tell him that. You can criticize his project. You can tell him that he will not be a trustee for the lifetime. That is the kind of relationship you have with him. One incident which I felt bad and still feel bad. Whole day was very busy, important meeting, SAC PM meeting and all that. A document was done and annexure to be attached with the calculations. And he gave me that job. I finished that job. A very, very important document to go to the highest level in the government. And Professor CNR was supposed to carry the document to Delhi. I did everything. He came out of meeting, he saw that. He didn't understand those calculations because his mind was too occupied. What I had done, he didn't understand. Kept on asking me, I kept on. And he somehow got hung up on one point. And Professor CNR was leaving. And I had to give the document in his hand. And he kept on questioning me. And there was no time to even explain him. I said, just sign here, I'll explain to you later on. Like you tell your child, don't bother me now, I'll talk to you later. Or you tell your junior student, you know. I went and delivered documents to CNR and then came and explained to him. But I felt very bad for saying this to him, you know. I still feel bad why I did that. But again, I'm telling you the kind of relationship you develop, the kind of man he has, that you can even tell him that. I then applied for a Hubert Humphrey Fellowship of the US government. This fellowship is for promising leaders in developing world. There is a board appointed by the President of US which selects the fellows from our door. He nominated me, supported me. I got it. It was a wonderful experience. I was the only fellow in the world over in technology, policy and management in that year. In India, most of the time civil servants go in that program. I was only the first scientist from this country establishment which went on that program. It gave me a tremendous exposure how the world of science and technology operates at a global level. And when I came back, he went to CSIR. I don't want to say much. Dr. Bhojwani has said it. I've seen him from Jal Shakti to Jan Shakti. Jal Shakti was first hydrogel project. Later on, all the hydrogel work started, but Jal Shakti was first example of that. People know him for fluid dynamics, but he understands group dynamics much more. He made CSR elephant dance. It's because of him, CSR got a visibility. The masses came to know what a CSR is. We have a business orientation, lab to market, mind to market. Then later on, he gave me a responsibility to head CSI unit for its information products, where we focused on information-based products and services, keeping with the motto, we provided services to Indian and foreign industries to an extent that all our revenue budget was earned by our services. Our first building was created out of our honorary. It's all because of all his support. Then of course he sanctioned a bigger building which has now come into existence. He's a great communicator, more of a social scientist, can communicate to any stakeholder. I've seen him communicate with the children, school children. He can talk to the Prime Minister, President. I've seen him, industry using him to communicate with the government. Within the government, secretaries using him to talk to politicians. And politicians using him to talk to public. Because they are going to make decisions and people may feel that they have politicians have vested interests. So he has performed a bigger role in policy making, not only number of committees which are referred, but right up to scientific advice committee of the Prime Minister. Manager par excellence of all the resources. Works very hard, people already talked about. I remember incidents, because we used to work late till 9:30, Saturdays, Sundays. Sunday evening, I get a document from him, a yellow slip. Can you go through this during weekend? I take it home and I went to work and my wife is getting upset. Her whole Sunday you were in the office, what is this going on? I say urgent job. She looks at. She says you still have 1 week to go. I say what do you mean? She says it's a weekend, so today is already Sunday. He's referring to next weekend. I say you don't know the man. When he's saying weekend, he's talking about today. One Saturday evening, we are at his home. And we have a Tuesday morning meeting with some foreigner, breakfast. Science Center. He's saying, I'm going to land on Tuesday morning. I may get delayed, you start the meeting. I say, where are you going? He's saying, tomorrow evening I'm going to Geneva. Sorry, we are a Saturday, Sunday evening, he's saying Geneva, and Tuesday morning he's saying, I say, what? Yeah, say, I'll take the evening flight back. He was talking as if he's going to Bombay or Delhi. So that is the kind of work, hard work and involvement he has. Many qualities people have talked about. I learned from him a lot. When I started, I was a typical angry young man. Mellowed down, learned how to deal with people, how to treat retired people, he taught us. Meeting is going on, we ask people to wait. But a retired person comes, he'll come out, talk to him and say a few words to him, make him comfortable. I can tell you many such things we learned from him. How to motivate young people. So later on when I old him, I handled 200 young people. Well, basically learned whatever from him. We'll walk in the corridor, some scientist comes, he'll stop, what is new? And whatever we are talking, that will stop and he will listen. And told me, never stop a scientist when he is excited. You will kill his excitement, his curiosity. I can go on, learned a lot from him. I'd like to stop here by just recalling what late Professor Kumar, who unfortunately not here, what he said. He said, God makes human beings on assembly line, but he crafted Dr. Mashelkar with his own hands. So there is no other Mashelkar. I have a large debt of gratitude to him for the support he provided to me. Whatever I have achieved professionally is because of him. Even when he was not there, I knew people treated me well and gave me what they gave me because I came from Mashelkar's school. I was Mashelkar's boy. So thank you very much, sir. I wish you all the best.
I think we are just going to take a 5-minute bio break if anybody wants to use it. And then after that, I'm going to request the first Vice Chancellor of ICT who worked with Dr. Mashelkar, Professor G.D. Yadav, to offer his wishes and comments. 5-minute bio break, please. Good evening. Welcome back from the break. As I said before the break, I'm going to request the first Vice Chancellor of ICT, Professor G.D. Yadav, who had an opportunity to work with Dr. Mashelkar as a Chancellor. I'm going to request him to share his experiences and reminiscences. You know the time. Thank you.
Dr. Mashelkar, Mrs. Mashelkar, Vaishali Mashelkar, Professor Sharma, Professor Joshi, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Dr. Ramarao, Dr. Shivram, Dr. Brahmachari, Mr. Godrej, many other invited dignitaries, close associates of Professor Mashelkar. I'm indeed very privileged to talk about Dr. Mashelkar. Why? So many people described him about their experiences. And I was the first Vice Chancellor and he was my Chancellor. So what can I say? Even Shakespeare comes out of his grave, he will not have the words because everybody else has used those words. So only thing I will say, which Dnyaneshwar said, Ivale se ropu gele gaganavari. A small creeper touched the sky. That is what Dr. Mashelkar is for me. So, since there is a limitation of time, I thought I should jot down something, otherwise I can take a lot of time. What I miss these days, thanks are due to Corona, is the warm hug Dr. Mashelkar gave me every time he met me. Any function, whenever he came to ICT, he will come and he will ask me, how are you? And he will hug me. That is something I'm missing in my life. We had heard a lot about Dr. Mashelkar. He's the bubble column man. He went to Salford and did many, many things when I was a student and when Professor Sharma was writing his book. Because he was giving some of the assignments to me also and many others, and wished to get something written by Dr. Mashelkar. I still remember that. But the first time I met him was when he came to ICT to interview the thesis examination of Hanam Seth, Professor Tiwari's student, and then Prakash Hosmani, these two. That is the first time I met you. And thereafter I used to meet you, I used to hear about you. Some great things I heard about you from Dr. P. A. Ramachandran, who is no more. But then I met you when LKD was being felicitated, Dr. L.K. Doraiswamy, and he was retiring, and there was an international conference, chemical reaction engineering conference in his honor. That time I had met you. And I realized you were a different kind of person. What Professor Sharma said about you, you were our idol. Like after him, you were our idol because you had set so many first standards. Yours is the only pair where Professor Sharma got his Bhatnagar before the age of 45, and you also got it, and he was also below 45. So this is a unique example in the country where a Guru and Shishya get Bhatnagar 5, where both are under 45, and also both became fellows of Royal Society, and he had given me the honor of attending his ceremony where he signed in that book where Newton and other greats had signed it, and there was S.K. Joshi that time. I still remember meeting him. Ladies and gentlemen, I had the honor of working with him for 10.5 years as the Vice Chancellor. And you can imagine the pain and agony and joy of a Vice Chancellor and administrator. And he used to tell me he handled 40 laboratories, and there was not a single day when he did not receive any complaint. So that is and many people, he also told me this, one has to be careful with the written words.
And when we had the first meeting of the board, sir, you remember, I had written the minutes and I showed it to you. You said, no, minutes are not to be written like this. They should not be verbose. So I learned the first lesson and I'm advising others. Only 3 to 4 words are to be used. Approved, not approved, deferred. The reason being very simple. If you write more in the minutes, the lawyers earn more money. Because there are people who are waiting for an opportunity to take you to the court. And what do? So administrators have this problem, and we have this, so-called, right to information. People misuse it, and every day they will bombard you. But I can, sir, tell you something interesting. I never saw any RTI against me. I said, you answer it. Only thing is that you have to give a written proof. Whatever is there, if it exists, take it. Doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. RTI doesn't mean inquiry, but that is what you told me, that this is what an administrator should do. And I followed your advice, and I benefited a lot. Perhaps you know, sir, that I did not apply for the director's position or vice chancellor position. But I was nominated. I did not apply. I said, I would like to do research. I'm good at it. Then you called me and you said, you appear for the interview, and that interview was held in DTE. And I came with preparation. I had made a lot of slides, what I will do. Not only that, I carried my, the slide projector also with me, because I knew they would not have it. And exactly the same thing happened. They did not have slide projector. So I used my own slide projector, my own laptop, and made a presentation. And you were so impressed. And I went, immediately after I went to Bhavnagar for CSMCR, because I was the chairman of their research council. And you were looking for me. And I wasn't there because I had a flight to catch. But in the evening, you called me and said, we have appointed you. I cannot forget that. I did not even wait for it. But since then, one of my worries was that you always encouraged me. You said, you are doing great. So I used to say, sir, at least criticize me once. You are not questioning my anything, so I'm really worried. I used to say, because normally the chancellor or vice chancellor, they will question the vice chancellor, call him to the office and bombard something. And I witnessed that in one of the conferences. Luckily, because we are, ICT is a, deemed to be university, so we don't report to the chancellor of the universities. The governor is not our chancellor. Dr. Mashelkar is our chancellor. That is by, statutes, and we are so lucky. I pity all the vice chancellors who are there in Maharashtra, because every now and then they are called by somebody. Even the junior most clerk thinks that he's smarter than the vice chancellor. That is what happens. Those who are vice chancellor will admit that whatever I'm telling is correct. So one of the vice chancellors conference, by mistake they invited me also, and Dr. Mashelkar, we were there. And one vice chancellor said, how Dr. Yadav is going to foreign places every now and then. Perhaps he did not know, I never used a single penny of ICT for any of my travel throughout. Even the car petrol was paid by me. How many people know that? But you said, when you request me for a permission, I immediately approve it and fax it back. So instant decision-making thing, I learned from you. If you have no comment, it is better you either accept or say no. Why do you keep the paper there? This is what the lesson. So wherever he was, he used to be in Australia many times in month of April. I used to send him mail. Radha will say, sir will reply by tomorrow, and I will get his reply. So that is what the beauty of, working with him. When we established 2 campuses, sir, you remember I was sitting next to you, and Devendra Fadnavis, that time the chief minister was on their side, and I had asked the Honorable Chief Minister, can you give me some additional land? And I had looked at the land near Dombivli. We had identified. We had got that approval internal, and it was pending with the higher education department. And I said, sir, can you give this land to us? I requested the chief minister. He said, can you come to Marathwada? I will give you 200 acres. He said like that. Then I asked Mashelkar sir, the CM says you come to Marathwada, he will give me 200 acres. And he said, go ahead. Within a week, I went to Marathwada, and within next 15 days, the collector said, we are giving you 203 acres land. This is where the Jalna campus is there. This kind of decision you will never find in any bureaucracy. At the same time, Honorable Dharmendra Pradhan was here. I had invited for the, our foundation day. Typically on 1st of October, he came on 7th of October. And I had gone to receive him at the airport. While coming back, he asked me about myself. And I said, sir, your Orissa government is asking me to open up a campus there. But I have told them 400 crore and 200 acres land. And Navin Patnaik, Honorable Chief Minister, he is considering it. Then he said, okay. Then he came here. He said, we have a function in Bhubaneswar. I have invited all PSUs. Can you come and address and tell me what you can do, what ICT can do for eastern part of India? I was there. I made a beautiful set of slides and showed ICT strength. Incidentally, those students of ICT, alumni should know, we contribute 8% of GDP. India's 8% of GDP comes from ICT graduates, alumni. And you know who is contributing the most. I don't have to say that. He spoke in the morning. So I said this. I said, give me a chance. Can you support me? Because government doesn't support. Maharashtra government has no interest. Maharashtra government will not support. But can you? And that time I had a meeting with Sanjeev Singh, the chairman of IOC. And he said, can you come and present this before our board, what you want to do? And I did that on 26th of February. And the board, two of the board members knew me. They said, Arey, when Professor Yadav says he can do it, and they sanctioned it. And on 18th March 2018, Honorable President of India inaugurated that campus, and Dr. Mashelkar was standing like a pillar behind me. And ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't happen without connections. It doesn't happen. He is the only person whom I have seen who has friends from both sides. You can both sides, you can count them anything. Right, left, anywhere, they are his friends. How does he manage them? A politician should learn from him. Because it is not only, he has a finesse. Even if you have the enemies come together, he will make them friends. He will say, you work for the sake of the institute, for the organization you are working, and he will never displease anybody. I have seen him, that kind of, diplomatic language also. The diplomatic, somebody has to, Dr. Ramarao says he's very harsh and all. You should have taken some lessons from him before, Life would have been very, very easy, because that is what I learned from you. In 10.5 years, I had never a problem. But it does not mean that I had no problem, that people used to write even against me. And that is, every administration has that problem. But he always used to call me and say, everything is fine. You are doing very well. That is the kind of confidence he gave me, and I cannot forget. If I am standing before you, it is because of two gentlemen. One is Professor M.M. Sharma, who is like a father figure to me, and Dr. Mashelkar. In my professional life as a Vice Chancellor, his contribution is immense. And I know, all these katha, these things you heard. In Sanskrit, there is a very nice proverb, Yuddhasya katha ramya, Mashelkarasya ratha ramya. That means the stories of Dr. Mashelkar are so interesting, and everybody has described it. There was not any repetition, because they were talking from their own experiences. Dr. Mashelkar as a man. I'm surprised that Sagar Deshpande is not here, because he's writing a book on you. I know that. Yeah. Yeah, you must be watching. So, another interesting part, that he's known for his pole vaulting, right? He doesn't believe in small progress, disruptive progress. Professor Ashutosh Sharma mentioned about Jugaad and all those things, okay? Panga, he's talking of Panga, of disruption. Dr. Mashelkar's case, this word doesn't, he has been referee, he has been everything. Perhaps people do not know one thing about him, that he is a national referee for carom. Am I right? He has been a carom referee. Now, how many of you know that? So he has done his bubble column research while playing column. So, you know, this is, so many times people say, and he also used to say many jokingly, you know, he's not called Mashelkar, but Polymerkar. That is what they used to call him Polymerkar. Yeah, that is right, still. But I will call him UDCT-kar or ICT-kar. Sir, you change your name to ICT-kar. because that is what is remaining. Because you are so much involved in our affairs. I remember, you know, I used to give presentations everywhere. You know, two names people ask me whenever I went. Are you from Sharma's institute? Is Dr. Mashelkar your chancellor? These are the two names always. Even in Niti Aayog when I presented, they asked me this question. So this is what the legacy you have left. You know, so I think it is very difficult to live the life of Dr. Mashelkar, what he has achieved. There are many stories. I cannot reveal everything in a public meeting. Privately, I can tell you, but he has been my mentor. So when I retired and I gave a speech and I said, I delineated that. It is published. It is on a YouTube also. He said, you are not retiring. He said, you will work here as Emeritus Professor of Eminence. So I'm singularly grateful to you. Sir, thereafter I became more productive. So the administration part had gone and I took a vow, I will not look at anything. I will only do research and other things and help the ICT in my capacity whenever it is required, because ICT is our mother institute. And that we have learned from you. Like you revere your mother. Who has done that, you tell me? And you write to each and every person about the award, who the award is given to, and when the program is, and you ask us also to spread that word around. That is real, thing which you have done. So, let me go to Atharva Veda, because a lot of people talked about Jivet Sharada Shatam. But I am going to have something from Atharva Veda, which is little bit different from that. And there is a vested interest in that, and I will tell you what it means. Jivet Sharada Shatam is only for you. What it says here, Jivem Sharada Shatam, Buddhem Sharada Shatam, Roye Sharada Shatam, Pushye Sharada Shatam, Bhavem Sharada Shatam, Bhushem Sharada Shatam, Bhuyashi Sharada Shatat. This is from Atharva Veda. That means let all of us live for 100 years. Let us enjoy life together. Everybody was talking now, 20 years, we will come back and enjoy. Let us all live. Let the same crowd be here, maybe many more, maybe children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren can come and enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, ultimately, I want to conclude. So, he has a website called mashelkar.com. You can read many things about him. There are many things written on him. And I know many of those things, and I'm fortunate enough to hear very interesting things from Professor Sharma. So, that site should be called I Mashelkar, because that, that iPhone, so that is little I Mashelkar. And why I Mashelkar? Because you are Indian first. You have promoted cause of India everywhere. That is very, very important. We forget that we are Indians first. So you are Indian first. Then you are an innovator. Nobody can deny that you are an innovator. So second I is innovator. Third I is inspiring. You have been always inspiring to many, many people, including person like me. We had no background. I must tell you that. I came from a very small village. And another quality which has the inquisitive. You are highly inquisitive. There, your research and all. See, seeing, people can say, they can X-ray can see. I'm saying seeing beyond the wall, what even X-rays cannot see, that side you have. And very important is inclusive. This is another eye. You are always inclusive. You have included everybody in your progress, wherever you have appointed people, you have seen that the institute benefits, and you are indomitable. You cannot be defeated by me. And ultimately, your father's name is Anant. So your name is Raghunath Anant Mashelkar. That Anant is infinite. So you are infinite Mashelkar, okay? And you have given me infinite warmth. So I am indebted to you, sir. And I wish you more than 100 years. And I also want to live with you so that we can see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Yadav. I think being a host, I have lost on to say whatever I wanted to say. Hopefully, I think after 20 years when we arrange a function again for him, I get invited to talk about Dr. Mashelkar. Thank you very much, Professor Yadav. May I now request the last presenter, Professor J.B. Joshi. And one thing I would like to tell that he also has a small documentary to show, or a small play. The reason for showing that particular play, it's not very professionally done, it's done by children. But the reason to show that particular play is to let you know how deep has been the influence of Dr. Mashelkar's scientific spread and scientific knowledge distribution within the Indian psyche. May I request now Professor J.B. Joshi to
my guru and mentor, Professor Sharma, my another mentor, Dr. Mashelkar, Vaishali Vahini, Mr. Nadir Godrej, Dr. Samir Brahmachari, Dr. Ramarao, thank you. Dr. Shivram, Professor Pandit, Dr. Ashish, Dr. V.V. Ranade, and all other dignitaries. I am truly impressed by today's function. I am going to keep it in my treasure. Definitely I will have a recording, total recording. It was said that Dr. Mashelkar has been Chancellor for 12 years. I make a correction. He has been leading the institute for 22 years. In about 2000, he was requested by the then Vice Chancellor of Mumbai University to consider the possibility of having autonomy to UDCT. He with Mr. Mukesh Ambani and many others, they were the members, and from that point onwards, he has been leading. The autonomous status was recommended, and though it was not in the terms of reference, that committee also said that UDCT be given university status. The getting autonomy and university status, I personally get lot of credit. But I would like to say publicly here that because of his support, very strong support and involvement and talking at many places, I was surprised at that time how much time he is giving. I said we want to meet Mr. Sharad Pawar. at the time, Mr. Dilip Walse Patil, some secretary here and there, some other politician, some other academician, all those times he supported me. And all that success, when I was director, he first thing about the speed of decision it has been talked. I'll tell you another speed of its decision. He said that you learn my signature. You write a letter, below that write approved and sign yourself. And that is the end of it. Then regarding the performance, JB, you have done 100% job. And sometimes he will say, you have done 99% job. But his 99 to 100 was 0 to 1. So when he said 99%, there was a lot of room for modification, correction, improvement. I developed a lot of, I've become very short. I developed technologies for carbon nanotubes, graphenes, and CNT fibers. And I told this to Dr. Mashelkar many times. He has been congratulating, but he is saying, let us commercialize. So the intellectual property basically belonged to atomic energy. So I was the investigator and scientist. So what he said was, let me write a letter to director BRC. He wrote a letter, and that was so effective. There was a committee formed, and not only for this invention, but for many, many other innovations, there is now a formal procedure for giving away technologies outside. Now this technology was given, even bulletproof jackets were made out of carbon nanotubes, and the license was given to 3 companies, and all of them together are making CNTs as well as more than 100,000 bulletproof jackets every year. We were buying the same in 1,50,000 rupees per piece. We are making in 15,000 rupees. So now graphene. Now he is behind me for graphene. He's got me introduced to some industrialists, and definitely I'll do that. Now carbon-based, CNT-based catalyst, activated carbon-based gives 3-4 times. Suppose the rate, this gives 15-20 times the rate for the same loading, and there is a huge saving of. What I'm trying to say is how to make effective any innovation. My innovation was in the laboratory. I had about 50 years of experience of implementing whatever laboratory research is there regarding reactor design. But as far as these innovations are concerned, his intervention really succeeded in implementing all these technologies. I can say many more things. I want to be short. Professor Pandit has already told Marathi Vigyan Parishad for spreading science message in the society holds one activity. There are 80 activities, but this is one activity of since Marathi people are fond of plays, a 30-minute one-act play which is either based on scientists or based on invention. So this is happening for 5-6 years. Every year on an average 60 one-act plays are displayed. These come from college students, are free, that is 12th onwards. Even senior people can also take part, and the other group is up to 12th standard. So this year also about 60 nominations came, and we shortlisted 3. Up till now, there was no one-act play, if I remember correctly, on an Indian scientist. And this was made by a village in Marathwada. And what I want to tell you that it is not professional, but his message of innovation, what I would consider as far as innovations are concerned, he was chairman for 18 years for Innovation Foundation and Marico Innovation Foundation and many more organizations. But this particular message going to the bottom of the society in villages, I consider that to be very effective. I sincerely apologize for non-professionalness, but you see how the message is being conveyed regarding innovativeness in the society. So, one act play, please.
रंग
Maybe
देवता
between there will
आणि रसिक प्रेक्षकांना विनम्र अभिवादन करून JRD टाटा स्कूल अँड एड्युलॅब अकोला आपल्या समोर सादर करीत आहे एकांकिका पेटेंट. दिग्दर्शक ओम गव्हाणे, लेखक माधव जोशी, नेपथ्य अविनाश कुलकर्णी, शुद्धोदन राऊत, ध्वनी व प्रकाश योजना सार्थक खाडे.
याच्यामध्ये कॉपर सल्फेट टाकायचं का? हो टाक, पण फक्त 2च ड्रॉप्स हा. हो. नोट करून घेशील? हो. लिटमस पेपर? हो. ब्ल्यू रेड? ब्ल्यू घेशील? हा बघ आता याचा कलर चेंज होतोय ना? हो. हा तर ते तू नोट डाऊन करून घे. हो. क्वांटिटी? हा हे बघ 200 ml. हो. ते तू नोट डाऊन कर. सर्व लिहिलंस? हो.
याच्यामध्ये आता HCl टाकावं लागणार.
नाही नाही, आपण पहिले हे लिक्विड स्टर करून बघूयात, नंतर बघूयात HCl टाकायचं की नाही. मी आता पहिले हे लिक्विड मध्ये आपण जे पहिले लिक्विड बनवलं होतं ते आपण थोडं मिक्स करूया. हो. बघितलंस? हो. आता हळूहळू थोडंसं स्टर करू. हो. मी हो. हा बघ. गुड मॉर्निंग सर. गुड मॉर्निंग. गुड मॉर्निंग. हो. गुड मॉर्निंग सर. गुड मॉर्निंग. कसे आहात?
सर सर्व छान सुरू आहे.
सर एक विचारू का? हो विचार ना. आम्हाला ना या पॉलिमर मध्ये काही बदल करायचे वाटते. जर आपण यामध्ये फॅब्रिक स्ट्रेनचा वापर अधिक केला तर याची स्ट्रेंथ वाढेल.
अरे वा, छान. मला तुमच्याकडून अशीच अपेक्षा होती. असेच प्रयत्न करत राहा. कीप इट अप.
थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू.
हो. अरे बघितलंस? डॉक्टर साहेब किती प्रेरणा देतात तर. एवढ्या मोठ्या पदावर आहेत पण कसलाच गर्व नाही. अतिशय साधा स्वभाव आपल्या सरांचा.
हो ना, 24 तास डोक्यामध्ये एकच, भारताच्या प्रगतीचे स्वप्न.
अरे म्हणूनच तर परदेशातील एवढ्या चांगल्या पगाराची नोकरी सोडून ते भारतात परत आले. हे आहेत मात्र खरे देशभक्त. बरं चला चला कामाला लागा. बरं डॉक्टर साहेब जितके प्रेमळ आहेत ना तितकेच कडक शिस्तीचे सुद्धा आहेत.
हो चला चला.
ओ माय गॉड, पण हे असं कसं शक्य आहे?
This is most probably regarding super absorbing polymer.
Sir? Excuse me, sir.
Or perhaps gel, properties
Sir?
of gel.
Sir, मी हे लिक्विड याच्यामध्ये ऍड
So they again go back to the
अपेक्षित
teacher,
रिझल्टच मिळत नाहीये.
but teacher is
Sir, माझं काही चुकलं का?
engrossed in a news item that Haldi
Sir,
patent
काय
has
झालं?
been granted to somebody in
Sir?
US. So
काय
therefore
नाही.
he is not
काय म्हणत
listening to
होतीस
the
तू?
student.
सर मी हे लिक्विड याच्यामध्ये ऍड
He's so disturbed.
अपेक्षित रिझल्टच मिळत नाहीये.
बरं हे आज राहू दे, आपण नंतर करून पाहू.
We'll discuss it later.
मग मी येऊ का?
हो जा.
So Shiny goes back.
पण हे असं कसं शक्य आहे? कारण आई तर म्हणत होती की
So Dr. Mashelkar is expressing his reactions on this news item. Reaction is a mild word. Now kindly bear with me, changing scene now. Mother.
अमेय, अरे कुठे आहे?
Ameya is grandson. Her grandson.
बोल आजी, काय म्हणतेस? अरे या कुंडीतून झाडांना पाणी दिलं नाहीस?
खरंच की विसरलोच बघ, आता देतो.
दे मग.
There is a wounded bird and turmeric is being applied.
रघु, ए रघु, कुठे आहे?
Asking her son to come.
बोला मातोश्री,
Dr.
काय म्हणता?
अरे माझे औषध आणलेत का?
हो आणले, ही पॉईंटवर ठेवली आहे.
बरं केलंस बाबा.
हो. आजी आजी हे बघ किती जखमी झाली आहे चिमणी.
अरे थांब, मी हळद घेऊन येते.
आपण हिला लगेच डॉक्टरांकडे घेऊन जाऊ. बाळा 2 मिनिट थांब, आता आजी हळद घेऊन येते. तिने तिची जखम बरी होईल. बाबा बघा ना तिच्या पंखांना किती लागलाय. हो हो तिला खूप इजा झाली आहे. तिचं रक्त पण खूप वाहत आहे बाबा. हो थांबा आजी, हळदीने तिची जखम बरी होईल.
हो आता बघ कशी बरी होती. जाई ना बाहेर झाडावर ठेवली. बघितलंस रघु, अमेयचा चेहरा किती आश्चर्याने बघत होता तू.
हो ना, त्याचा विश्वासच बसत नव्हता. म्हणूनच तर त्याला हे सगळं नवल वाटले.
हो ना.
पण आई त्याची किती कमाल. त्याला आतापर्यंतही माहित नव्हतं की हळदीने जखम बरी होते.
Sir is
आजी,
asking his mother
काय कमाल केलीस तू.
how long
तुझं
it has
रक्त
been
वाहनच
ongoing,
थांबलं.
this
पण तुला
treatment.
कसं माहित की हळद लावल्याने जखम बरी होते ते.
अरे माझे आई वडील, आजी आजोबा जखम झाल्यास त्यावर हळदच लावायची.
My parents,
जखम
their
झाली तर
parents,
जखम
their
भरवायची.
parents,
जर
their
जास्त मोठी
parents.
असेल तर
That is the
10-15
answer.
रुपये लागायचे.
आजी, माणसांना आणि पक्ष्यांना एकच औषध. हो काही कमालच आहे ना आजी. पण यात कोणते रसायन असते ज्याने जखम बरी होते
ते मला नाही माहिती बाबा, ते तुझ्या बाबांना विचार.
बाबा सांगा ना, हळदीमध्ये कोणते रसायन असते ज्याने जखम बरी होते ते. चल बाळ मी तुला सांगतो.
Again both of them come back.
पण आई तर म्हणत होती ते हळद लावण्याने कोणतीही जखम बरी होते. हा प्रयोग तिची आई आजी नव्हे तर पुरातन काळापासून होत आहे. हे आमचे पारंपरिक ज्ञान आहे. मग
This
हे
is
तर
our
आमच्या
traditional
पारंपरिक ज्ञानावर
knowledge
हल्लाच
and
आहे.
how people can
मला नक्की या विरुद्ध काही ना
take
काही
it for
करावं लागणार.
granted.
हो मी ठरविलं आहे. मी या विरुद्ध लढा देणार. हो मी निश्चय
I'm
केला
going
आहे.
to fight it out.
यांनी समजलं काय रे आपलं. काय समजतात हे. मी या विरुद्ध लढा देणार.
The cabinet secretary calls him and scolds him.
May I come in, sir? Come in. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Have a seat. Thank you,
And
sir.
he tells him
Sir, आपण मला
that
बोलवलं? काही नाही.
you are giving this
ऑफिसची
fight
कामं कशी झाली?
without taking
Sir,
my
सगळी
permission
व्यवस्थित
or
सुरू आहे.
minister's
पण
permission.
सर नेमकं ऑफिसच्या कामासाठीच बोलवलं?
माशेलकर, हे तुमचं काय चाललंय?
सर आपण कशाबाबत बोलतोय?
हळदीच्या केस बाबत बोलतोय मी. तुम्ही माझ्याशी मंत्र्यांची काहीही न बोलता चर्चा न करता मी निर्णय जाहीर केला.
माफ करा सर, मला माझी चूक मान्य आहे, पण त्यांनी आपल्या पारंपरिक ज्ञानावर हल्ला केला हे मला सहन झाले नाही सर.
हो, पण हे नेमकं काय प्रकरण आहे?
सर, 8-15 दिवस आधी टाइम्सने एक बातमी आली होती. सर, मी आपणास ती वाचून दाखवू का?
So Dr. Mashelkar is pleading
Turmeric
and
patent
saying that
granted to
how
American
horrible
researcher
news is there
Mr. Soman
regarding
Kedas
Haldi
and
patent.
Rihar Kohli of Mississippi University. Sir, they claim that turmeric powder has good healing property, and sir, university accepted their patent. Please, baga sir.
And the US government, they have accepted the patent.
Sir,
So calms down, the secretary calms down.
आम्ही भारतात अनेक वर्षांपासून करतोय. हे प्रयोग पिढ्यानंतर पिढ्यांपासून चालत आलेला आहे. सर, हे आमचे पारंपरिक ज्ञान आहे. मग सर, या दोघांचा त्या पेटंटवर हक्क कसा? हे पेटंट त्या दोघांना कसं बहाल करण्यात आलं? म्हणून मी या विरुद्ध आवाज उठवायचं ठरविलं आहे सर.
पण माशेलकर, आपण एकटेच कसे काय लढणार? तेही अमेरिकेविरुद्ध.
हो सर,
How
मला
can we
माहिती
fight
आहे
against
ही
USA?
लढाई जेवढी वाटते तेवढी सोपी नाही.
Such a powerful lot of money
आपल्याला
will
ही
be
लढाई
required.
लढावीच
Who spend
लागणार.
that money?
हो, पण पेटंट संदर्भात अमेरिकेचे कायदे आणि भारताचे कायदे हे वेगवेगळे आहेत. हे त्यांना कसं काय पटवून देणार आहोत आपण?
सर, जर आपण यासाठी वकिलांची नेमणूक केली तर आपण त्यांना हे पटवून देऊ शकतो.
तुम्ही हे विसरलात का? CSIRचे अध्यक्ष या नात्याने सेक्रेटरी टू गव्हर्नमेंट हे पण तुमच्याचकडे आहे. मग आपल्याला या संदर्भात विचारणं होईल. परवानगी न घेता तुम्ही कसं काय
Secretary says if we fail, then it is your responsibility.
कारण हा लढा केवळ हळदीच्या पेटंटचा न होता दोन देशाच्या प्रतिष्ठेचा राहणार आहे. त्यावरून
It's
अमेरिकेचा
okay,
दबाव
I accept it.
राहणार हे तुम्हाला
If I
सांगेल
lose the
सोपं आहे.
fight, I'll go back to
आपले माननीय
ACL and do
पंतप्रधान
research.
याबाबत माझ्याशी
I'll
बोलले.
not remain here
या
as
सकाळची
DG.
वेळ दिलेली आहे.
सर, जर आपण ही केस जिंकलो तर भारतालाच फायदा न होता तर तो आंतरराष्ट्रीय संघटनेतील इतर लहान लहान देशांना पण होईल.
हो, पण केस कशी काय लढणार? वकिलाची नेमणूक, येणारा खर्च किती असेल? या सर्वांची
Secretary has
मर्यादा
been
घ्यावी
asking
लागेल.
about
हो सर,
telling him
सगळं
about
बरोबर आहे
difficult
तुमचं, पण आपण यासाठी अमेरिकेतील फर्म मिस्टर मार्टिन अँड गाउड यांना नियुक्त करायचा विचार करत आहोत सर.
अरे वा, तुम्ही पूर्ण तयारी केली दिसते.
सर, आपल्या सहकार्यानेच काम करतोय.
नाही, हे सर्व तुम्हीच करत आहात. पण हो,
Dr. Mashelkar
हे
says
ठरलं
we are doing
तर
work
नोकरी
in
मात्र जाऊ शकते.
cooperation.
हो सर, याची मला पूर्ण कल्पना आहे.
It is
असं
your
मात्र
problem
होणार
to
नाही.
fight it out.
समजा नोकरी गेली तरी मी पुन्हा माझ्या लॅबमध्ये काम करेन. पण सर, मला एक प्रश्न नेहमीच आढळतो सर. सर, मी आपणास ते विचारू का?
हो, नक्कीच.
सर, 1898 मध्ये डॉक्टर जगदीश चंद्र बोस यांनी वायरलेसचा शोध आधी लावूनही केवळ पेटंट न घेतल्यामुळे तो शोध मार्कोनीच्या नावावर झाला.
Mashelkar is
सर,
pleading
हे असं किती दिवस सहन करायचं?
98
सर, म्हणूनच मी या
This
विरुद्ध
was
आवाज उठवायचं
invented
ठरविलं आहे सर.
about
ओके,
the
उद्या सकाळी भेट.
applications.
सर,
But he
आपण
never
याबाबत
got the
सहकार्य
credit
कराल
because
अशी
he
आशा
never
आहे
took the
सर.
patent.
नक्कीच.
हो सर. हॅव अ नाईस डे सर.
बेस्ट.
थँक्यू सर.
So this is
Go.
a court in USA.
Proceed. My lord, this package, Mr. Mashelkar of CSIR India versus Soman Kedas and Harriet Kohli, Mississippi University, USA. Advocate, proceed.
Your Honor, मिसिसिपी युनिव्हर्सिटीने सोमन के दास अँड हरियर कोहली यांना बहाल केलेले हळदीचे पेटंट नंबर 5401 बेकायदेशीर आहे.
I object, my lord. Objection granted.
अमेरिकन पेटंट कायद्यानुसार युनिव्हर्सिटीने माझ्या क्लायंटला
The
पेटंट
US attorney says that there is no evidence. There is no documentary
आणि हे
evidence.
म्हणतात की ते बेकायदेशीर आहे. आय रिक्वेस्ट माय लॉर्ड की तुम्ही यांचे पेटंट रद्द करा.
Traditional knowledge means nothing. It has to be proven, well documented.
माझ्या मित्राने दाखल केलेले पुरावे सत्य असतील तरीही ते अर्धसत्य आहे. भारतात जखम झाल्यास त्यावर हळदीचा वापर बऱ्याच वर्षांपासून सुरू आहे. हे आमचे पारंपरिक ज्ञान आहे. म्हणून यांचे पेटंट रद्द करावे. ऑब्जेक्शन माय लॉर्ड.
Objection granted.
Patent law 25 USC Section सेक्शन 102A ज्यामध्ये जे नमूद केले आहे पेटंटसाठी मौखिक इतिहासाचा विचार करत नाही, ज्यामध्ये पारंपरिक माहितीची कोणती मात्रा आहे किंवा रेकॉर्ड केलेले परंतु वैज्ञानिक अप्रकाशित पारंपरिक ज्ञान आहे
in the
आणि
US
अमेरिकन
which
कायद्यानुसार
cannot
प्रतिपक्षाने लिखित पुरावे सादर केलेले नाही. त्यामुळे एका
grant the
प्रकारे
traditional knowledge.
सेल्सचा हा मान आहे. And that's all my lord.
ऑब्जेक्शन माय लॉर्ड. ऑब्जेक्शन ग्रँटेड. माझे मित्र विसरले की अमेरिकन पेटंट कायदा जरी भारतीय पेटंट कायद्यानुसार भिन्न असेल तरी WTOच्या नियमानुसार यांचे पेटंट बेकायदेशीर आहे. त्याकरिता ही पुरावे.
Some evidence is put forward regarding traditional knowledge.
आय रिक्वेस्ट माय लॉर्ड, तुम्ही यांचे पेटंट रद्द करावे.
You please cancel the patent. So judge now sees the documents from both the sides and gives the judgment that the evidence is not sufficient.
दोन्ही प्रतिपक्षाने सादर केलेले लिखित पुरावे अमेरिकन पेटंट ऍक्ट 35 अंडर सेक्शन 150 एक मध्ये असे दिले की संमतदार आणि अमेरिकन पोलीस यांनी सादर केलेले पुरावे ग्राह्य धरण्याचे आहे. डॉक्टर माशेलकर यांना सूचित करण्यात येते की 1995 च्या आधीचे लिखित पुरावे
This is not sufficient, so I do not approve your request.
Parties are directed to give the evidence.
So the reason given is that evidence is not sufficient. If
I'm
you
sorry.
create evidence,
ठीक आहे
get
साहेब,
the evidence.
काही हरकत नाही. पण सर आपण या केस मध्ये पुढे काय करू शकतो?
Consider it again.
डॉक्टर साहेब, आता आपल्याला एक संधी आहे. आपल्याला लिखित स्वरूपात पुरावे शोधावे लागतील. तेही 1995 च्या आधीचे. मग आपण पुन्हा नव्याने केस लढू शकतो.
Documented.
वकील साहेब, लिखित पुरावे नेमके तरी काय गोळा करावे लागतात?
जुन्या धर्मग्रंथांमध्ये जिथे कुठे हळदीच्या वापराचा उल्लेख आलेला आहे ते पुरावे तुम्ही यूज करू शकता.
ठीक आहे तर लागतो उद्यापासून कामाला. सी यू सून.
यस सर, बेस्ट.
थँक्यू.
Now the next scene shows the hard work done by Dr. Mashelkar for collecting all the proofs, documents,
How Prakash?
written evidences, and he works day and night.
अनिल,
काय सर?
एक काम कर, ही सगळी पुस्तके आहेत ना शेल्फ मध्ये ठेवून दे.
हो सर.
Most probably has worked up to 12 o'clock and remaining papers are being taken home.
सर, इथे संस्कृतची पुस्तके आहेत. याचं काय काम?
तुला माहिती आहे का आपण कोर्टामध्ये हळदीच्या पेटंटची केस लढतोय?
हो सर.
त्यासाठी ही पुस्तके आवश्यक आहेत. अमेरिकन कायद्यानुसार आपल्याला 1995 च्या आधीची लिखित पुरावे गोळा करायचे. म्हणूनच मी ही सगळी पुस्तके आणली आहेत. बरं का?
हो सर.
व्यवस्थित ठेवशील. अतिशय महत्त्वाची पुस्तके आहेत ती.
हो.
Take care regarding all these papers.
सुश्रुत संहिता, सारांगदर संहिता, चरक संहिता, सर ही नावे तर मी पहिल्यांदाच ऐकतोय.
हो, मी पण पहिल्यांदाच ऐकली होती, पण आता वाचत आहे.
सर, तुम्हाला संस्कृत येतं काय?
येतं थोडं. प्रयत्न करावे लागतील काही. अडचणी मात्र आल्या, पण मी त्या सगळ्या अडचणी वैद्यराज व विद्यार्थ्यांकडून समजून घेतल्या. बरं का?
माझी प्रसिद्ध पुस्तके आहेत बरं का. ही पुस्तके मी बौद्ध भिक्षूंकडून समजून घेतलेली
It is
आहेत.
written
कळतंय ना?
in Urdu. So doctor says, if required, I'll read Urdu. I'll learn Urdu. This is written in Sanskrit. Do you understand Sanskrit? That is the peon says to him. He said, I will learn and read all those. Then there is some other language, Pali language, I think so. Yeah, Pali language.
अनिल चल मी तुला अजून एक धक्का देतो. काय सर? ही सगळी पुस्तके आहेत ना इंग्रजीमध्ये अनुवाद करायचे आहेत बरं का. ठीक आहे.
Books are to be translated.
हॅलो हा संपादक साहेब बोलत आहेत का? हो मी CSIR मधून डॉक्टर माशेलकर बोलतोय. हो संपादक साहेब मला काही अंक हवे होते तेही 1995 च्या आधीची. हो 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 हळदीच्या पेटंटच्या केसच्या संदर्भातच. हा हा चालेल चालेल 100 अंक मिळाले तरी चालेल. ठीक आहे संपादक साहेब धन्यवाद धन्यवाद. अनिल काय सर तू टाइमच्या ऑफिस मध्ये जा आणि तिथून जे ते अंक देतील ते घेऊन ये. हो सर. त्याआधी ती सगळी रिसर्च पेपर दे. हो सर.
See the commitment.
सर किती अंक तुम्ही सांगितले?
Some more papers. Seems that he has started getting evidence.
सर तुम्ही जेवण करणार का?
हो डबा ठेवून दे मी नंतर जेवणार.
हो सर. सर हा इथे ठेव. सर 3 तास झाले तुम्ही आणखी पण जेवण.
यस 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 आय गॉट इट. आता आपण ही केस नक्कीच जिंकू. आता आपल्याला या केस मध्ये कोणीही हरवू नाही शकणार. मला जे पुरावे हवे होते ती मला मिळाली. यस यस.
Again court scene. Now lot of evidence has been collected.
My lord, Vice President number 30, Mr. Mashelkar of CSIR India versus Soman and Harrier College, Mississippi University, USA.
Advocate proceed. Your Honor, favor अमेरिकन कायद्याप्रमाणे मिसिसिपी युनिव्हर्सिटीने बहाल केलेले हळदीचे पॅकेट WTO कायदा पॅकेट अंडर आर्टिकल 8 नॉवेल्टी, आर्टिकल 9 नॉन ऑब्जेक्शन and अंडर आर्टिकल 10 युटिलिटी च्या अनुसार यांचे पेटंट बेकायदेशीर असतात.
ऍडव्होकेट परंतु लिखित पुरावे
आणले आहेत. माय लॉर्ड डॉक्टर माशेलकरांना बोलण्याची परमिशन द्या.
परमिशन ग्रँटेड.
सर हा सुश्रुत संहिता ग्रंथ हा 15व्या शतकात लिहिला गेलेला आहे. त्यामधील 5 नंबर 6 मध्ये श्लोक अरिद्रा प्रमेह हराणा अष्टांग हृदय पुत्रस्थान अरिद्रायाः प्रयोगेण प्रमेह इव षोडशा. सर हा भावकाका ग्रंथ. It was written by आचार्य भावमिश्र in 1500.
वकील साहेब बिफोर 1995 बरं का.
त्यातील हा श्लोक
हरिद्रा कांचनी पीता निशाख्या वरवर्णिनी कृमिघ्ना हळदी योषित प्रिया हट्ट विलासिनी. संस्कृत मध्ये हळदीला हरिद्रा म्हटले जाते. सर त्या भावप्रकाश पूर्व खंडामधील हा श्लोक. हरिद्रा कटुका तिक्ता वृक्षोक्षणा कफपित्तनुत वैद्वग्दोषमे हास्र शोथ पांडू व्रणापहा. भावप्रकाश पूर्व खंड.
माय लॉर्ड, मला असं वाटते की माझे मित्र फक्त संस्कृत श्लोक सांगत आहेत, पण त्याचा अर्थ मात्र ते सांगत नाहीये.
सांगते वकील साहेब. टर्मरिक मेंट प्रॉपर्टीज हरिद्रा काचू हरिविलासिनी योषित प्रिया हरिद्रा काचू नीला विशाखा. All these are names of turmeric. Turmeric bitter and bitter removes edema, pandu and ulcers.
हा सुश्रुत सहित आहे.
Some additional evidence.
हा भाव प्रकार. ही चारकर देता. ही उर्दू भाषा. ही पाली भाषा.
Tons of evidences.
ही हिंदी भाषा. My lord, I have submitted 32. Now, this is last. In 1953, Indian Medical Association published this research. Turmeric has good healing properties.
माय लॉर्ड, मला वाटतं माझ्या मित्रांची आता तरी काहीही हरकत नसावी.
दोन्ही प्रतिपक्षांनी सादर केलेले लिखित पुरावे व अमेरिकन ऍक्ट 35 अंडर सेक्शन 102A केसमध्ये असे नमूद केले आहे की दोन्ही प्रतिपक्षांनी सादर केलेले लिखित पुराव्याची पडताळणी करून हे न्यायालय असा आदेश देते की कोणत्याही मोठ्या देशाने शेवटच्या देशात ते कायदे काढले म्हणून लहान देशांच्या पारंपरिक ज्ञानावर हल्ला करणे, ज्ञानाची चोरी करणे हे चुकीचे आहे. त्यांचाही हक्क अबाधित राखण्यासाठी डॉक्टर रघुनाथ माशेलकर यांनी जो लढा दिला तो फक्त भारतासाठीच फायद्याचा नसून इतर अनेक लहान देशांसाठी त्यासाठी अभिनंदन करत आहे. व 1995 ला प्रोफेसर सोमन व प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर कोहली यांना मिळालेले पेटेंट हे रद्द करून त्या पेटेंटचे अधिकार आज म्हणजे 23 ऑगस्ट 1997 ला भारतात देण्यात येत आहे. The matter is disposed of.
एक मिनिट.
The only message I wanted to give was the intellectual property movement that he has created in India has reached up to the bottom of the society. This is a small Marathi speaking school in Marathwada, and they also express themselves regarding their vision, their understanding regarding intellectual property. Thank you very much.
is no better example than effective science communication. So I'm going to conclude today's presentations and events with two small presentations, maybe for a couple of minutes each. One with NCSC, they just want to inaugurate a particular document at the hands of Dr. R. A. Mashelkar. And then Purna Brahma is a magazine which is published by the Food Association of India, and Dr. Prakash Kondekar would like to say a couple of words. Dr. Siddhivinayak.
Respected dignitaries, since morning we have been celebrating the innovation. It is the celebration of excellence, celebration of innovation, and what a befitting kind of presentation given on the epitome of the career height of Dr. Mashelkar. And as Dr. Doshi sir has already mentioned, it has really gone to the grassroots. This is the younger generation. This is the new India. And that new India, the spirit of innovation, IPO, and then the research has been kindled by the movement. It is the innovation, the revolution that Mashelkar sir has really put in. It was in MIT, and then Dr. Mashelkar was mentioning innovation in India. And he was speaking, and then he spoke like, in India, we no longer will be talking about the history of science, but now we will be talking about the geography of science, where India will be at the center. And true to his prophetic words, every single word, whatever he has uttered in that MIT lecture, has come true. World is now looking at India as the seat of innovation, and then the credit goes to none other than Dr. Mashelkar, who has heralded innovation revolution, IP, intellectual property revolution, and he himself calls him as the dangerous optimistic, and that optimism is now creeping in the society. He's the man who really taught us think innovation. Dear friends, if at all you go to the life history of Dr. Mashelkar, a boy who actually went to school barefoot, really emerged as the most eminent scientist of India, who is really determining the destiny of India in terms of the protecting the traditional knowledge. His inspiration was his mother, and his inspiration was his great teachers like Principal Bhave, Sharma, and all. Fighting against odds, Dr. Mashelkar was molded by these teachers. He was invited to come back to India, and then responding the call of a nation, he came back to India, and then the rest is history. He actually changed the Indian scenario of IPO. His mantra was patent, publish and prosper, and not publish or perish. So the thing has been changed, and the innovation has been kindled. He has 10 commandments. Most of us were discussing. Out of the 10 commandments, the maxim are the inclusive innovation, what he talks about all the time, taking to the grassroots level. He talks about Gandhian engineering. That is what is one of his most coveted principle. And then the most important is more from the less for the more, and that is the technology. He talks about it is very easy to create a technology which is excellent technology for high-end technology for high-end people, low-end technology for low-end people, but high-end technology for low-end people. That is what is more from the less from the more. He is known throughout the country, he is known throughout the world as the warrior of Haldighati because of his patent regime. Throughout India, he has kindled this revolution, and as this crusader of innovation is reaching 80th year, we are celebrating this excellence in such a grand function from morning till evening. Dear friends, whatever I have heard and whatever I have gone through the Mashelkar's discourses, whatever he feels is India is really doing well, but the pace is really very slow. And on this occasion, sir, we commit with modern India, new India, that we will take your innovation revolution and making India as the topmost country in the world in terms of innovation. Then there will be Nobel Prizes. Then there will be all those problems of sustainability, all these problems of health, all the problems of cleanliness, all the problems of food security will be really solved. And at this occasion, when we are celebrating the Sahasra Chandra Darshan's celebration of Dr. Mashelkar, we bid him Jivet Sharadashatam, Pashet Sharadashatam. At this moment, I would like to just request you, sir, on this occasion, we have a small digital magazine called Science Now Digital. On that, we have just uploaded one article, and we would like you to release that article. So I will come over here. If at all the technical point of view, if at all it can be put on the screen, or otherwise I will get the screen and then the zoom on the camera. Done? If technically is possible.
May I now just request Dr. Prakash Kondekar to say a few words on behalf of Purna Brahma.
Thank you, Professor Pandit, for giving me this opportunity. First, I met Dr. Mashelkar in our Marathi Vigyan Parishad Goa Adhiveshan, 1998. And second occasion, I met him at the Amsterdam airport. I was traveling to USA, you were traveling from Europe. And thereafter, during this pandemic, I am talking here as a senior advisor of the Association of Food Scientists and Technologists Mumbai chapter, and also advisor for the Chamber for the Advancement of Small and Medium Businesses. And this chamber was created during pandemic, and in that chamber we have started a magazine, quarterly magazine called Purna Brahma, and I had occasion to take interview of Dr. Mashelkar in our last issue, and that's what I came in contact, close contact with Dr. Mashelkar. So I wish him Jivet Sharada Shatam on this occasion, and thank you very much for listening to me.
This poor Dr. Samir Somaya waited at the airport for 5 hours. Ultimately, the flight got cancelled. Anyway, after all these talks and stories and learnings, this is the time now to request the hero of the day, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, to offer his response to today's event, celebrating not only his 80th birthday, but also the learnings and the teachings which he has conveyed to all throughout those 80 years. Dr. Mashelkar.
What does one say? I'm generally not short of words, but today I am very hard. We have been here since 10 in the morning. It's 6:30, more than 500 minutes. It's incredible, the outpouring, the love, the abundance of affection. One is really short of words, I would tell you. So I'm not going to take individual names. Of course, my pranam to my Guruji, Professor M.M. Sharma, and all my family members. This is an extended family as far as I'm concerned. All of you are Mashelkar family as far as I'm concerned. So thank you very much, Anirudh, for organizing this event. I and my family are very grateful to you. I was just calculating 80 years into 365 plus 6, so 29,206 days I've been on this face of earth. Yes, absolutely. So, if you ask me what is the finest day of my life, the answer is very simple. What is the finest evening of my life? The answer is very simple. It is this. It is today. So I'm most grateful to you. You know, Ashish talked about 2 fathers. I will talk about 3 mothers. You have met Raghunath Mashelkar. The first is, of course, my own mother, Anjani Mashelkar. Second is this wonderful institute, ICT. When I entered ICT, then UDCT, in 1962, 38 plus 22, 60 years ago, if somebody would have written a script of this evening, I would not have believed it. So impossible does become possible, and this is absolutely incredible. And the third mother is CSI. I am here because of CSI. There is only one job I have done in my life. That is serving my CSR. So I want to thank all my 3 mothers. Anirudh, you asked me to reflect on what I learned and what I can share with you. Well, a lot has been said about me, and the first thing that occurred to me is that I always try to do things which come from here, not from here. I always thought from here. You know, thanks to Professor Sharma, my guru, I was invited to talk to Dr. Nayadumma. In fact, it was he who suggested that he should talk to me. And I remember I got a telex from Dr. B.D. Tirak, who was then the director, that I should go and see him in Savoy Hotel on such and such day, such and such time. But he didn't tell me why I should do that. But you always listen to Guru. So when he said, I went and I met him. When I met him, I had no idea that I'm going to commit to coming back, by the way, because we're well settled, Vaishali and I, you know. And he said, I mean, it was a very interesting conversation. He asked me what I was doing. I told him about a breakthrough paper we had in Nature, where for the first time in the world we had shown how inertia and viscoelasticity can balance itself and create drag reduction, because everybody was talking about turbulent conditions. And I showed to him that, what are these implications and so on and so forth. There was some technical discussion. But then he painted a picture of India, what it would be. He said, when you become old, of course you will come back. But this is the time. I was barely 32, you know. And I said yes. I took a call from here. I did not make a table of writing on the left-hand side what I was getting and what I would get and all the uncertainties and so on and so forth. I said yes from there. So I have thought from this. A lot was said about the haldi patent, turmeric patent, basically. It was a call from here. Vaishali was there, she will remember that I was reading Times of India, as was rightly shown, and I saw this particular report. And in the evening I was in National Physical Laboratory giving Hussein Zahir Memorial Oration. I still remember P.N. Haq sir was chairing, and I announced it. Actually I should not have done it, for a simple reason that I was Director General of CSR, but also Secretary to DSR. Director General of CSR, you have all the freedom in the world as a scientist. As Secretary DSR, all that freedom is lost, because unless you talk to the minister, take the permissions, etc., nothing would happen. I said this is wrong and I will sort of fight. So I think the important part that I've always done in my life is thinking from here. That I'm just giving two examples. Now, have I done it always right? No. I've failed a number of times. But somehow it comes naturally to me. I think that's one point I want to make. The second point I want to make is that I'm a great believer in trusting people. Trust. All right? I always see good in people. In fact, I was looking at my talk when 60 years were celebrated, and Dr. Sivaram had done sort of fantastic job of putting together a great sort of event. And I still remember I said that I always see, to me everyone is someone, and I always see God in someone, in every person that I meet, and that's what I have tried to do all the time. I think it was put in different forms during these presentations, but somehow or the other it comes very naturally to me, you know, so as to say. And what I have found is that there is talent, there is technology, but if there is trust, then we can make everything happen. All my life has been sort of done that. And I must say that in response I have received trust. It's amazing. So this particular part is not widely known outside. I thought I will mention that because a lot has been said outside. 1/1/2005, 1st January 2005 was a very important day in India's life, because that was the time the TRIPS, you know, the trade-related intellectual property systems as per WTO understanding, World Trade Organization understanding, we had to make our laws compliant. Because Nadir, as you will know, we had process patents but not product patents, basically. And that was a big decision, because the entire generic industry, drug industry came up, and we became pharmacy of the world because of our old patent laws, so as to say. And those changes were opposed by NGOs, they were opposed by left, they were opposed by some sections of industry and so on, you know. And I remember, very interesting, they said that let us get all those who are of conflicting opinions about how to move forward, and I would give a keynote, so as to say, bringing out both the sides and what are the pros and cons, what are the costs and benefits, and so on and so forth. And that went so well, as a matter of fact, because they were opposing, absolutely opposing parties. But they came all around. And Samir, then the idea was given by Rajiv Ratan Shah, you remember him. He said that we'll do this in 25 cities now. Okay? And then I had to tell him my day job is Director General of CSR, I can't go around 25 cities. Then they recorded 45 minutes of that talk. It was done in our DG's room, all right. And then they showed it before sort of the dialogue opened. They would always show the film. It was shown in 25 cities. It's absolutely incredible. And then, of course, there were big sort of debates and so on and so forth. And I remember RSS was very strongly sort of opposed to it. They had their own doubts. And I remember the chief of CSR at that time, Sudarshan, actually Sudarshan ji, he calling me in the middle of, it was a December night, I still remember, and he was sitting with bare feet and I was just shivering. And then he asked me to explain what are the pros and cons, etc., etc. Okay? And then at the end, basically, he called the cabinet minister whom he had made to sit outside. And he came, Mashelkar ji has explained everything to us, but he has also told us about the caution that we need to take, etc. Follow that and we are with you. And after that, I still remember, it was a tsunami day. I was in IIM Ahmedabad. At 4 o'clock, I get a call from the then president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And he said, because finally there were parliament discussion, debates, and finally the assent had to be given by the president. And he grilled me for an hour, you know, on sort of different aspects. And at the end, of course, he joked. He said, now I'm going to sign it, but if anything goes wrong, we will be responsible. He was joking, of course, but he did that. Why I'm giving you this enormous trust. And I again remember when we went for Padmavibhushan ceremony in Rashtrapati Bhavan, one of the secretaries, Petroleum Natural Gas, Kaul, Mr. Kaul, he told me we miss Mashelkar committees. So I said, why? Why do you miss Mashelkar? As you know, there have been 16 Mashelkar committees so far. So he says, no, it is simple. Whenever government was in difficulty, they form a Mashelkar committee. As simple as that. That was trust of the nation. In fact, he told me an interesting story, because CNG, sir, you will remember, it had become a big problem and Supreme Court had come down very hard on the government. And Mr. Ramnaik was then the minister for petroleum and natural gas, and others were making a presentation to Atalji. And what Atalji said at that time, he stopped them after 7 minutes. ऐसा कर दीजिए, एक मशेलकर कमिटी बना दीजिए, सब हल हो जाएगा. So I feel grateful. I feel grateful to God that He has given me the greatest gift of my life, which is the trust of the people. But Yogesh, that also means there is a responsibility on me. There is a responsibility on me. And that is what I have tried to do during the course of my life. A lot was talked about the sacrifices my family might have to do. They have done a lot of sacrifices. Whatever I am today, I'll tell you, my mother and Vaishali, these two people. You know, I work 24/7. Every day. Shubhra is here. Shubhra, just get up because I want you to be introduced to the crowd. This is my daughter. I'm very proud of her. She is a lawyer in the US, has won some recent top honors. And my son Amey is somewhere. Yeah, Amey is here. Yeah, he is a sort of a big boss in startup today, you know. So they are here. She is here. Shruti, my daughter, is not here. But all of them have seen that right from the time I got into NCL, I have done 24/7. day after day, week after week, month after month, and all of you have referred to it. When you say at 9:30 you go home, what does it mean, as a matter of fact? You know, so all that I have done, and these two ladies, you know, my mother, I will say a few words about it, but Vaishali, you know, she took such fantastic care of the children. They did not miss me. But what I must say this, whatever little time we had a quality time together. And I was there when they needed. It's very interesting, sir. I must mention something interesting to you, because I believe in God, by the way. I believe in God. I'm a scientist, but I believe in God. I remember Amey was alone, and he was having some difficulty in some papers and so on and so forth. It is remarkable. I was in Dhanbad. I had to attend the Tata Research Design Development Center's meeting in Pune. And J.J. Irani, who is unfortunately no more, he sent me his aircraft from which we traveled together, and I came in time. And I remember, Amey will remember this, I took him for a walk. And what had happened was that once, you know, Nandu Natekar, myself and Sunil Gavaskar, we had a dinner together. And I'm a great fan of Sunil Gavaskar. He played without helmet in those days. You know, now people look like warriors. But at that time, and I asked him, sort of, how come? Because each one of us had achieved something little in life. So he told me something very interesting in terms of his experiences. Of course, he talked to me about luck and other factors. But one thing he told me, that his series, I think those of you who are cricket fan, I'm cricket fanatic, not fan. Remember 774 runs that Sunil Gavaskar scored in that series? And 1971 series. And he says that he used to sort of stand, and we recall this because recently both of us got Lifetime Achievement Award, and we spent a lot of time in the evening recalling the. So he used to say people like Hall, etc., they were like 7 foot. Coming from such a distance, you have to look like that, and then he would miss a ball. And he said, when I take the next ball, I had this uncanny ability of removing the memory of that ball, as though I was facing the first ball, and which is right. All right? And I mentioned this to Amo. I said, forget about this paper, it never happened. All right? He came back and did brilliantly the following day. So I've been there when they needed. I take pride in that. Do you agree, Ibu? Do you agree, Amu? Thank you. See, this is my way of showing to you. There was a slide, no cheating, Dr. Mashelkar. This is Mashelkar who is cheating. But it has been very hard for this lady, by the way. I must tell you. ती मराठीमध्ये सांगतो तुम्हाला, तिचं रोज भुणभुणं काय असतं माहिती आहे का, आता पुरे झालं, एवढी मेहनत करते. Am I right? Every day. And sir, that's exactly what you have been telling me. First thing he will ask me is that, how is your health? Take care of your health, reduce your travel, and do this, etc., etc. So, as a New Year resolution, I should be saying that, but let's see. The other thing I want to mention is that, you know, a lot has been talked about the science that we did, a lot that has been talked about CSR, and so on and so forth. But, you know, you stand here in a reflected glory. I'll be very honest with you. Many people referred to the first day speech that I gave. 9 o'clock we started, and 11 o'clock I addressed the entire thing. That is where we said National Chemical Laboratory should be International Chemical Laboratory. And the rest was set up. Sivaram will remember that. But whose idea was it to give that speech? Hirvani, it was yours. We talked about CSR Vision 2003, 2001. You know, who drafted that vision? It was Bhojwani. I'm basking in their glory. Okay? Samir, people like you, Dr. Sivaram, you know, you are giants in science. Dr. Ramarao left and all others that you talked about. And you described the tank, all the three absolutely properly, by the way. and I have been lucky. I mean, you just recall the kind of directors we had when I was CSI, DG, Paul Ratnaswamy, Prakash, Disa, I mean, you name them. Out of 40, I would call 15 to 20 of them were stars in their own right. So no wonder CSR did that. It is all your credit, not my credit. The science that we talk about, Ashish Lele, yourself, Shiny, and others, etc. You know, Ashish Lele talked about, on one hand, hydrogen and his journey to hydrogen, from hydrogel to hydrogen. A spectacular, absolutely spectacular minds, very frankly. So I'm most grateful to you for, to God again, for, you know, being what you were and being what you did, basically, all right. I personally feel, and I'm honest, म्हणजे मराठीत म्हणायचं आईची शपथ घेऊन सांगतो की I have been very lucky. And I have got much more than I deserved in my life. I really mean that. I really mean that. You know, so it has been sort of a journey. 80 years, you look back, somebody asked me in the next birth, what would you like to be, or etc., etc. You know, I told him, I'd like to be this 80-year journey, I would like to repeat in the same way. I like to be born to the same mother. I like to have Vaishali as my wife. I like to have Amu, I like to have Shruti, Shubhra, the grandchildren, serve you. I don't want anything to be different. I've been lucky. I've been lucky. I'm sorry. In terms of concluding, I know it has been a long day. What would be the 5 lessons? I have been giving these during the convocation addresses, Anirudh, but I'll reinterpret some of them. These are the 5 lessons I have learned in my life. The first is the aspirations. You have to keep aspirations high. You know, because aspirations are your possibilities. And I have always done that. Always done that, and throughout the day, you talked about different things, pole vaulting, this, that, and the other, etc. All right. Where did it come from? You might wonder. As you know, I was born in a very poor family. My mother brought me to Mumbai. And you know my life story, studying under street lights and so on and so forth. And my mother could hardly read. She never went to a school, by the way. All right. But what she would do is that I used to get 100 out of 100 in mathematics. Occasionally I'll get 97. She would make me sit there. I was looking at the 97 I got, and she was looking at the 3 that I lost. You understand? So, and then there is this issue of aspirations. I remember she had to do some teaching, something similar jobs, etc. And she had to look for such jobs all the time. And she had gone to Prarthana Samaj. There is this Congress house. She stood in the queue. And then her term came. They asked her what is her educational qualification. And the minimum standard was 3rd standard pass. And she said, I'm not. She could have lied. Because where is the 3rd standard certificate? And she was denied the job. And while she was returning, she said to herself, and by the way, this came out in her interview, which was taken without her permission, by Sakal, Varsha, no, this now, Varsha Joshi. Yeah, she had kept the thing. So that's where she narrated. And she said, I don't know, I've been insulted because of the fact that I've not got any education. I want to make sure that my son has the highest ever. She did not know what it was. So when I became Eng, she said no, she had found out there is a PhD. When I did PhD, she had found out there is a postdoc, you must go abroad. And sir, you also, I was hesitant, if you remember, and you said you must go, etc. And I remember she passed away, she left us on 17 November 2006. And just 3 months before that, I had got my 25th honorary doctorate. It was mentioned I got 45, but 25th. And at that time she said, now I am satisfied, now I can go. So aspirations are one's possibilities. The second is hard work, as I said, 24/7, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. And I tell young students, work hard in silence. Let success make all the noise, all the time. And this particular part of my life, now 2 of you are sitting there. My guru is saying, slow down. You are saying, pure zhala. So I have to sort of really rethink. Yeah. The third is the purpose, perseverance, and passion, as was mentioned in one of the slides. Yes, I keep on saying, there must be a big purpose. And you must follow that big purpose. Not just for yourself. त्याला आपण ध्रुवतारा म्हणतो, नॉर्थ स्टार, बरोबर ना? तुमचं मराठी माझ्याहून चांगलं आहे. So you must have that. But perseverance is very important. Because winners never quit, quitters never win. And it has to be done with passion. Somebody mentioned about my being polymerker. Yeah, you're right. Sir, 1 year, I gave 36 lectures on polymers. And Dr. Mohan Ram, who is no more, called me polymerker. Later on, they started calling me patternker. Because once I was after polymer, I was after polymer. Once I was after patterns, I was with patterns, and patternker. And some interesting things about how this has been influenced have been mentioned. So let me also tell you a couple of other examples. How it influenced. You know, it's remarkable. I remember, you know, we used to have the CSR guest house here at Prabhadevi. It is still there. Yeah, Twin Towers. I remember landing at the airport and going there. And on the way, I was sort of coming, and my driver, Dige, he never does that mistake, but he crossed the sort of red lights, and so police stopped him. After police stopped him, I was looking back in the Abhiraj, so and they started walking towards me. I thought, now I'll get a firing, you big people, you do this, etc., etc. I opened the door, they came and touched my feet. So I was surprised. And they said, sir, तुम्ही आमचं पेटर्न वापरलं, you saved haldi. This is the common man. Then I don't have much hair here, but I do take a haircut. And I remember going to a saloon. So they looked at each other, talked to each other, and then I did everything. Then I pull out the money. They said, no, we will not take money from you. Why? Sir, तुम्ही आमची हळद वाचवली. You saved our halal. The way it has touched common man. I remember once this Yeroda jail, I was invited to speak to something like, I think, 1,200 or 1,300 inmates there who were going to be released in 6 months to 1 year. So good behavior when you go out and so on and so forth. And I had an interaction with them. It was incredible, by the way, my interaction, because there was a question answer. You know, Nadir, one prisoner got up and asked me about neutrino. The other one asked about farmers' rights and so on. But what was interesting was that then they gave me a round and showed cells, you know, those cells where Gandhiji was there, and you know, others were, Sanjay Dutt was there and so on, everything they showed. And then they took me to a kitchen where 10,000 rotis were being made every day. And as you know, there is a dough making and then, so there were two engineers apparently. So coming back to fluid dynamics, Ashutosh, right? So dough making, there is a sort of what you are doing is stretching and folding the interfaces so that there is a good mixing, right? So they made a interesting modification in terms of creating some small structures, attaching some small, by which, and therefore the dough, the quality would be improving and the speed will be even faster, all right? And you know what they did? They went to the supervisor and they said, there is some Mashelkar who keeps on talking about patents. We want to take a patent. And can you imagine, Yeroda jail has taken a patent. So I think the point that I'm trying to make finally, it is all about touching hearts, all right? And you then influence if that becomes actually possible. So that's why I said purpose, perseverance, passion. The fourth one is doors of opportunity. I tell young people that you keep on knocking on the doors, they don't open, you create your own door. And the example is a very simple one. In 1976, when I came back, the conditions in India were pathetic. No foreign exchange, $100 GDP per capita as against $2,000 today. And I was trained in rheology and non-Newton fluid mechanics. I wanted a Weisband rheogonymetal model R18, I still remember that. And I wouldn't get it for 2 years. DGTD clearance, not manufactured in India, certificate. I said, so that instrument was not available, that equipment was not available. What is the equipment God has given me? This. Okay, and I shifted field, went into mathematical modeling and simulation, and it's a classic story of Rabindranath, who actually did the modeling and simulation of the entire chain, like what was mentioned earlier, transhystrification, hyster interchange, pre-polymerization, polycondensation, spinning, etc. And they became classic, finally, you know. And I remember 1977 I started that work. 1982 I got Bhatnagar Prize. And sir, you were on the committee of 1982, that time. And that made such a big impact all around the world. In fact, Rabindranath got the position of head of Aspentech in sort of polymer research. So that's why I say, if I was waiting for 2 years, what would have happened? Nothing. So create your own doors. That's my fourth learning that you asked for. And the last one is that there are no limits to human achievement. There are no limits to human endurance. And there is no limit to human thinking or human imagination, something that was showed here. And that's where something interesting that happens. When I became FRS, I remember I was in Delhi and I was very emotional. And the first call was to my guru, Professor Sharma. And I remember you became so emotional at that time. Rather than my crying, you cried, sir. Now, it is very interesting that when I called Professor C.N.R. Rao, giving the same message that I have become FRS, you know what was his response? Not bad. It was interesting. What happened was that then I would get other things, you know, the word Academy of Science and this, that and the other. And every time I called him, he would say, not bad. Then I said, maybe sort of, if I'm third FRS in 360 years, you know, we have been, two of them are here, by the way. And we are the only ones at the moment because Rodam Narsiva, unfortunately, is not there. Remember that in 360 years, 2 FRSs, here and here, my guru and myself, actually. You know? And the interesting part was that finally I said, third doesn't work for him, 7 doesn't work for him, first will work for him. So I became the first from US National Academy of Inventors, the first from India to become one. Still his answer was not bad. Then I got very upset. I said, sir, what do I have to do to impress you? So that is what he said. Then he said, he calls me Ramesh. Ramesh, you are climbing on a ladder of excellence, which is limitless. The only limit is what you put up here. And that is what I have been driving all across through my NCL, through my CSR, with my ICT, with everyone. Go limitless. But I interpret it in a different way. That means no matter what you achieve, your best is yet to come. Right? So my message to young students always, as I have been giving in convocation, is that no matter whether you are 18, 28, 78, 88, every day in the morning when you get up, you have to say, my best is yet to come. Maybe today is the day. The following day, my best is yet to come. Maybe today is the day. So, as we call it POA, what is my program of action? My children call it POA. Every day get up in the morning and say, my best is yet to come. Maybe today is the day, and that's something I will do on my last day too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you have given the biggest compliment. You said that it is an extended family. So there is nothing wrong in family celebrating an elder's birthday. So we are honored of you allowing us to celebrate this birthday. And again, कोणीही काही म्हणो, किती काही ॲडवाईस करो, तुम्हाला ज्या वेळेला पुरं वाटेल तेव्हाच तुम्ही पुरं करा. We just have two small events to do. I'm going to request, we would like to honor, we would like to just felicitate Dr. R.A. Mashelkar and Mrs. Vaishali Mashelkar on behalf of ICT, just by a shawl and a srifal. I know that no memento is good enough. He's got cupboards of those. Please take a seat. Please take a seat. And then, as I said, our staff who has been responsible for making all this decoration, they would also like to felicitate you. That's about it, the two additional events which are there. So we'll wait for Mrs. Mashelkar to come back.
Since we are anyway waiting, and since I didn't get to speak, I just want to mention one incident with Dr. Mashelkar. I was a PhD student, and we were discussing two great scientists, both Nobel laureates, by the way. And he told me that, well, their excellence is one thing, but one has huge family values. So I will go by that person more than just by excellence. So
I think our communication of today's event has reached everybody. I'm very happy to see one of the top vocalists of the country, Shri Mahesh Kale here. So definitely, I think our communication has been very strong as far as today's celebration is concerned. I'm really honored. Welcome, Mahesh. Grateful that you, and to see that 7 o'clock on a Saturday, the hall still completely full, in spite of telling everybody that dinner after this is not for everybody. There are only 60 seats available for dinner. People are still waiting. That clearly shows the love and affection in which you are held. Please take a seat, sir. So, after this felicitation, we will just have a short vote of thanks by UDCT Alumni Association Vice President, Professor Parag Gokte, and then I have advanced the dinner to 7 o'clock, so immediately after we finish, we can start dinner. Thank you. Thank you. अजून 1 मिनिट. ज्या 15 मुलांना, all those 15 students have been given free ship through Asian Paints Foundation, we have their checks ready. So if these students can just make a beeline and make those checks available, I would request Dr. Mashelkar and Mrs. Vaishali Mashelkar to just hand over those checks to the students. Please quickly come. All the 15 students are those who are here. Quickly, we are already late. Come. Checks कुठे आहेत? दे ना तिथेच सरांना लिस्ट आहे माझ्याकडे. गौरव नागरे, विकास राठोड, शिवानी जाधव नहीं है, शिवानी जाधव नहीं है, ठीक है. रुजुता पिंगळे, मोहित क्षीरसागर तैयार, उज्ज्वल झा नहीं, चैतन्य जाधव, योगेश्वरी पाटिल, कृष्णा इंगळे, संध्या चोरमुले, प्रथमेश खांडेकर, अकील अत्तार नहीं, नीलेश तागड़ तागड़ नीलेश तागड़, हर्ष मोहने, कोणी मिस झालंय? काय नाव तुझं? हां, पांडुरंग काळे. येस, पांडुरंग काळे. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please. request Dr. Parag Gupte. Yeah.
Right. So I'm the kind of last person to talk, but we have to close the program by a formal vote of thanks. So, yeah. So I'd definitely like to thank Dr. Mashelkar, and we have been hearing about his very busy schedule. So giving time here, and Professor Pandit was coordinating with him. So thank you, Dr. Mashelkar, Madam Mashelkar, and also his entire family is here. So thank you very much. I would like to thank all the speakers for the day. To make it formal, because I just remember the discussion between Dr. Shivram and Dr. Mashelkar about just giving an impromptu vote of thanks. I'm doing that, but I don't want to miss out on speakers. So I definitely would take the names, all the names. I was about to do that earlier. Yeah, but okay, thank you, all the speakers. All the audience for the day, and we have indeed luminaries present here, ranging from ex-vice chancellors to ex-directors to ex-DG to industrialists, Mr. Nadir Godrej to Mahesh Kale. So thank you all for joining here. Last but not the least, the organizing committee involving Professor Pandit, Professor Yogesh Doshi, who has been coordinating this event for a long time, and it was very successful, and also all the student volunteers who has also worked, including the IT team, and the event was fantastic. I do remember a similar event 5 years back when we celebrated Professor Sharma's 80th birthday celebrations, and it was Jan again 2018. There were all luminaries, there were lectures, it was a day-long program, and I was talking to Ashish in the afternoon, and UDCT is indeed fortunate to have such visionary leaders. So starting with Professor, and all of them are kind of 5 years difference. So starting with Professor Sharma, Dr. Mashelkar, Professor Joshi, Professor Yadav, Professor Pandit. Similar difference of about 4-5 years, and that's why I think the UDCT is keeping its top spot in chemical engineering. So thanks very much for all these visionaries and guiding. And so that's it. So I know I'm between dinner and you, and so thanks very much. Okay.
My sincere thanks to all those who have come and spent an entire day. It was most enjoyable as well as fairly touching. Please have dinner and go. Dinner is being served. Okay, wonderful.